Hello? Hello, hello, hello. Good morning. This thing on? Yes, it's on. Okay, cool. Where's the... I need the feedback. That's what I need. Just the... Commander, you were first. Ahoy! Congratulations, you were first. Welcome in. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Have you had a good start to the morning? A good start to your Tuesday? Hope it's filled with, no meetings. I should set up a button for changing the stream volume, Spotify volume. I think I can do that, actually. I think I can do that with Stream Deck. I'm gonna have a quick look, and then we'll get into it, won't we? Like, I'm pretty sure there's a like a little Spotify thing. Can you set volume? Yeah, you can. You can volumes it. Oh, I need to log in though, which I haven't done yet. I'll have to sort that out later, I guess. Sort that out later. Oh, excuse me. Excusez-moi. Excusez-moi. Bye, Doug Trio. You will be missed. Feckin' Doug Trio. So far so good. I finally finished clearing the office at work. So much shredding. Oh, Ash. Good morning as well. Good morning. Good morning. I'm just quickly sorting something out. I've got a really bad neck at the moment. I put some ibuprofen gel on though, so I'm hoping that kind of eases everything up. But we'll see. We'll see. This one. This one. Awesome. I'm stuck in the office. Oof. It's all good though. It's all good. You can't be here all the time, can you? Completely understandable. Oh, I got something like stuck in my throat. One moment. Okay, there we go. I've tried to clear my throat. So yes, Dream Daddy. That's what we're going to be doing. Probably today and maybe Thursday, depending on if we complete things. I don't know if we're going to. If we complete Dream Daddy today, then we'll play RuneScape, I think, Thursday. Then Friday is Earthworm Jim and Dark Souls. And then there's the Catch 'em All on Saturday. Which, now that I remember, I forgot that it was the Catch 'em All when I made my post for the schedule that I made on Twitter and such. Let me just rectify that quickly. I'm just going to quote tweet. It's a Kakuna. Kakuna Matata. What a wonderful pokey. I was thinking, what is that song? It just sounds like static. It's Tear of the Goddess. It'd be like a 9-hour stream or something stupid. Oh, I forgot to put my ring back on. 1 second. Hello! I'm getting up and down a lot. I don't like it. My knees are gonna cry. Okay, so yeah, I've done the quote here in between, just be like, Saturday isn't from this time, it's actually a 9-hour stream or something, because it's a long thing to do. I've still got the scene set up, I just need to make sure everything still works properly. And I just need to make sure. So yeah, we're going to get on with Dream Daddy today. Going to get on with Stream Raiders. We will do that now. It stayed up. Oh yeah. I feel like we're going to fail a little bit to start with. Because we had lots of people last time. We don't have lots of people now. I'm going to plop this down. It can go... Is it Berserker? No, it's a Warrior. Raging Warrior. Okay. I need to boot up Dream Daddy. That's what I need to do. That's what I need to do. Oh, Dream Daddy, where are you? There you are. Yes, play. Oh, yes, I need to click play again. My bad. My bad. Daddy. Okay, continue. Oh yes, we are loading this one. It's all about that dad book. You're never too busy or important to be kind to others. Too true. Okay, so we done Matt last, didn't we? We done Matt. So now we have Brian. With Brian. Good old Brian. Second date with Brian. Please don't pirate games. Dad tip number 80. It's a good tip. It's a good tip. Hey, Daisy and I are going fishing tomorrow. Are you in or out? Oh no, I've been dreading this day. I accidentally boasted about my abilities as a fisherman to Brian, and now he's challenged me to another dad-off. I've been doing my fishing research online, but I'm nowhere close to being an expert. Still though, I have to accept. Tied back to Brian. Sounds great, man. Super excited to catch all those fish, and my lawn could use another good mowing. That'll show him. Brian responds back to let me know that tomorrow he'll pick us up at an hour I had previously forgotten existed. Man, that's gonna be a rough start. Oof. Amanda comes into the room from the kitchen, eating a cheese stick by biting it off piece by piece like some kind of monster. I would do that. That's not a monstrous thing to do. What do you mean? I didn't raise you like that. Huh. It's called string cheese and not chompy cheese for a reason. Oh, string cheese. I'd still eat it like that, to be honest. But I just like going... I just like peeling it off.
Aww.
Did Did you just call me in here to criticize my controversial string cheese eating technique, or what? No, Amanda, we have to go fishing tomorrow. Well, you have to go fishing. I get to play with Brian's dog. How do I become a master of fishing overnight? You went fishing in the Girl Scouts. I thought I read that correctly. You didn't do fishing in the Girl Scouts, did you? Or something like that. Nope, my stint in the Scouts was brief and purely transactional. Thought I could get free cookies, but I didn't know that I had to, like, be outside and tie knots and stuff. But I have to be Brian! Dad, let me tell you a story. Do you remember last summer how I applied for a job at that coffee shop across town? Give me a refresher. During the interview, they asked me if I knew how to work an espresso machine, and I really wanted the job, so I lied and said yes. That's clearly wrong. On that first morning, there was a line out the door, and within half an hour, I severely burned my hand, and they told me to go home and never come back. They still have a scar from that. Of course I remember. What does that have to do with fishing? The burn is a metaphor, Dad. I don't get it. You can lead a horse to water. What do horses have to do with fish and burns? Dad, please. I don't get your obsession with competing against Brian. You wouldn't understand it. It's a dad thing. Please try explaining it to me. Okay, Brian's he just thinks that he's so much better than me, and he purposefully reminds me of that whenever he can. It's like he has to one-up me. I have to beat him at his own game. Is that what you think is happening here? No, Amanda. Okay, I know it's happening. I know that's what's happening. Alright, Pops, we should both be getting some sleep. See you in the morning. Night, Panda. I brush my teeth and throw on some pajamas, climb into bed and set my alarm and close my eyes. Okay. Sleep. I am wide awake. I'm wide awake. I can't help but think about the last time I went fishing, hoping that there's something I can glean from it to give me an edge over Brian. I was about 9 years old. My dad woke me up one morning and told me to get dressed and meet him downstairs. It was still dark out. I had no idea what was going on, but before I knew it, we were both alone on a freezing cold lake. Yay, cold lakes! Had to sit there for hours while they got hot and muggy, the air thick with bugs. I picked up mosquito bites, while my dad sat in stony silence, fishing pole in one hand and a beer in the other. We didn't catch anything. On the long drive home, my father bought me a pack of cigarettes and didn't say a thing. That didn't help. And I think I have some repressed sadness about my father. I'll deal with that. Later. I'm sitting on a boat in the middle of a body of water. I'm on a boat. I can't see any land, but I know it's a lake. The water is placid and still. I'm holding a fishing pole. I don't understand why, but it feels like my life depends on catching fish right now. I cast my lure into the water and wait. And wait. And wait. My whole being is filled with hopelessness as I watch the line disappear into the depths below. You used the wrong lure. I look up and see my father, just as he looked that one cold morning, disapproving. I'm panicking now. I pull the lure up and try to grab a different one, but all of the lures in my tackle box are the exact same. I look up to my father for guidance, but he's gone. I try casting again, but I can't hold my footing. My boat tips over and I fall into the water, sinking further and further. I see the multitudes of fish that have been lying just below the surface, all swimming around me, as if to taunt me. One fish swims up to me. He has Brian's eyes. You gotta use a neutral buoyancy lure if you're trying to catch trouble, buddy. I jolt awake to the sound of my alarm. Fucking finger is too heavy. I got this feeling, yeah, you know where I'm losing control. Got that magic in my butt. I don't know what song that is. I'm terrible. I'm awful. You sent it to me? Oh, yeah, that one. Yeah. Sorry, I don't remember the lyrics. Yes, you're right. Yes. The Imagine Dragons one. Imagine Dragons Bones, right? Jesus fucks. No, I don't want Jesus to fuck me. What do you mean? When I said I wanted Jesus in me, I didn't mean quite like that, you know? Why not? I spot Amanda's door half open and see her still curled up in a mountain of blankets. Walking over to her bed, I give her a tiny kiss on the forehead. Fishing day, kiddo. You ready? No. Well, you gotta get up. I can't do this without you. Also, stop sleeping in your clothes. Amanda pulls her comforter over her head. Never. Amanda. I'll get up. Maybe he's good. He had 12 dudes sussing after his ass. He should have. Touche. I'll get up in a minute. Alright. Ryan should be here in 20, so you better not just go back to sleep. Amanda sticks her hand through the blanket to wave me away. I leave her room and make myself some coffee and another cup with lots of cream and sugar for Amanda whenever she gets up. Amanda eventually wanders in and chugs her coffee while I do word jumbles. What is it with fucking word jumbles? What exactly is a word jumble? Is it just... Oh, you can have different kinds of word jumbles. Like, I know the one which is like, you know, a grid full of letters and you need to find the words. But like, yeah, it can be like any kind of where just, you know, words are just mixed up. Like, letters are just mixed up in a word. You know, letters are jumbled. I just had to Google though, just to make sure. That was all. Ash, you called a Venonat. Was it a Venonat? Yeah. Well, it wasn't a crossword. Because isn't a crossword, you know, ones where you have the clues. Hanker, you are last. Congratulations. How are you doing, buddy? It's good to see you. Yeah, isn't like crosswords the ones where you have clues for certain like areas? Like 1 down, 1 across, 2 down, 3 across, you know? Isn't that a word cross? Yes, you do. Yeah. Yes, Hanker. Yeah, it's still in the queue from how long ago now? From last year, whenever that was. Oh, hate crossword. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, funnily enough, Evie, I did read everything. I just immediately forgot it. But yeah, Hanker, you've still got a sound. Stream of Rain 101. Yeah, I know. You know what? I actually really want to participate in the Blood Hunt closed beta. But like my computer really can't handle it. Like I'd want to stream it. But my PC can't handle it. It can barely handle it when I'm not streaming. Can barely handle it then. Jesus fuck stream, what the fuck, what the hell? I hear the doorbell ring, that must be Brian. Still rubbing our eyes, we walk outside to see Brian. He's decked out in fishing gear, Daisy's falling asleep next to him. Early bird gets the worm, buddy! You ready to fish? I was born ready. Blood Hunt, was that? Yeah, that was the Vampires the Masquerade. I like how you put the masked ball game. Yeah, Vampire the Masquerade. It was really fun. I really enjoyed playing it. I played it with Grant a little bit. I played with Hanker a little bit. I didn't play it solo because fuck playing solo. It's still PvP, so I couldn't play like a whole lot of it. Yeah, that's the Battle Royale. That's the, yeah. It's a really good game. I really like how they've, developed it. Well, from what I played last year. Well, yeah, but I still played it with you, Hanker. I still played it with you. I wasn't wrong. You just elaborated, alright? Yeah, I was really bad. I'm really bad at, like, shooters in general, because I can't aim with a mouse and keyboard, yet it's better with a mouse and keyboard. I think I tried, I think I was kind of getting used to Blood Hunt on, mouse and keyboard. Because, at the time, I don't know if they've updated it now, at the time, they didn't really have, like, what's the word? They didn't have prompts for controller built in. Like, there was controller support, but, like, when you went to go pick something up, it would say, I think, press F. When, obviously, on a controller, there is no F. My eyes narrow in on Brian. It's a good day to die. Hop on in, guys. Let's get this fishing party started. I walk over to the driver's side and open driver's side door and open it. Woof woof. Brian's dog immediately hops into the driver's seat, wagging his tail furiously. Yeah, they're releasing it to PS5, so it makes sense that they would have a bit more, a bit better, controller awareness, shall we say. Because I still think the, you made my dog bark. Because I still think they had, like, a pretty decent controller support. It was just, you just couldn't really tell what button was for what. But it was timed perfectly to blame you. Oh, awesome, cool. Can I see your license, sir? Maxwell, let Jake sit. Maxwell obediently hops into the back to cuddle with Daisy. Amanda settles in next to Maxwell, and Daisy immediately falls asleep. Read up. It's just a fancy sofa hanky, but with oh wait, which part am I reading? I did read the ducky command. I don't know what do you want? It's just a fancy shout out for Hanky with a quack sound. You didn't respond, you knob. You fucking knob. Maybe I should do some custom shoutouts. Maybe I should. I don't have any custom shoutouts because I feel like it kind of is like it can make other people feel bad, because I know I feel bad when I'm in other people's streams and they have custom shoutouts for other people and not for me. Even though we're fairly good friends and things like that, you know? So I've kind of steered away from using custom shoutouts because I don't necessarily like it. You know? You know? It makes sense in my head. You ready for an adventure? I'm not a massive fan of Brian either, to be honest. I'm ready for glory. I struggle to stay awake as we drive to the outskirts of town. Country music plays quietly from the radio as I watch trees pass by. But I wanted for me to have a quack sound of a hanky to pester and or annoy, like duh. Well, I can put in exclamation mark ducky and it makes a quack sound still. Just like quack quack. Quack 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 quack. Just, you know, just not with the custom shout out part. I can do that still. Find me a duck sound you like. Find me one you like and I'll add it. So, where exactly are we headed? It's about an hour north of here. Little spot I've been going to since I was a kid. My dad used to take me all the time. I don't think anybody else knows about it. I brought everything we need so that we can catch some trout, have a nice little fire, and enjoy the nature. My fishing pole is in the shop, getting tuned up. Do you maybe have an extra I could borrow? But of course, it's probably not as nice as it sounds like yours is, though. Right. I am digging a hole here. I stare out at the forest lining the highway. The sun is just barely over the horizon, scattering dusky pink light through the trees. For a split second, I spot a deer grazing on the side of the road before it leaps back into the brush. After a nice, quiet drive, Brian eventually tells me to pull off the highway and onto a dirt road. The car bumps along until we reach a clearing that opens up to a magnificent lake. Well, here we are. I step out of the car and help Brian unload our gear as Maxwell runs around us barking. The kids wake up and wander to the shore where Daisy tries to teach Amanda how to skip rocks. Brian and I carry the tackle boxes and call it down to the edge of the lake, where he has a canoe waiting. Ah, great, it's still in one piece. Hold on, help me out with Maxwell. Help Brian place a tiny dog-sized life vest onto Maxwell. Woof woof. Woof 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 woof. Damn, Evie bossy today. What do you mean today? I'm gonna get bullied for that now. Oh, okay, just the smile. Okay, I'll accept that. All right, your turn. Brian hands me a lime green life vest. Maybe if I fall in, you'll save me. If I fall in, I'm counting on you to rescue me. Suit yourself. Brian turns to Amanda and Daisy, who are still skipping rocks. You kids want to fish? I'm canceling on Twitter right now. Oh, man. You can't cancel me. I haven't had a clip in a while. Let me guess, this is me barking, right? Oh, even better. Even better. Just me panting. Even better. I honestly thought it was all of it the first time around. It's just, yeah. Even better. Even better. I haven't had a clip in a while, so thank you. I'm good with just throwing rocks into the water. A man hurls a rock into the pond with gusto. Yeah, take that, water. It's a bell throw. Amanda, you're supposed to be skipping them. Is that what we're doing? Daisy, don't you want to fish? I think catching fish is kind of inhumane. We're gonna explore in the woods and look at bugs and stuff. Alright, be safe, don't go too far. Brian puts the life vest around himself and we throw all of our equipment in the canoe. Maxwell happily jumps in and takes his place, looking out over the front of the boat. Bye, Buzzsprout. I get into the canoe as Brian shoves off. We paddle together to get ourselves in the middle of the lake. I'll just react with that. Most freshwater fish usually feed at dusk and dawn, which is why I had to get you up so early. Yeah, I know. That's pretty common fisherman knowledge after all. Fisherman knowledge that I am knowledgeable about. Still a gambling man? You know it. Let's see who can catch more fish. You can catch more than one? Sounds easy enough to me. What's on the line? Besides all the fish I'm going to catch, obviously. I was thinking something a little more high stakes than mowing the lawn. Custody of our children? More than that, let's say, if I win, I get your weed whacker. The Whackmaster 2000? That's a limited edition. But, if you win, you get my pole saw. The Reach and Cut 3000. The cordless version? That's the one. Shit, the Reach and Cut 3000 is state of the art. My weed whacker is a prized possession, but there are those hard to reach branches at the back of the yard that's been begging for a pruning. You're on. We shake on it. I suddenly remember that I don't know how to fish, my foolish fatherly pride. Fuck my fingers. I watch as Brian ties a lure and does some stuff I can't quite follow with his fishing pole. He casts into the lake. Oh boy, now I have to do that. I stare down at the tackle wire and at the pole in my hand. Insult the fish. Insult the fish. Brian, the game of fishing is all about psychological warfare. Watch this. I look out into the serene, undisturbed lake. Hey, fish! Fuck you! Yeah, let's just scare the fish away. I turn my attention to Brian. That'll show him. Now what? Perform a fish mating call? Tie a knot or something? I take my pole and try to tie an elaborate looking knot to impress Brian. The classic hunter's bend. I learned that one in my youth. Yep, this one isn't coming apart soon. With this knot, I will cast my heavenly line upon the unsuspecting water and my finger can just get chopped off. I look over to Brian. He doesn't seem to be paying attention. Let's cast this sucker. I pull my rod back and launch the lure as hard as I can. And the lure flies off the line and sails far, far away, landing in the lake with a loud sploosh. Sorry, I judged the wind speed wrong. The cold air drives the pressure down. Go ahead and take my pole. I know it's hard switching to a new pole you're not used to. I'll fix up another lure. Brian hands me his pole with a smile, and I just sit there feeling like an idiot. That does not sound wrong at all. Eat a lot of broccoli. Fishing around here is easy. They group up. All you gotta do is line 3 of the same species and reel them in. I need to match 3 of the same species? I can't tell which fish is which. Man, it is kind of tough, isn't it?
Match that fish. Nice match. Nice match. Now you're fishing. Catch of the day.
This is kind of difficult, actually.
Catch of the day. Catch of the day. Catch of the day. Nice match. Match of the day. Now you're fishing. Catch of the day.
Now you're fishing.
Now you're fishing. Match of the day.
That's the bullhead catfish. They are bottom-dwelling invasive species, now found worldwide. They taste great fried.
Now you're fishing. Nice catch. Match of the day.
Whoever thought we'd be doing this today?
Now you're fishing.
And now you're fishing.
Match of the day. Nice catch. Match of the day. Catch of the day. Match of the day.
What?
Catch of the day.
I'm not reading that. I'm just continuing.
Nice match. Match of the day. Nice catch.
I want 1,000. Yes!
Nice catch. Catch of the day. Match of the day.
We got 1,000. Fuck yeah. Catch of the day, 1,000 out of 2,000. Good work! When lifting weights, use proper form and full range of motion. Wow, this is way tougher than I thought. Look at O'Brien, who's smiling and obviously enjoying his time out here on the lake. I will crush him. I will crush him fists. Suddenly, the fishing pole jumps in my hand. I reflexively tug upwards. I think I got something big. The tip of the pole dips down repeatedly and the line starts to run. Reel it in! I finally get the fish right up next to the boat. It's a long, beautiful rainbow trout. Brian hands me a net. It's all yours! I lean down and notice my hands are shaking with excitement. This fish is bigger than all the ones Brian's caught. That pole saw is mine. The entire canoe tips over with me, and I find myself sinking into the lake. I should have taken the life vest. All of a sudden, I'm embraced under the water and pulled into Brian's arms. I'm finally dragged up with sputtering water. All of our gear floats on the surface. Maxwell doggy paddles around us in circles, having a great time. You alright? Does that count as one? Well, seeing as all our fish are now swimming safely back in the lake, I guess so. Brian laughs. Let's get you to shore. Brian and I flip the canoe back over and fill it with our now soaking wet gear. We're back to shore with Maxwell in tow. Once we get to the beach, Maxwell darts off into the woods. Brian takes off his shirt. Dots of lake water glisten in the sun across his strong back. Man, all that general contracting must have built that guy like an ox. Hope he doesn't notice me staring. I'm gonna get a fire going so we can dry off. Wanna hand me yours? Yes, okay. I reluctantly take off my own shirt and toss it to Brian. I suddenly wish I had done more sit-ups in my life, or any sit-ups at all, really. Another thing you've bested me in, stupid, sexy Brian. You might as well fry that shirt up, seems like it's the only lunch we'll have. The day is young, we can fish from the shore. Once Brian gets the fire going, I sit and try to dry off my pants. Brian sets a couple lures out by the water's edge. We're probably going to have to put the kibosh on the competition for now. Until another day? My stomach growls. You hungry? Oh, I'm fine. Brian reaches into his cargo shorts and pulls out a few granola bars. I have a small child. I am flushed with snacks. Brian joins me by the fire and I accept the cargo short granola. And now we're back to waiting. Where did the girls get off to? Shouldn't they be back by now? I wouldn't worry about it too much. They're a couple of smart kids. I sound a bit like Crunk. The sound... His voice reminds me of just Crunk. I think it was Crunk. Or is it Crunk? 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 Crunk. You know, from Emperor's New Groove. That's what I'm worried about. They're too smart. They've probably established a small rural government by this point and installed themselves as leaders. I take a look around at the sun cresting the tree line, casting the entire lake in a warm golden glow. The forest seems to be coming alive now, birds chirp in the distance. Wow, nature is beautiful. A mosquito bites me. I slap my neck and curse. Nature sucks. Here you go, bud. Brian hands me a bottle of bug spray. I begrudgingly take it and douse myself. I've always hated how this stuff smells. Really? I always kind of liked it. Reminds me of being outside. Maybe you and I have different sentiments on the outdoors. As long as battles take place, I'm good with the outdoors. To battle! This voice, though? What's wrong with my voice? What's wrong with my voiceover? I thought I did a good job. I really hate these phoenixes. You kill them, and then they turn into bombs. They turn into busters, basically. Come on, Ash. Come on, me. I think Ash died. Fucking take out the freaking archers. I think we got this. I think we've got this. Just about. I think we might have this. Good job, everybody! I was really shocked. Commander, Joey, enjoy your rewards. On to the next battle. Toxic? Why? Who's toxic? Am I toxic? Probably. I really hate these phoenix. You were able to cut it off just perfectly, actually. You were able to cut it off perfectly. Fucking toxic. Yeah, we'll put in one of these. I was honestly waiting for a comment or something, but the clip's even better. Okay, back to Dream Daddy. Maybe you and I have different sentiments on the outdoors. Maxwell comes bounding up to me, a huge stick in his mouth. He drops it at my feet and looks at me expectantly. Fake out throw. break the stick in half to assert my dominance. Fake after me. I wind up, pretend to throw the stick. Maxwell runs for a second and looks around, confused. Brian and I laugh. I toss the stick to Maxwell for real and he jumps up to catch it in his mouth. Is it a little messed up that we're taking advantage of a dog's inherent trust in humans for our own amusement? Maxwell, get over here. I gotta make it up to you. It's time for the pets. What's the plan? Butt pats never fail. Scratch behind his ear, rub that belly. Maxwell rolls over and lets me rub his belly. He wiggles on the grass, clearly loving it. I feel like a bit of a third wheel here. Where are my belly rubs? I'm so flustered I can barely say anything. I just focus on petting Maxwell and hope Brian doesn't notice how much I'm sweating. While I'm playing with Maxwell, fish begin routinely pulling on Brian's lines. I watch Brian effortlessly fillet the fish, squeezing a bit of lemon on them, and frying them in a cast iron pan. Before we know it, we have a feast fit for a couple of shirtless dudes. Amanda and Daisy emerge from the woods, looking totally unscathed. Whoa, Dad Bod Patrol. I'm gonna have to issue you both a citation and demand you both put your shirts on. They're a children present. Brian tosses me my now dry shirt. I pull it over my head, thankful that I will no longer be distracted by Brian and his pecs. Where have you guys been? Studying entomology. What? We were playing with bugs. I expected you guys to be more covered in, like, mud and stuff. Daisy looks offended. What do you take me for, a child? Pecs. You know, it's what, you know, those are tits, my man. No, they're pecs. I mean, that's the same difference, right? Same difference, right? Amanda puts a hand on Daisy's shoulder. Right. Same difference. Those are tits, my man. He's not muscly, he's chubby. Those are tits. Okay. Now, you make a fair point. Moobs. I have not heard that in forever. I have not heard that word in forever. What feels like forever. I think I last heard it like like when I was 15. So like 13 years ago. Moobs. We take a seat around the fire and Brian serves us all generous piles of fish on paper plates. It's absolutely delicious. Why does he have to be good at everything? Fish taste okay? Daisy and Amanda both nod furiously, mouths full of fish. It's incredible. I never had fish this good. Yeah, it's great. Oh, Harding family recipe. Why are your pants wet? Well, Amanda, we were out there on the lake and then I accidentally tipped over the boat. Don't worry, all of the gear floated to the surface so we didn't lose anything. Right, Jake? Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I can't believe he just covered for me. Gosh, he even out humbles me. He's trying to beat me at everything, including my world famous sense of humility. We finish our fish and end up playing catch with Maxwell for a little while before we decide to head out. After cleaning up camp, we pack up the station wagon and let Maxwell into the back seat. The poor pup falls asleep in a cuddle puddle with Amanda and Daisy. They've had a long day. Cuddle puddle. That is a rhyme I've never heard before. I like it. Been an ordeal today, but let me drive you guys home. I want to prove that I'm the most awake dad on the block, but yeah, I'm beat. Fine. As we drive, I take one last look at the lake disappearing behind us and smile. I rest my head against the window and the low rumble of the dirt road beneath us lulls me into a peaceful sleep. Hey, sleepyhead! I open my eyes and realize that I dozed off in the car. I self-consciously wipe a bit of drool off my chin. Oh, hey, I was resting my eyes. Just in case we suddenly have to jump into any sort of conflict, so I'm super awake for it and ready to fight. With my strong arms. It's all good, you earned some rest, buddy. Thanks for coming out with us today. I had a lot of fun with you. Now I'm done driving my arm around, I can put my PJ pants back on. Jeans be damned! Thanks for inviting us. I also had fun, actually. I've rarely worn jeans over like the past 5 years. No, let's say 3 years. Glad to hear it. Take it easy, yeah? Ooh, Wookie. Wookie. How you doing, Wookie? Good to see you. You too. Take it the easiest. Ryan chuckles to himself as he unloads the car. Amanda and I get inside and immediately collapse onto the couch. Long day. Yep. I was so close to that pole saw. Pole saw? Yeah, Brian and I were competing to see who would catch the most fish and... Stop. Why do you care so much? Manda Panda, just look at the guy. He's so obviously got my number and he's rubbing my face in it. Dad, I love you. But you're kind of dumb sometimes. Dumb? Or clearly the superior dad. You know what? I don't have any of the energy required to properly unpack your weird fixation with asserting your masculinity. I'm going to bed. Night. Amanda slides off the couch and face down onto the floor. I am a tired slug. Amanda, that floor is disgusting. What it? Hi there. Hope the work meeting goes fabulously. I'm sorry, I was exciting the room to put on soft, comfy pants like an orphan. Did you say you like wearing jeans, you weirdo? No, I didn't say that. I said I haven't worn jeans in like 3 years. I rarely wear jeans. Like, the last time I wore jeans, I think was it was recently, but like, it was to see my parents, I believe. A couple, or did they come, or was it when they came over for dinner? I don't know. Why do you hate me? I find a lot of the time, like, when you're sitting down, like, the buttons dig in. So that's why I really dislike wearing jeans, because it's just really uncomfortable. I said what I said! I don't care. Well, night, honey. Night, pups. Day complete. It's called masking tape for a reason. We got a fucking A.
Couldn't have done it better myself.
You're tearing me apart, okay? It's better to be early than late. So fucking true. That is my best dad. That's my favorite dad tip so far. I fucking hate it when I'm late or when people are late. And they don't tell me. It's like... fucking... yeah. It's better than not going... True. But like, if I'm meeting up with someone and we say like, 12 o'clock, I will usually get there by like 5:02, or just after. I hate it when people are like 10 minutes late and they don't tell me. Not even or they don't give an excuse when they turn up like 10 minutes late. Because like, I understand if people drive and they're late because traffic or whatever, you can't fucking control traffic. But why does my arm muscle hurt as if I worked out? Like, what the fuck? No idea. Subconsciously working out. Anyway, on to Robert Small. Eat a balanced meal every day. That includes vegetables, fruit, and proteins. Hello, I'm late because traffic to the stream was sorry. So sorry. You should be sorry. I really enjoyed that night I spent with Robert, but he's been dodging me ever since. I really want to see him again. I tried messaging him a few times and Dadbook says he hasn't read them. Haven't seen him come out of his house actually. I'm not sorry anymore. I decided to send him one last message, figuring that this will produce the same result. I'm nerdy. Hey man, don't know where you've been, but we should grab a drink soon. I walk away from my computer. because at this point, I know he's not messaging me back anytime soon. I linger in the kitchen. I'm all caught up on work. The house is relatively clean. Maybe I should do something nice for Amanda. Ah! I'll bake her favorite pie. I root through the pantry and pull out all the ingredients. This is an old family recipe that I used to make with my grandma when I was a kid. I left the actual recipe card a long time ago, but I think I'll be able to remember how to bake it. I start mixing the ingredients together for the crust until I get a nice dough. I throw some cherries into a saucepan to make the filling. Normally I don't like to multitask in the kitchen, but this cherry pie is a piece of cake. Pie? It's a piece of pie. I'm making a pie. Ah man, I can never remember what temperature you're supposed to set the oven at. I'm pretty sure it's 375, but I could be wrong. Who am I kidding? I'm never wrong when it comes to this pie. My special twist on my grandma's recipe includes a secret ingredient that not even Amanda knows about. It really makes the cherries extra flavorful. God, why can't I remember what the secret ingredient is? It's another cocooner. I'm gonna say like salt. Pinch of salt. A bit of salt. Oh, it's salt, duh. Just a pinch of salt to bring out the natural sweetness of the cherries. Oops, I accidentally poured a little. No, just chuck it out and make some more. Don't. Enjoy the BRB. Oops, I accidentally poured a little too much in. Way too much. I'm sure it's fine. Baking is an art, and some of the most beautiful art is made from mistakes. Oh. Why are you such a Dumbo? You fucking dipshit. I finally get the pie in the oven. How am I supposed to leave it in there? 50 minutes? I'll just wing it. Amanda's going to be so excited. That kid loves a good pie. This is not going to be a good pie. This is way too much salt. I have a seat at the kitchen table and do word jumbles until Amanda comes home. I can hear the door slam open. Yo, Pops! What smells like pie in here? It's pie, sweetie. Amanda darts over to the oven and looks inside. Yes! Hey, it's not done. Be patient. What's your angle here? What? Pies are an objective-based confection. What are you trying to get out of me? I've been leading a double life. Amanda, I have terrible news for you. I'm actually a pro skateboarder, an aspiring astronaut, a bank robber. The lifestyle is calling me back and I must go. One last job. You know how it is. The pie was the only way I knew how to tell you. Well, I appreciate the years we spent together, but a trade up is a trade up. Remember me when you're kicking your feet up in Ibiza. Thanks for all the pie. We share a cordial handshake. I wait a few more minutes before taking the pie out of the oven. I set it on the rack to cool and guard it so Amanda doesn't dig into it before it's ready. Huh? What? Does it look kind of weird to you? Oh, that's just me taking artistic license on what cherry pie means to me emotionally. I'm just saying this because, you know, it seems like you might have baked this pie incorrectly, and you're currently right now trying to pass it off as a good thing? It's art, sweetie. Was it odd when you accidentally baked a whole uncracked egg into the center of my 12th birthday cake? That's hilarious. Well, was it art when you tried to make brownies and accidentally created chlorine gas? Oh my god. Accidentally making... Well, that's a bit of an exaggeration. Was it art when you just ate the pie, Panda? I cut a few slices and we sit down to eat. The cherry filling oozes out of the sides and the buttery crust glistens. I watch it as Amanda takes a bite. Ugh. What's wrong? Is it not good?
Oh
no. Amanda winces and fans her mouth. No. I just burned the heck out of the roof of my mouth. This pie is amazing. Sorry for doubting you. I breathe a sigh of relief and take a bite. She's right. The pie is pretty incredible. As it is. As it always is. I'm really proud of you making the pie without burning the new house down. I got a few dad tricks up my dad's sleeve. Maybe fathers aren't as bumbling and stupid as the media makes us out to be. Maybe we as a society should have a little more respect for fathers as a whole.
What?
Dad, your sleeve is on fire! I run to the sink and put myself out. Pride will be my undoing. Amanda and I clean up the kitchen and play a little more living room hoops before she retreats to her room to do homework. I go back to my word jumbles. Hey, this one spells cat. Are you sure it doesn't spell act? The rest of the evening trickles by, We eat dinner. I help Amanda with one of her scholarship applications, and we both start getting ready for bed. I decide to check Dad book one last time before I climb into bed. Still nothing from Robert. Huh. Hope he's okay. I turn out the lights and lie down. Hey. Jake. Hey. Hey, Jake. Come hang out with me. What is that? I was just on the verge of falling asleep. I climb out of bed and try to identify the source of the dinging. My computer screen illuminates in the dark. Wookie, here you go. Have a super law. It's a Spiro? It's a Spiro this time. Do I have a Spiro? No idea. Let's find out. Gives people time, I guess. There we go. I don't like to do catch Spiro straight away, just because then it's just like... Well, I don't like to do the catch command straight away because... because I get it first, I can kind of see what it already is. And then, if I do it first, some people might not get a chance to really type it in. Oh, please don't give it to me. I was just joking. There you go, have another one. It's a primate this time. Have another one. My computer screen illuminates. It's definitely not rigged. I walk over to it, ready to turn it off when I notice what's happening on screen. Well, that's not exactly subtle. He put a winky face, but I mean, I did have fun with him the other night. Okay. I'll be right over. You gonna kick me out this time? Maybe. Hurry up. God damn it. I reluctantly throw on a jacket and head outside. When I get to Robert's place, the door is already unlocked. As much as I feel like hooking up with Robert again is maybe not the best idea. That's a problem for tomorrow, Jake. Hey. Hey. So, how are things? Robert stares at me. I know you're not here for small talk. I shrug. Yeah, you got me. Robert closes the gap between us and whispers a series of increasingly filthy things in my ear as he backs me into his room. I'm starting to think maybe this was a good idea after all. Ooh. Hey. Robert nudges me awake.
Hey.
Oh, hey. Are you kicking me out? Kicking is a strong word. It's more like a gentle, friendly push. Gentle and friendly are not words I would ever use to describe Robert. I sit up and stretch. Oh god, I'm so sore, and I haven't had hickeys like this since college, jeez. I'm not doing this again if you're just gonna force me to leave. Yeah. You'll say that next time too. I throw my clothes back on while Robert smokes a cigarette on his balcony. See you around, I guess. Yep. Yeah, I think you said that last time as well, Hanker, when you were playing Doki. Oh no, you were mentioning the characters, weren't you? Oh, that's the best Pokemon challenge ever. I walk back home, my bones creaking. Ugh, what's his problem? Eevee has like 110 Pokemon.
Maybe if you were hotter.
We got a C. Yeah, no worries, Hanker. I appreciate you being here. Yeah, let me have a quick look at Eevee has 107 of 151. Including Missingno, no Mewtwo or Moltres. Whereas I, on the other hand, have all the birds and Mew and Messino. I'm just missing Mewtwo. Okay, we got to see. Knife Dad, 2 out of 3. It's called masking tape for a reason.
You've got dads.
That was a really short day. Damien! We're doing the dates with Damien now. I had a lot of fun hanging out with Damien the other day. I wonder what he's up to. I open up Dadbook and start writing him a message when Amanda walks in.
Huh.
Dad, you got a letter. Oh, is it from Grandma? No, it's from Damien. Whoa, can I see it? Amanda hands me a piece of old parchment folded into an envelope and sealed with a purple wax. Damn, the dude goes all out. He's very Victorian, isn't he? Very Victorian. I pry off the seal and unfold the letter. It's the most beautiful calligraphy. The letter reads, Dearest Jake, I hope you'll find my continued correspondence endearing rather than trying. One can only hope that my use of the slower, more traditional form of communication will showcase my sincere and earnest sentiment that I greatly enjoyed our time together. I write this hastily under the warm embrace of excitement, fearful that I may misstep and speak towards something unwelcome. For now, I hope that you might forgive my boldness. I will simply say that your company has greatly occupied my thoughts. While the afternoon may have been derailed by forces unforeseen, your companionship helped a great deal. Not only in the discipline of my child, but in the morale of my spirit, and for that I thank you. That said, Jake, if you'll allow me, it would mean the world to me if I could enjoy more of your time. Perhaps a trip to the cinema followed by a moonlit stroll would be your taste. I eagerly await your response. With great respect, D. Bloodmarch. The vocabulary on this guy. Man. Like, literally, could have been said in one sentence. Fucking page. Not that I'm complaining. He is. It's adorable. Amanda and I both look up from the left. Wow. He's good. So, you gonna catch a movie with him? Yeah, I better message him on Dadbook and let him know. Amanda slaps my laptop shut.
Hey.
You have to write him back a real letter. But my handwriting looks like two toddlers fighting over a crayon.
Yeah.
Dad, you have to. He wrote you a letter. That's so cool. Will you help me? I need to class this up. Father, I was made for this. Here's what you do. Find tickets to a show that you two will like, then enclose them in the letter. Oh, that's classy. Amanda and I hop into my laptop and peruse showtimes. He doesn't seem like a romantic comedy kind of guy. Oh, here's one. Vampire Crusade 2? Evil never dies. I don't know, that sounds kind of stupid. Actually, it's a critically acclaimed exploration into the ennui of existence. It really turns the vampire trope on its head. Really? That's just lots of blood and vampire titties. Well, let's roll the dice. I purchase the stickers and print them out, then sit down at the table with Amanda to try drafting a nice letter. I start writing. Damien. Hey. Good morrow to you on this fine eve. No. Let's do this properly. I hope this letter finds you in good health. Hey, remember when your son tried to cast of Amontillado, that kid? I must confess of my amateur control of the written word. Okay, we're trucking along. Let me know how you're feeling. You find me in good spirits where I felt very much the same after our last encounter. I did very much enjoy the adventure we found ourselves on the last we met. That earnest shit was pretty messed up. There's always like this, it always feels like there's this kind of like trolley option. Not bad. Good actiony sentence. Ask him to hang out already. True art takes time, Amanda. With a strange turn of events, I find myself enamored of the situation. Let me get at that. Like Bruegel's landscape with the fall of Icarus, I find myself lost in your details. Oh, that's... Dad? Whoa. I saw it on TV. I'm not actually an intelligent person. Bring it home, Pops. Let me take you out. I got 2 tickets to the movies. It would bring me great pleasure to escort you to the cinema. Smooth. Calling it the cinema is a classy move. Enclosed, you'll find 2 tickets to Vampire Crusade 2 Evil Never Dies, which I'm sure you'll find both titillating and enjoyable. Best wishes, Hard Daps, Namaste, will carry on. Hard Daps. What is Hard Daps? Best wishes. And then I sign my name. My full name. Fancier that way. Jake Rawes. Is this okay? Amanda reads over my sloppy handwriting. Look at that handwriting in comparison. I do hope that this letter finds you in good health. I must confess of my amateur control of the written word, as well as my even more amateur penmanship. I did very much enjoy the adventure we found ourselves in the last we met. Like Brukel's landscape with the fall of Icarus, I find myself lost in your details. It would bring me great pleasure to escort you to the cinema. Enclosed, you'll find 2 tickets to Vampire Crusade 2: Evil Never Dies, which I'm sure you will find both titillating and enjoyable. Best wishes, Jake Ross. You spelled his name wrong. What? Just trying to keep you on your toes. Now all we have to do is seal it and put it in his mailbox. Can I seal it with tape? That's not authentic enough. I have an idea. I'll be right back. Amanda leaves the room and returns with a candle, a lighter, and a small piece of wood. You gotta have a wax seal. She lights the candle, which starts to burn down and form a pool of melted wax. What's that other thing? Man pours some of the wax onto the folded letter and expertly presses a small piece of wood into it. She lets it dry for a second and pulls the wood away, revealing, here it is, your sigil. A little kitten with a bow on his head. Awesome. Scrapbooking stuff always comes in clutch. Well, I guess all there is to do is deliver to his doorstep now, huh? Oh, I thought we were going to carry a pigeon to it. I already called my guy. I have a pigeon guy. Marcus has good pigeons. Don't get your pigeons from Anthony. They're no good. I don't want to know if any of this is true. I head outside and walk over to Damien's house. I slip the letter into the slot in his door and go back home. Mission accomplished. Now we play the waiting game. The night finally rolls around where I'm supposed to meet with Damien. The next day, he had left another beautifully crafted letter thanking me for mine and agreeing to the evening. Amanda helps me pick out a nice outfit and I show up to the theater a little bit early. It's a chilly night and the theater is kind of crowded, but it's still nice. How do you do? I jump at the sound of his voice and turn around to see Damien right behind me. You almost gave me a heart attack. How long were you there for? I don't know. I just walked up. My apologies for frightening you. Was that thunder? Is it going to rain soon? I didn't hear anything. What? What? Regardless, the hour grows close. Shall we take our seats in the cinema? I must thank you again for purchasing our tickets. Please, allow me to repay the deed in Sour Patch Kids, or perhaps Milk Duds. Let's do it. We get in line to buy snacks. As we're waiting, I hear a familiar voice behind us. Ugh, my dad's here. I turn around to find Lucian standing a few feet behind us with a gaggle of other goth kids. Lucian, we have to go to battle now. To battle. Yeah, let's do this. We'll do increased defensive capabilities. I'm pretty sure this map is meant to be... Oh, excuse me. Is meant to be, you know, a reference to the Spartan Pass, whatever it's called. Because, you know, you've got the Spartan Pass here in the middle. Can you just stop, please? No, okay. Yeah, you got the Spartan Pass in the middle, and then up here you've got, you know, the way around. Guess I'll make a portrait while I wait. You need to wait for answers? Answers for what? Also, did you see that you beat Hanker in a battle? Yeah, the Spartans and Persians. I'm pretty sure that map is what is, meant to be referencing. Yeah, he sent out a Pikachu and you sent out a Mew and destroyed him. And answer. Okay. Yeah, make a portrait. Why not? What it, Joey? Enjoy your rewards. Okay. Look, here's my tank skin. This is the one I'm using. The primal tank. Ha! Too slow, Snookum. Get fucked. Have I completed quests? I have. It kind of does, doesn't it? It kind of does. Back we go. Lucian, how nice to see you. I didn't know you were coming to the theatre. I'm glad to see you spending some quality time with your friends. Whatever, Dad. And what movie will you be attending tonight? My friends are making me see some kids' movie about talking animals. I don't really care about it. Well, I do hope you enjoy your evening. We'll be watching Vampire Crusade 2, Evil Never Dies. You? Watching that? Yeah, I thought Damien would enjoy it. Ha! Good luck with that, Dad. Lucian rejoins his friends and I look over to Damien. Good luck with what? It's nothing. My son loves to tease. We wait in line for a little longer and Damien buys us snacks. Thing on app has changed. It's super shit. He seems a little nervous. I wonder what's wrong. Damien and I take our seats and settle in for previews, glancing at him. I can see that he's sweating profusely and gripping his armrest. Is everything okay? Everything is perfectly fine. I'm so excited for this film. I'm a devoted patron of the arts, especially the scary arts. The scarier the art, the better. Oh, he's like me. He doesn't like horror movies. Do you have a favorite horror movie? Of course I have a favorite horror movie. Mine is Halloween Town. Terrifying. Oh, interesting. That's odd. I don't seem to remember Halloween Town being that scary. I wouldn't have expected him to bring up some sort of strange foreign horror film that I'd never heard of. Damien's knuckles are turning white. It looks like he's about to rip the armrest off. That would definitely be me. Just like, not even started, just... Wait a second. Damien, are you afraid of horror movies?
What?
You must be joking. I love horror movies. They're like stim for the film. Damien screams. I apologize. I was thinking about something far scarier than this movie, which is not scary at all. We settle in as the film starts. I offer Damien some licorice and he takes one. I take note of how much his hands are shaking. The title flashes across the screen in bloody letters. Vampire Crusade 2, Evil Never Dies. A pale man with long silver hair, glittering red eyes and well-oiled abs sits up in a coffin. Awaken, my coven! Two more vampires slide the tops of their stone coffins onto the floor. Brother, is it time? Yes, husband, but also mortal enemy. It is time. The three look at each other, and then to the camera. For the Vampire Crusade! This rules. The trio of vampires flies off into the night as foreboding organ music plays in the distance. I somehow get lost in the movie. As long as it sounded, it's actually a pretty fun flick. We get to a tense moment in the movie where Romulus Trueblood sits at a truce meeting with the general of the human army, whose wife Romulus has fallen in love with. Romulus, it is good to finally meet you. General, I agree. It's good to finally blood you.
What?
Romulus leaps out and slashes the general's throat. Blood spatters everywhere. Over everything, including the camera. Damien screams again, reflectively grasping my hand. I immediately blush, forgetting about any vampires or blood, or vampiric blood.
What?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Damien retracts his hand and places it back in his lap. I was writing a novel in my head about blood magic and I got to an extremely scary section. Damien goes back to quietly stressing out over the movie. It's kind of cute that he won't admit that he's afraid of it. I wish he would hold my hand again. Maybe we could do something to try and make him feel more comfortable. I've got it! I'll do what all dads do best. Talk during the movie. Teledadging. Where does a dog go when it loses its tail?
What?
Where? To the retail store. That was very loud, sorry. Too funny. Too funny. I yelled at last bit a little too loud for a crowded movie theater, but I could see a smile form on Damien's face. Good one, Jake. The rest of the movie goes by relatively smoothly with only a few whimpers from Damien. Maybe he would have liked the romantic comedy better. We get to the final scene of the movie where Romulus Badblood and the General's wife embrace each other in his crypt. It appears that the true Vampire Crusade was the Vampire Crusade in our hearts. Our cold, unbeating hearts. Romulus and the General's wife begin making out. Hard. The film fades to black and the end appears on screen, but then it hard cuts to Demetrius and his rival lover Carmela, who watched the two from afar. Oh no, twist ending. Our bloodline has been pure for 1,000 years. Romulus has betrayed us by loving a human woman. It will only be a short time before the next Vampire Crusade 3. Evil must die again. More thunder, more ominous organs. The movie fades out again and a bloody question mark now accompanies the end. Damien and I walk out of the movie theater amidst throngs of chattering moviegoers. He's a little more pale than I remember, but otherwise he survived the encounter. He even seems kind of invigorated. What an interesting film. While the premise admittedly struck me as pedestrian, I was intrigued by its harrowing love story and great attention to detail in regards to vampiric lore. Yeah, it was pretty good. A lot more vampire titties than I thought there would be. Come, the night is young. Let's take a stroll. Damien's making a point of not telling me where he's taking me. Still, I'm enjoying the walk and the cool night air. Being alone here with Damien is a lot better than being in a crowded theater. Lovely night, isn't it? As lovely as the company, yes. He thinks I'm lovely. Damn, okay. Here comes the smooth response. Theater. Thanks. Cool. Okay. No problem. Crushed it. Fucking crushed it. We both stand there feeling a little awkward. I sure am one smooth operator. Are you getting a little hungry? We could maybe stop off and grab something to eat. Worry not, friend. I've a plan. We turn the corner and are greeted by the gates of a cemetery? What? Are we going in there? A little bit of Victorian flavour, Jake. Trust me. I'm a bit nervous, but Damien hasn't led me wrong yet. I follow his lead as we walk into the cemetery. Statues of angels stare down at us as we follow a path through the faded tombstones. As we crest a small hill, we get a beautiful view of the city. The nightlights sparkle around us. I got to hand to him for being in the cemetery. This is strangely romantic. Picnicking in graveyards is an old Victorian tradition. An appropriate finish to an evening after a vampire movie, wouldn't you say? With a flourish, Damien produces a blanket and picnic basket. A picnic basket! Wait, where were you hiding that? Under my cloak? Oh, right. Damien unfolds the blanket and we both sit down, gazing out at the city lights. He produces a bottle of red wine and a fine selection of cheeses. In the Victorian era, there were no public art galleries, parks, or botanical gardens to speak of. Once rural graveyards became a more popular alternative to church burials. They became the only place that people could see beautiful plant life and fine sculptures. That makes sense. This is pretty nice. I have a question though. How are you so okay with being in a graveyard, but you had trouble handling a scary movie?
What?
I wasn't. He sighs deeply. Okay, yes, I was extremely scared by that movie. I was not writing a book about blood magic in my head. I've never been good at those. I just feel as if because of how I look and act, people expect me to love horror films. So I must play the part. Truth be told, I don't know if I have the constitution for them at times. Damien, I'm so sorry. If I had known, I would have suggested another movie. It's quite alright. I actually did find myself enjoying this one thanks to your help. Graveyards, however. I think there's something rather beautiful about death. Cemeteries are traditionally built away from cities, away from the realm of the living, and it keeps us rather separated from it. To acknowledge death and become comfortable with it, I think gives us a certain intimate knowledge of ourselves. To sit amongst generations of those who came before us, to be truly alive in the midst of so much death, brings me great comfort. Death helps me appreciate life, to savor every second. We sit and enjoy our food and wine. I don't feel scared anymore. Never thought I'd be comfortable sitting alone in a graveyard at night, but I actually feel very peaceful. Suddenly, it doesn't seem like we're alone. Off in the distance, I see a shadowy figure in the trees. What is that? I'm not sure. It noticed that I'm paralyzed with fear as it begins lumbering slowly towards us. Its shape takes a more animal form, more feral. I look to Damien for help, but he's just as afraid and transfixed as I am. I want to scream, but it's stuck in my throat. The creature is getting closer, moving faster. Whoop! Oh. It's a dog. As it finally comes into light, the friendliest, dumbest little Boston Terrier I've ever seen pulls its owner towards us. The dog trots over to Damien and sniffs at his hands. Damien looks ecstatic. He ruffles the dog's fur happily. What a beautiful dog. Hey! We both look up, not expecting to see. Thanks. Robert, what are you doing out here on this lovely evening? Hunting cryptids? What? What? I didn't know you had a dog. This isn't my dog. I found her wandering in the street. I put a leash on her. Now we're walking around this graveyard together. Hunting cryptids. Dave and I share a look. May I give her a treat? Sure. Wouldn't give her cheese though. Not to worry. Damon reaches into the depths of his cloak and procures a small dog tree. What else is he keeping in there? Yeah, what else is he keeping in there? The dog laps up the tree and crunches away, tail wagging furiously. Damien continues to smooth down her fur. Thanks. My absolute pleasure. Damien shakes the dog's paw. Lovely to meet you, my friend. May our paths cross again. Robert and his dog disappear into darkness again. Damien stares after them. I didn't know you liked dogs. Victorians loved dogs, actually. Most Victorian women of high fashion would always be accompanied by a small dog such as a terrier or a Maltese. I, think big dogs are nice too. Yeah, man, dogs are cool. I do believe we've had enough excitement for one night. What say we make our way home? Damon hops to his feet and extends a hand to help me up. I gladly take it, as my knees aren't what they used to be. He packs up his picnic basket and leads us out of the graveyard. As we begin to walk home, I take one last look at the cemetery. It really is beautiful. Like a proper gentleman, Damon walks me to my doorstep. Thank you ever so kindly for your company tonight. Damien, it was my pleasure. Jake, if you'll allow me, it would bring me great joy to offer you a token of my affection. Damien reaches into a cloak and pulls out a folded monogrammed handkerchief. He presses it into my hand. Wow, thank you, Damien. I'm gonna wave this at passing ships. I can't wait to sneeze on this. I can't wait to sneeze on this. I will use it to dry my tears for those I've lost. We'll do this one. A noble purpose. Damien shuffles his feet. I just want to say that it's rare to find someone like you. Someone who's open to my eccentricities. It's nice to feel so accepted. Thank you. Damien gives my hand a quick squeeze. Damien blushes and hastily retracts his hand. I must take my leave. Good night. Before I can say anything else, he's gone. Huh. I unlock the door and step inside. Like a whirlwind, Amanda runs from the window and plops down on the couch trying to look nonchalant. Hey, Dad, what's up? Were you watching me from the window? No, I was just, Okay, yes. How was the movie? Lots of vampire titties. Told ya. But as it turns out, Damien is Wait, man doesn't need to know that. I'll keep it between me and Damien. Scary cool. Yep, he's so cool. He's so cool it's scary. He's so cool it's scary. Oh my god, Evie, are you going to catch another Pokemon? No. Nice save, Jake. Did you know that graveyards used to be a place to throw parties? I think I'm misremembering that. Wow, that's pretty punk. Also, we saw a dog. Definitely thought it was a werewolf for a minute, though. How can you be so sure it wasn't a werewolf? How can you be so sure I'm not a werewolf? I'm a banned Solgi. You can't. Solgi's a mod as well. And how can I be so sure you're not a werewolf? Amanda's eyes narrow. I don't trust you. Nor I you. We make intense, wary eye contact for a second. Anyway, I'm calling it for the night. Don't stay up too late, will you? I'll try not to howl at the moon past midnight. Date complete! Look at that score. We got an S.
Sensing a romance between us.
We got an S.
Welcome.
You've got dads. Now we're on to Hugo. We're on to Hugo again. Don't trust gas station egg sandwiches. Very, very, very true. Oh, my back. Oh. Just twist it and just crack, crack, crack. I should take Hugo up on his offer to hang out. I had a lot of fun with him at the aquarium. I type out a message to him on Dadbook. Hey, still want a cheese board? Hugo responds within a few minutes. Move my phone off my mouse cable. Colin's still being a humongous shithead. He won't stop sending the same picture of Jackie Chan in mesh shirt to the printer, and it's a nice picture, but it's wasting all my paper. Whoops, sorry, meant that for another teacher. Colin's still being humongous shithead. Whoops, sorry, meant that for another teacher. But seriously, he's insufferable. There's pictures of Jackie Chan everywhere. Save a couple for me. My Jackie Chan scrapbook is a little light in content. I think this would really round it out. Let me get back to you after class ends. Well, guess there's only one thing to do now. Eat cake. Dad nap. Even better. Even better. Lovely, lovely dad nap. I hop on the couch and turn on some Antiques Road Warrior for background noise. I got this ornate cabinet from a yard sale for $5 in 1982. To be told what it was. To be told that it once belonged to a Confederate general is a huge surprise. This will feed my tribe for weeks. I don't know what accent that was. I really like the way the appraiser's voice echoes through the mouthpiece of his leather armor stroke bondage gear. Maybe this is that ASMR thing Amanda keeps telling me about. I drift off to sleep. I'm jolted awake by a dadbook message from Hugo. Hey, sorry about that. Colin's in the principal's office now. He says he knows Jackie Chan personally, and that Jackie won't be happy to hear this. I get off work in a little while, and I continue to be very serious about the cheese boards. I fumble out a reply. Yeah, so am I. V, how you doing? How you doing? It's good to see you. I hope you had a lovely weekend. I hope your Tuesday's going good as well. V or Vi? Or either? Or both? Honestly, I don't exactly know how to say your username. I think I've heard it Vileda. I think that's what I've heard people say. Nailed it. Okay, I'd probably say Vi then, because that's the first syllable. But if you prefer either, people get it wrong. People get my name wrong sometimes as well. They call me Razor. And I'm just like, okay. I'm just like, okay. I think they kind of miss out the W and the R in the middle, and they see the R at the beginning and then the Zor at the end, and Razor. I'm not sure. But I've gotten used to it before streaming, so I'm just like, yeah, that's me. That's fine. I'll accept that. How you doing? How you doing, V? Vi. One of them. Both of them. Vi. There we go. I hope you had a good weekend. Did you get up to much? Hugo and I work out the details, and I'm all set to meet him in a few hours. We're going on a date with Hugo and for some cheese boards. Lots of pain. Ooh. But being looked after well, that's good to hear. I hope it went like it was non-problematic. I think I remember seeing something about a surgery on Twitter, but maybe that was someone else. My memory is really bad for connecting dots and things like that. So I don't know. But I wish you a speedy recovery. That's what people say, right? That's what people say. I wish you a speedy recovery. Yeah, I hope you recover quickly. Posted that on Twitter. It was a diagnostic surgery, so trying to see what's been causing me pain. I didn't find any. Oh, that really sucks. I didn't find anything. What kind of pain have you been having? If that's not too much, like, to ask. I just realized, like, you might not want to share what kind of pain. Which you don't have to. I'm being nosy. Like most people are normally. Nosy people. Amanda walks in the door just as I'm about to leave. What's up, Buttercup? Just getting home from school. Where are you going? Oh, I have a meeting with the board. The board? A cheese board is what I meant. I'm getting cheese with your teacher. Will you be able to fend for yourself until dinner time? Yeah, I'll live, but only if you can talk him into going easy on me for the final. Sorry, buddy, that ball's in your court. What's in my court, you ask? Just a variety of delicious cheeses, meats, and their accompanying crackers. Maybe some olives, a little bit of thick jam. Yes, I get it. You're excited about the cheese. Sweetie, you'll get it one day, but now, I gotta go see Mad about some manchego. Manchego? I put in an extra N. Abdominal pain since I was 11. They thought it might be gynecological, but they didn't find anything. Yeah. That really sucks. Since 11. Damn. Please leave. I walk into a quaint French diner and Hugo weighs me down to a booth in the corner. He looks pretty tired. I was thinking that as well, Schnookum, but I wasn't going to say anything because obviously that's up to you to share. Weighs me down to a booth in the corner. He looks pretty tired. Long day.
I don't know.
Every day is a long day when you teach middle schoolers. Colin started a gambling ring. The pictures of Jackie Chan were just a cover. He's bartering in those little rubber band bracelets that are also shapes. Is that the one that parents think means sex stuff? Those ones, yeah, but the reports are just the sensationalist news media capitalizing on the fears of suburban parents, as usual. At least I hope. Yikes.
Oh.
Right now I'm ready for some fine wine and some delicious cheese. A waitress stops by and takes our order for the biggest cheese plate you have. For the love of God, just please put cheese in my mouth, and recommends us some wine. El Tariel, hi there, how you doing? But yeah, hopefully they find something with the bowel investigation. It's really frustrating not knowing stuff, you know? Before I read the second message, but well, thank you. At least they're still investigating. Hopefully they can get to the bottom of it. Yeah. You're doing good? I'm doing alright. I feel pretty tired. Like, this part of my head feels tired. This part kind of feels alright. Like, it doesn't hurt. It just feels tired. Oh, it's probably because, like, I've got a spot right under my eye here. So that's probably why this side kind of feels tired, I guess. Like, it doesn't hurt. I can't explain it. You know, like how when you exercise a lot and then, like, your arms or your legs, you know, yeah. That's kind of what this side of my face kind of feels like, just here. Just, it's the best I can describe it. Do you two want a scorecard for trivia? There's trivia. Yep, we're starting in a few minutes. Pretty much everyone here is playing. We'd love to play, right, Jake? Yeah, sure. The waitress hands us a scorecard and a few pencils before leaving. I might not be much help here. I'm not very good at being smart, I guess. Come on, I doubt it'll be too hard. Jake! I turn to see Matt and Brian with their daughters looking like they're ready for trivia. They come up to our table to greet us. Hey guys! You all here for the old question and answers game? Sand slash. Do I have a sand slash? Not a sad slash, a sand slash. Yep, we come here every week, but Brian and Daisy carry the team. Carmen, Cita, and I are just here for the cheese. Provolone 2, lost in New York, have been reigning champions for the last month. Man, Brian's great at trivia too. That raises the stakes. Great name though. Solid team name. That's Carmen Cita's claim to fame. It hurts me how good I am at puns. Like father, like daughter. You guys gonna try and give us a run for our money? We'll see what we can do. We'll see what we can do to not hurt your feelings too bad. I caught a sand slash. Nice. Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, so in about 35-ish minutes. About that. Listen, trivia is great, but we all know the real trivia champions are the cheeses we ate along the way. I don't know if that's how the phrase works, but I understand and appreciate the sentiment. We'll have to think up a good team name, but I think this'll be fun. Good luck! Brian, Matt, and their daughters head back to their table. Well, I guess we need a name. Welcome back, Wadded. You have emerged from the shadows, and you join us once more. How was the meeting? Hope it was good. Got any good ideas? Easy breezy. Easy breezy. Havarti like it's 1999. Ah, real monsters. Craigslist swished connections. Havarti like it's 1999? That'll do just 90. That'll do just nicely, not 90. The waitress comes by with our cheese board and we revel in its glory. Already I can see a piece of cheddar with my name on it. I pair it with some strawberry preserves and slide into a dairy-induced ecstasy. There's such a fine variety of cheese and charcuterie. I don't know how to pronounce that. Does anyone know how to pronounce that word? Anyone? I want to say charcuterie, but that's not right because I'm missing part. It's French. That's all I got. It was nearly over before the chair turned up. Then we had... Oh no. Charcuterie, as I've been told. Yes, I've been told that by Ash, thank you. Charcuterie. Yes, that. Charcuterie. Thank you, everyone. There's such a fine variety of cheeses and charcuterie. What is a charcuterie? That I'm positively overwhelmed. A quick dip into the seasoned nuts, a slice of savoury yet salty Gouda, or perhaps a focaccia crisp topped with honey and goat cheese. I'm so happy. Yes, I asked what it was. Oh, okay. Cooked meats. Awesome. Snookum just shouted through. It's like a platter of cheese and meat, but I'm just thinking there was cheese already on there, so it can't be cheese, right? Ash has wandered off somewhere. Enjoy the BRB, Ash.
Oh!
Cheers to cheese! I want some cheese now. Hey, hey! A middle-aged man in the backwards baseball cap, sunglasses and cargo shorts jogs down the back with the frenetic energy of a radio DJ. Everybody ready for some battle? Yeah, I think we are. We are going to go to battle! No. No. What do you mean no? I want a nap. You have a nap then? My arm hurts. Is it the one that you used to draw with? Because maybe, just maybe, you've used it too much. And that's why it hurts. I didn't draw in days. Oh. Well, maybe it's because you thought about drawing and then it was like, I hurt now. Nah, sounds good. It does sound good. Time to drop it off and toss it in the bin is what I hear. No. No. What do you mean? No. Absolutely not. I refuse. Refuse to accept this. Commander Ash and Joey, enjoy your rewards, because then you can't use it. That's why. This is Persephone. Okay, cool. Cool. I have a tiny pike now. I'll be fine. Tiny pike can't save you, alright? Everybody ready for some trivia? The restaurant cheers. Oh man, looks like everyone's really into this. That's what I like to hear. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Quizmaster Quinn. My actual name's Richard. I just like alliteration. More cheers. I see some of you brought your children here tonight. That's cool. My children won't speak to me.
That's the good stuff.
I'm just joking around. Classic Quizmaster Quinn humor. It's actually my wife that won't speak to me. She doesn't want kids. Let's get into some questions. The first category is literature. Excellent. You know who loved literature? My dead father. I looked up to him so much.
Hey!
More jokes. Classic Quizmaster quips. Just trying to keep it light here, folks. Just like I thought my wife was the light of my life. Oh my god. This Quizmaster is he's got some issues, I think. Hugo, you got this literal stuff right. Does Franz Kafka have an irrational fear of one day waking up as a large grotesque insect-like creature? Yes. This is the continent that encompasses the realms of Gondor, Rohan, Mordor, and Lothlorien. Hey Al, what is it? Have we got any Tolkien fans? Other notable sites include Isengard, the Mirkwood, and Rivendell. What is the Elvish name for this continent? Endor? No. It's definitely not Hoth. I think... No, Endor is Star Wars. Hoth is Star Wars. I think it's that one. I think it's that one. I think it's that one. That one sounds very elvish, if you ask me. You know, with the AE sound. You're guessing the last. I think it's 3. Lemuria. Lemur. Endor is Star Wars, though. Endor and Hoth are Star Wars. Unless you meant the first one between the last two. My gut says 3 as well. Yeah, Endor and Hoth are Star Wars. Yeah. I'm pretty sure Endor is Star Wars. I know Hoth is. And I'm about 90% sure Endor is. I'm gonna say 3. Who was the writer that created Tarzan and John Carter of Mars? Who created Tarzan? Burroughs?
Correct.
I have no idea. Edmond Dantes is best known as this man. I've never heard of. I don't know who. I don't know anything about literature. Has anyone taken a literature degree? H.G. Wells. H.G. Wells did War of the Worlds, right? Did he? Yeah, War of the Worlds. Where's Ash? Ash wandered off at the perfect time. Well, not at the perfect time. Let's go for the Count of Monte Cristo. The Quizmaster walks around the room. I think he's doing crowd work. He stops by mine at Hugo's table. Whoa, nice cheese plate you got there. Thank you. I think Twinny has a literature degree. Why is no one with good literature ties here right now, damn it? I know nothing about literature. I've read in their entirety, I've read 3 books. 3 books in their entirety. One was for school. No, sorry. Yeah, no. One was for school, which was Of Mice and Men. One was Entire Titties. Hey. One was Twilight. And the third one was Throne of Glass. I've read 3 full books in my entire lifetime. 3. How's that cheese? No, I didn't read Harry Potter at all in its entirety. Not knowing the Lord of the Rings one. How's the cheese tasting, big guy? Good. Great, cheese used to be my favorite fruit, but I developed lactose intolerance later in life. I'm sorry to hear that. I also developed clinical depression. Yeah, this guy has but people don't tell you to just get over your lactose intolerance, right? Nobody's like, have you tried exercising to get rid of your debilitating dairy allergy? Or you just need to choose to not let your throat close up when you eat brie. Oh my god. Anything? Does that scan? I'm trying to workshop my routine here. Quizmaster Quinn wanders off to another table. Who wants to start the next round? More cheese? More cheers from the audience. The next round is cinema. Oh man, I love movies. Sometimes I'll retreat into them for days on end because obsessing over a fictional universe is easier than engaging with my real emotions and problems. Oh, the fields. That's such a mood. Frodo Baggins, am I right? Is he okay? I think it's just his character. I hope. How's your cinema? Make him stop. That's what I'm thinking as well. Make him stop. Spotty. I don't know a lot about movies, but if there are questions about bad horror movies, I can be of service. That's an interesting one. It's a bit of a guilty pleasure. In Return of the Jedi, what does Luke ask Leia if she remembers? I don't know this one. I don't think it's 3. Their kiss. I want to say it's their mother. Yeah, I was thinking that as well.
Correct.
What entertainer makes a 4th wall-breaking appearance in the film Gremlins 2? No fucking clue. No fucking clue. 3? I'm fairly confident it was its mother. I don't think it's father. I don't think it's their promise. Is Hulk Hogan?
Correct.
Which of these 80s horror movies dies? Which of these 80s horror movies dies not does? Is that meant to be does? Does not feature an Indian burial ground as part of its setting? Wait. Was that does not? Or does? I can't remember the question. What was the question? Fuck! Wait, is The Shining on top of an Indian burial ground? I wouldn't be shocked if, like, The Shining is on top of an Indian burial ground. I want to say Pet Cemetery, though. I want to say Pet Cemetery. Sorry, I've got the Funeral Derangements by Ice Nine Kills in my head now, because that song is based off Pet Cemetery. Ice Nine Kills, I love all their songs. I don't love horror movies, but they do some really nice songs relating to horror movies. So good. Ice Nine Kills. Mwah. I'm gonna say Pet Cemetery. I can't remember the question, to be honest. Seems like we're doing pretty well, but we're neck and neck with Brian and Matt's team. Those guys are pros. I look over to the table and give them a friendly but competitive nod. I look eyes at Brian. He gets a much sterner nod. And the next category is wrestling. Okay, we're totally boned. Hugo grabs my arm. Wait, I got this. Huh? Man, you know who I would want to wrestle with? Literally anyone. I crave human interaction. Please put me in a chokehold. Oh. Please, it's been so long since I've been held. I can only process my emotions by making jokes out of them. He looks so sad and defeated. I'm tearing up from half and half sort of perspective. Like, it's funny, but it's so sad. Let's start the quiz. Remember, this is the lightning round. The first people to answer get the points. I look over to Hugo. He's focused. He's in it to win it. Question 1. This was the original name of Stone Cold Steve Austin in his debut for the WWE. Hey. Hugo's hand shoots up. Yes, the enthusiastic one over there. Steve Austin debuted as the Ringmaster. That is correct. Points to Havadi like it's 1999. Next question. This city was the location of the first ever WrestleMania. Hugo's hand shoots up again. He's a wrestling nerd. Yes, the one who looks like he has known the answer for his entire life. The first WrestleMania was held in New York and Madison Square Garden in 1985. Another correct answer for Havadi like it's 1999. Hugo's destroying these questions. He's so passionate about this. I've never seen him act like this before. It's honestly kinda hard. Ooh, a tough one. This title match went down in history as the shortest match in WrestleMania to date. Hugo jumps up more excited than I've ever seen him. Chava vs. Kane! Ooh, sorry, Baku, but that is incorrect. The answer is actually Daniel Bryan vs. Sheamus at WrestleMania 28. No, that's absolutely wrong. The world record is Chava Guerrero vs. Kane, WrestleMania 24. March 30th, 2008. Kane took down Chava with one chokeslam and pinned him for the 3 count. I will not stand for this travesty. Hey man, I'm just reading from the card here. I don't actually write these. Well, you're still wrong. What are you, my ex-wife? The crowd erupts in laughter. Hugo blushes. He retreats back into his chair. Fine. Wow, Hugo seemed really fired up about that. Why did he get this encyclopedic knowledge of wrestling? How do you know so much about wrestling? Oh, you just pick stuff up. That sounds suspect, but it seems like he doesn't want to talk about it. Was he a wrestler? I turned my attention back to the quizmaster. All right. Looks like we're down to the final category, and it's a close one between Provolone 2, Lost in New York. Brian and Matt high five. And Havadi like it's 1999. Hugo and I high five. We look over to Brian and Matt. Carmen, Cedar, and Daisy all playfully give us thumbs down and stick their tongues out. I eat a big chunk of cheddar without breaking eye contact to show them just how serious I am. The final category is cool animals. Animals, huh? I never could take care of another living thing. Hell, I can barely take care of myself. Haha, I'm falling apart. Anyway, here's the questions. The Canary Islands were named after what kind of animal? Birds?
Wrong.
Did they just say wrong? Was it dogs? Wrong! What is the last animal that appears in the dictionary? A zonkey. I was thinking birds because, you know, canaries are yellow birds, aren't they? They used to send canaries down into the mines, didn't they? I was thinking it was that one because that's very, like, it's very, what's the word? Specific, it seems.
Correct.
What mammal has the thickest concentration of fur in nature? Concentration of fur. I want to say I don't think it's polar bear. I don't think it's polar bear, but it could be because they do need to live in cold climates. Thickest concentration of fur. Shall we take a stab and say platypus? Good old platypus. Good old Perry the platypus. A platypus? Perry the platypus? I'm gonna say platypus.
Incorrect.
Alright, I'm just gonna come around and collect your scorecards and we'll see who came out on top. Remember, the winning team gets a $25 gift card to Phil's Auto Care. If you need a car part, Phil's will fulfill all your needs. Everyone oohs and ahs. God, I want that gift card. The Quizmaster goes in the back to tally up the score. I pick up what's left of our cheese plate. There's a bit of brie here that tastes absolutely divine on a crack with a little bit of honey and dried apricot. So, what are your plans after our big win? I'll probably retire, take Amanda somewhere tropical, drink something out of coconut. Always wanted to do that. What about you? Probably take my winnings to Colin's gambling ring. Bet it all on black. Walk out of there with more rubber bands in the shape of animals than I know what to do with. Bold, but I like your style. You want the last piece of Havarti? Nah, that's all you. You definitely earned it. After a couple of minutes, the Quizmaster jogs back into the room. Everyone immediately quiets down, waiting with bated breath for the results. Who will win the coveted gift card? I really hope it's us. Hey everybody, we had a great night. Lots of goose, lots of laughs. A little bit of light crying in the back, but that's neither here nor there. It was a close game, but the winner of tonight's trivia contest is Provolone 2 lost in New York. You fuckers, come on down and get your gift card for Phil's Auto Care where Phil nominal service is. God, I can't do this anymore. Please just take your gift card. Brian and Matt ran out, grabbed the coupon and bowed to the roaring applause of the crowd. I do my best to convey it. It would have been nice to see what was wrong and what was right. I did my best to convey to Hugo a sense of appreciation for his hard work at trivia with only eyebrow raised and a shoulder shrug. We'll get him next time, Jake. They haven't heard the last of Havarti like it's 1999. Hugo and I walk back towards our cul-de-sac, full of cheese and a sense of defeat. Brian's good, but I saw some tactical weaknesses there I think we can exploit for the next trivia night.
Oh.
He seemed weak on literature. I think if we can establish ourselves early on, it would hurt team morale. Maybe to get them more focused on the cheese than winning. You're right, next time we'll be prepared. Shame about that one wrestling question, though. I'm not kidding. I plan to write a strongly worded letter to whoever employed that man. Come on, there's got to be a story there. What do you mean? You didn't even stop to think. You pulled that wrestling knowledge out like you were there at the ring yourself. Oh, it's just stuff I know. Hugo, I think you'd be better at lying after doing with every kid in school for as long as you have. It's embarrassing. You know what's actually embarrassing? Not being able to explain basic algebra to your daughter. You know what's definitely not embarrassing? Knowing stuff about wrestling. Hugo sighs. Alright. If you really want to know, just follow me. Hugo leads me to his house at the edge of the cul-de-sac. We step inside and his house is exactly what I expect it to be. Neat and filled top to bottom with books and art. It doesn't look very neat. There's lots of books on the floor. Welcome to my home. Sorry it's so messy. His house is actually spotless. I follow him down a hallway. What do you mean spotless? Sorry, that was really loud again. I keep forgetting I have a ring on here and I keep bashing the table. His house is actually spotless. I follow him down a hallway. What are we doing? Hugo opens the door and ushers me inside. It's pitch black. He closes the door behind us. Hugo flips a switch and I finally understand. Curio cabinets packed with inbox wrestling action figures line the walls along with posters, cardboard cutouts, and every piece of wrestling memorabilia imaginable. A giant widescreen TV sits on a decked out media stand. I'm speechless. I look over at Hugo, who's hovering by the door, doing everything to avoid eye contact. This is really embarrassing. This is the coolest thing I've ever seen. Are you kidding? Look at all this stuff. This might take you forever to collect. Can I touch this? Go ahead. I pick up one of his replica championship belts, toss it over my shoulder. Do you smell what I'm cooking?
Oh.
I think the line is, it's meatballs. Sorry, I don't watch a lot of wrestling. I just think it's so cool how passionate you are about this. Yeah, I am. I really like wrestling. He's blushing so hard right now. Hugo, you bought the wrong kind of pizza rolls again. Looks like Ernest just got home. He's yelling in from the hallway. I see Hugo immediately flee. I told you those pizza rolls have less sodium. I just want you to be healthy, son. Ernest comes into Hugo's wrestling room and looks around with disgust. He notices me and scoffs. I thought nobody was allowed in your precious wrestling room. I never said that. I just said you're not allowed to take the action figures out of their boxes and pose them so that they're having sex with each other. Ernest gets flustered. Yeah, well, whatever. I'm gonna go through exit stuff. Have fun with your stupid wrestling crap. Ernest leaves. Then a moment later, pops his head back in the room. And your stupid friend. Ernest storms back out of the room. I hear a door slam. Hugo wearily runs his hand through his hair. Sorry about him. I'm sorry that I have to keep apologizing about him. He's just going through a phase, I guess. I try so hard to impress him, but it's obvious that no matter what I do, he hates me. Ernest has a thing against authority figures, and you don't get much more authoritative than a teacher dad. My ex, he gets to be the fun weekend dad, and I'm just Hugo, who makes Ernest eat his vegetables and turn his homework in on time. Hey, you love him, and you're looking out for his best interests. Take him from one dad to another. Someday, he'll come to appreciate you. Maybe not someday soon, but someday. I hope so.
Hey.
Thanks for letting me vent. Hugo glances at his watch.
Hey.
Suppose it's getting kind of late. Let's do trivia again sometime soon. I would absolutely love to. I start to leave. And hey, thanks for showing me your wrestling stuff. Maybe you can tell me some more about it next time. Hugo smiles. That would be amazing. I'll catch you around. It only takes me a minute to walk back home. Amanda's sitting on the couch reading a book about female photographers. Oh, I thought you didn't like reading. I don't. This book is all pictures. And even then my patience is being tried. It sounds so like me. Oh my god. Did you get to eat all the cheeses your little heart desired? I am happy little cheese monster. I am a happy little cheese monster. But I made sure to leave room for dinner. Who wants breakfast for dinner? Hash browns! Okay. Toast dipped in egg? Or blueberry pancakes? Well, only if you'll help me make them. You know I'm the world's best blueberry sprinkler. And also totally amazing at heating up the maple syrup in the microwave. Now tell me all about that cheese board. Amanda and I spend the evening cooking an elaborate breakfast with everything we can find inside of the fridge. I tell her about the trivia but leave out the parts about Hugo being into wrestling. I figure she would probably find some nefarious way to use that information for a better grade. Shave with the grain. Date complete. Okay, let me just Hugo date 2 answers. I want to see the answers.
Looks like Paradise Lost just got found.
Okay, we don't care about date 1. We want date 2. Oh no, it is Endor. Wait, what? It is Endor. Yeah. The Witch King of Endor, isn't it? Is that thing? No, it's Angmar. No, there is a Witch of Endor. According to the Hebrew Bible. Apparently. Witch of Endor is a thing. Is it a Lord of the Rings thing as well? No idea. Endor is also a Star Wars thing. So, I wasn't wrong. Oh, it just wanted the name of the whole thing. So basically it wanted the elven name of Middle-earth. That's what it wanted. Oh, okay. No, not in game, but I've got a guide up to tell me what the answers are. So we had Endor, then we had Edgar Rice Burroughs, The Count of Monte Cristo, Their Mother, Hulk Hogan, Poltergeist, not Pet Cemetery. I think it was does not take place on a Indian burial site. I think. Yeah, it does explain the double swords reference. Yeah, it was Endor for the Lord of the Rings question. Oh, okay, so it's Poltergeist then. Thank you, Ash. It was... I couldn't remember the question. I couldn't remember if it said does take place or doesn't take place. And then, yeah, it was dogs for the Canary Island ones. Ziziva, a type of American weevil. And an otter. It was an otter that has the most, most fur or whatever it was. But yeah, I would not have... Yeah. I didn't think Endor. Altari was right with Endor. We got an S still. I'm quite happy with that.
Welcome.
You've got dads. Okay, so now we're on date 3 with Joseph. Snookum has just hurt herself. Okay. I would start the next date now, but then we'll just have to... I'll have to stop in like 3 minutes anyway. So we can just chat, can't we? We can just chat for a couple minutes. We can just chat. Let me save, because I wanna like... Can I like... I did save, didn't I? I'm gonna just save again. Can I like... Yeah, I can go to the options and we can turn that... I can turn down the sound there. So I could just play this music here. Oh. So yeah, how is everyone? Is everyone doing good? Oh, you can really see that now. Very much a spot forming under my eyeball. Fantastic. Ah. But yeah, we'll get back to Dream Daddy after lunch. Is what we'll do. But I didn't see the point in starting the next day when I'll have to stop halfway through. You know. We might finish this today. I don't know how you finish the game. Like, how do you finish Dream Daddy? Is it just go on 3 dates with someone? Is that basically all you do? You just go on 3 dates with someone and then the game ends? Yeah, that's what I thought, Animal, as well. That's what I thought. Or Watered. I said Animal because I used to know someone who used to go by Animal. Like, that was their gamer tag on Xbox. It was Animal. And so I just instinctively said Animal. I normally say Watered. I don't know why I said Animal. My favorite so far, I really like Craig and Damien. But I also like Matt. Craig, Damien, and Matt are my favorite ones so far. Pick Craig. Pick Craig. I don't know how you finish this game. I've been using so whichever works for you. I'll just alternate between. Why not? I mean, you can always speedrun the others another time. I could do, but the thing is, if I have a save, I can just reload as well. But you can only kind of have one save at a time. Okay, let's go back here. Because we want Stream Raiders. Okay, to battle! And then we go for luncheons. Third day is the ending, I do believe. That's what I thought as well. But I can imagine it not being the ending as well. But yeah, if we when we finish Dream Daddy, we'll just have to go on to we'll probably go on to RuneScape questing, I think. This is going to be a close one, I think. Oh, I think we got this. Yeah, we got this. That was close. It was close. Wow. 13 assists? The fuck? Oh, Klonoa. Joey, Commander, enjoy your rewards. I haven't got Klonoa downloaded or anything. Oh, this is oh, I can't remember his name. I really want to remember his name. Oh, I can't remember. Atlas. Yes. Atlas can rest his weary bones. I remember it from the song. Rewards. I'll get through a load of my Streamiversary stuff, Evie, and then I'll play Klonoa after that. All right? Sound good? Cool. Okay, I'm gonna leave you with clips because I need to go around. I need to find what I can use instead of clips. I want to move away from the clips, to be honest. They're cool and all, but I don't want to pay to have all my clips there. So yeah. Yeah, enjoy the clips. You've seen them all before. I'm sure you'll enjoy them all again.
Oh my god.
I'll see you soon.
One choke in my mouth. Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh, what? It just fucking yeeted out my face. Oh my god. I did what Choke did. I did what fucking Choke did. I fucking know it, because I know that's what Choke fucking did. I can fucking believe that's what Choke did. Thank you for reminding me. I would have done it if I had gone off and someone had messaged me saying you forgot to dab. I would have done it at the beginning of the next stream. There you go.
Oh fuck shit. Oh, that scared the shit out of me. Oh my god.
Onto the elite. Oh, giant head. Hello. You're a buddy, aren't you? Oh man, you suck. You suck, giant head.
Okay. Hey, 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 hey. Fucking hell. Oh, fuck off. You fucking bitch! Ah! I also need to sort out my chat boxes because all the chat boxes on every scene uses the same source, and so on some scenes, like the on some scenes like the oh, I'll get there eventually. Some scenes like the full screen camera one, it's like I don't know if I don't know. Oh, there we go. I might need to shit. I might need to shit, yes. And I can shine once more.
Hooray!
It's Rort 0R, Rort 0R. Gotta get down on Rort 0R. Everybody's looking forward to the weekend. Rort 0R, Rort 0R. Getting gay on Rort 0R. Everybody's looking forward to the weekend.
Oh my god.
Partying, yeah. Partying, yeah. Fun. Looking forward to the weekend. It's Rort 0R, Rort 0R. Gotta get down on Rort 0R. Everybody's looking forward to the weekend.
Oh my god, that's
Rort 0R, Rort
fan-fucking-tastic.
0R. Getting gay on Rort
Out
0R.
fucking standing.
Everybody's looking forward to the weekend.
I was waiting for more.
I must say, Froggy!
I see.
S. Oh my god, that sounds so wrong.
Like this is crazy. 313 damage. Like, oh my god. Holy. Oh my. Oh my. Now that's a lot of damage.
Don't have iframes? That is quite nice. Fuck yes! Finally! Oh, that feels so good! Woo! Oh. The day will never come when I want to rap. You fucking bitch! Ah! Oh my god. I definitely want chalk in my mouth. Oh my god. I also need to sort out my chat boxes, because all the chat boxes on every scene uses the same source, and so on some scenes, like the on some scenes like the I'll get there eventually. Some scenes like the full screen camera one, it's okay. Hey, 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 hey. Fucking hell. Oh, fuck off.
Onto the elite. Oh, giant head. Hello. You're a buddy, aren't you? Oh man, you suck. You suck, giant head. Like this is crazy. 313 damage. Like, oh my god. Holy. Oh my. Oh my. Now that's a lot of damage.
Fuck yes! Finally! Oh, that feels so good! Woo! Oh. S. Oh my god, that sounds so wrong. And I can shine once more.
Hooray!
It's Rort 0R, Rort 0R. Gotta get down on Rort 0R. Everybody's looking forward to the weekend. Rort 0R, Rort 0R. Getting gay on Rort 0R. Everybody's looking forward to the weekend.
Oh my god.
Partying, yeah. Partying, yeah. Fun. Looking forward to the weekend. It's Rort 0R, Rort 0R. Gotta get down on Rort 0R. Everybody's looking forward to the weekend.
Oh my god, that's
Rort 0R, Rort 0R. Getting gay on Rort
out
0R.
fucking standing.
Everybody's looking forward to the weekend.
I was waiting for more.
What the fuck? Oh, what? It just fucking yeeted out my face. Oh my god.
Don't have iframes? That is quite nice. I might need to shit. I might need to shit, yes. The day will never come when I want to rap.
I did what Choke did. I did what fucking Choke did. I fucking know it, because I know that's what Choke fucking did. I can fucking believe that's what Choke did.
Like, I don't know if I don't know. Oh, there we go.
Thank you for reminding me. I would have done it if I had gone off and someone had messaged me saying you forgot to dab. I would have done it at the beginning of the next stream.
Hi. You don't get to see the dab this time. Not this time. No. No, no, no. No, no, no. Oh. How's everyone doing? Did you grab food? Did you grab drinks? Did you grab all the good stuff? That's the question. What? Oh, hi. Oh, hi there, streamer. It's the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon! Okay. So, I think we're sat about here. Oh. Okay, we can have all the saves in the world. We can have all the saves in the world. I thought we could only have one save.
You've got dads.
But we just have auto saves as well. Joseph! Maple Bay is #1 youth minister for 5 years running. What are your turn-ons, my loving wife? Oh, actually, let me go back to Hugo. What are your turn-ons, muscles? That hints at wrestling. That hints at wrestling. Treat people better than they treat you. It's been a long day of clipping coupons. Looks like there's a sale on boxed brownie mix. That reminds me. I wonder what Joseph's up to. I should see if he wants to hang out. Or if he wants to go to the store with me and use these coupons. Looks like he's online. Hey, Joseph, wanna hang? Takes a moment for Joseph to respond. Jake, hope you finally recovered from your brownie-induced coma. And I know I promised you a fun hang, but tonight I'm actually chaperoning a youth group mixer. Amanda's invited, of course. If you're not doing anything, you should come. Oh, that sounds nice. And be a chaperone with me because I need the help. Less nice. I think for a moment. I'm a little bummed out, of course. I suppose I just wanted some me and Joseph time. Maybe to get to know him a little better? Ah, what the heck. My friend needs my help. I type back. Buddy, if you need me, you got me. Just tell me where I need to be tonight. Joseph lets me know the detail. It starts pretty soon. I should get ready. I knock on Amanda's door and peek in. Hey, Amanda, I'm about to head out. Where are you off to? Are you going to go on extreme couponing? My God, extreme couponing is fun to watch. Has anyone seen extreme couponing? I'm actually going to go chaperone this youth mixer dance thing that's happening at Joseph's church. He says you're invited, but if you don't want to come, I'll cover for you.
Ah.
You know what? I'm down. Maybe I can make some new friends. That's a good attitude. But I'll have you know that I'm mostly doing this for the potential of free food. Thank you, Amanda. You get 4 daughter points today. Extreme couponing is, like, amazing. Welcome back, Altario. Hope you enjoyed your lurk. But, like, extreme couponing, it's an American-based show. As far as I know, I don't think it takes place in any other places. Welcome back, Ash, as well. And it's like you just have people buying like $900 worth of stuff, and the store paying them money to take it. Like, what? Extreme couponing. Or, you know, like, they end up paying $1 for like $900 worth of stuff. Fucking crazy. Can I trade them in for $1 lava lamp? What a brilliant show, I know, right? Sorry, you only have enough for $1 spidering or some of those daughter prism plastic jumpy frogs. Of course it's American. I like those things. They try their hardest. It's inspirational. We arrive at the church to find that nobody's there. There are decorations and balloons and banners and everything, but no youths. I've been to a couple of dances in my life, and not that I want to paint myself as some sort of dance expert, but generally dances require people. I don't like that sign. That sign, it's just a little bit wrong, you know? Just a little bit wrong, you know? And those people need to be dancing. All of a sudden, Joseph jogs up to us. He looks frazzled. Yeah, the banner. Yeah. All of a sudden, Joseph jogs up to us. He looks frazzled. You're here. I need your help. Jeebus goes, oh yeah. Jesus is cumin G. That's exactly it, yes. You're here. I need your help. Joe's just the hand-painted banner hanging above the church doors. It reads, Jesus is coming. Yikes. Well, that's certainly a thing. God made all things, Amanda. Except for the banner. Ernest made that. Of course he did. Of course he did. I generally can't tell if he meant that maliciously or if he just can't spell good. You know what God also does? Forgives. He forgives teenagers and he never, ever breaks their box mods. Are you going to break Ernest's box mod? No, Amanda, that would be a sin. I think it's the one right after Sloth. Jake, I need your help getting this down before anyone sees it. I can swing that. Amanda, can you help? Physical labor? Huh? Amanda begins rapidly scanning the mostly empty room looking for an escape route of her own. I have to go set up the food. The food's already set up. I'm gonna do a final inspection pass on the food to make sure it's up to code. I'm gonna eat your food. Amanda's able to bolt away before myself or Josh can get another word in. Whew, she can really book it when she wants to. Her father was a giant pair of legs. I dated some giant arms once, but it turned out they were alright. He must have been devastated. It was Armageddon. No, it's... I get it. I'll workshop it. There's a gem in there somewhere. I'm really glad you're here, Jake. Are you enjoying my company, or did you just lure me out here for my strong arms and height advantage? A little of both. It's always something with you, Joseph.
Nice.
Something handsome and pious? You're not that pious. Debatable. You just alluded to breaking a child's vapor pen. I would have lost the debate. You ready to do this? Ah. No ratata. Let's make some magic happen. Magic isn't real, Jake. God said that. God was also a bush one time.
Oh.
True. Joseph and I grab a step ladder and walk over to Ernest's banner. That turd Ernest had one final trick up his sleeve. Looks like this nightmare is stapled and taped 6 ways from Sunday. Any ideas? What happened to your strong arms and height advantage? Ah, right, I forgot about those. But I realized my oversized dad finger is far too large to get leverage on the tiny staples. You got a hammer? I can use to pry these off? Jake, this is a church. We get a little nervous around hammers. And nails.
Hey?
I'm kidding, we just don't have a hammer.
Hey.
But we have to hurry, the use will be here any moment, and I'll never hear the end of it if we don't fix this. Wait, I have an idea. I run to grab the marker that Ernest used to draw this thing and jump back on the ladder. We can't get it down, but we can send a different message. I only got one shot here, let's do this right. Jesus is cumin. Jesus isn't coming. Jesus is calming. We can do calming, can't we? That would work. Jesus is calming. I'm able to turn the U into an A and an L somehow. It's a little tight, but it works. Well, that's true, I guess. Bask in his calming presence, Joseph. Relax, crisis averted. Let's just hope the youths don't notice. Joseph checks his watch. The DJ should be here by now. If they changed it to an O, everyone would just make fun of that little shite for being a bad speller. If they changed it to an O, it would have been spelled correctly. It would have been spelled correctly. If they changed it to an O. Like, make it obvious. Did you just have, like, that copied and pasted and ready to go or something? Oh. No, okay. Yeah, Twitch done that to me as well one time. Like, it wanted to just put my writing backwards for some reason. Like, I type a letter and it would move the cursor to the... Just then, the doors swing open and a man struts in with his DJing equipment. Like, make it obvious that it's corrected.
Oh, cracker.
Wait, you're not the usual guy. What happened to Evan? Evan knew exactly when to play the Cupid Shuffle. Hey, I am not Evan. Evan sold all the DJ equipment to backpack through Europe, so I'm filling in for him. I do envy him, though. What I would give to drop everything and start over. Haha. Wait, it's the sad guy from the trivia place. Are you? Alright. Alright? I'm better than alright. I'm DJ Spin Master Quinn. He sighs heavily. I usually do trivia nights, but I moonlight on the ones and twos to give myself a sense of purpose in life. Is he? Okay. Well, you'll have to do. You have a playlist of fun songs that youths will like that won't inspire impure thoughts or tempt them to the dark side, right? The DJ thinks for a moment. Believe me, buddy, I got what you need.
Oh.
Okay, great. I'll get you set up. The DJ leaves. Let's keep an eye on this one. He sounded like he was just going to play Creep by Radiohead on repeat. I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. To battle. We're going to do this. Speed up these a lot. Why is he everywhere? No idea. No idea. Do 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 do. Ba da ba da ba. White lightning attack! I'm dead, aren't I? I died really quickly, didn't I? Oh no, no, I'm there. I see me. I'm right there. Just there. What's in the box? Lots of scrolls. Ash and wadded. Enjoy your rewards. This ends soon. And I wanted to get to the end, but I'm not going to get to the end. Where do we want to go? We can get all the chests. Let's do it. Let's get all the chests. Always. Always. Lovely rewards. Delicious. Golden Musketeer. Nice. Well, Gold Outlaw Musketeer, not Golden Musketeer. Oh, I need to place 2 rogues. Feck. Oh. Well. Well then, I have fucked myself. Okay, back we go. Back we go. After I look at this. Looks really good. I don't know what the skeech is of, but just share it with the light. Share it with the class. Okay, 1 second. Dear Solaris. I mean, you don't have to, you just have my permission. Well, I'm doing it now. Bitch. It's way too big. There we go. Wait a second. You're not in the right place at all, Mr. Window. There we go. Yeah, it looks good. It looks really good. Much better than what I could do. Oh, also, yeah, Warded. Thank you for the host. You go save that froggy. Okay, I can lock this one again. We can hide the internet. How big is that window? It's a window, that's for sure. Sorry, I'm just getting rid of some notifications like I normally do. Okay, back to game. We can do the gaming. All the gaming. He sounded like he was gonna just play Creep by Radiohead on repeat. After some kids, kids from the community start filing into the dance hall. Some of them seem to notice a sign hack, but they don't seem to care. Most of the kids group off into tiny clusters, standing in circles and casting sideways glances at other groups of teens. Man, I do not miss being a teenager at social functions. Hey, party people! Everyone in the room turns their attention to the DJ. DJ Spin Master Quinn coming at you with the sound the people want. We're off to a good start. This next tune goes out to all the ladies in the audience. Ladies, let me hear you say yeah. A few half-hearted yeahs echo through the crowd. Alright! He sighs again. Man, it's been a heavy couple of days. This next one's actually just for my wife, Sandra. I hope we can work things out, my little honeysuckle vine. DJ, you can play Creep by Radiohead. Amanda. Sidles? Sidles? Is sidles a word? Or is that meant to be slides? Nope, sidle is a word. Walk in a furtive, unobtrusive, or timid manner, especially sideways or obliquely. Learning new words every day. Amanda sidles up to me, pizza in one hand and punch in the other. Creep. Huh. Bold choice for a youth group. Let's see where he... Oh, fuck. Oh, that was all squeaky. Let's see where he goes with this. After the song finishes, he plays Creep again. Is the DJ crying? What the fuck was that? Do it again. I can't do it again. What do you mean? Ash, you caught a Weedle. What the fuck was that? Lamal, do it again. Being bullied. Oh. Yeah. You should watch your kids really closely. You can catch them cringe every time Tom York swears. There you go. Maybe we should do something about this. Joseph runs up to us. He's killing the vibe. They're listening to swears. Sad swears. We have to do something. You guys should try and give him a pep talk. Maybe work him up to Everybody Hurts by Rem. Or at least No Rain by Blind Melon. You wanna help us cheer him up? Actually, I just saw my friend, Federico. He's from Latin. I didn't know you were taking a Latin class. I'm not. So he's from the country Latin? Yes, it exists. Don't Google it. You can go, Amanda. It's fun. And she's gone. Joseph and I make our way to the DJ booth where Spin Master Quinn is having a quiet cry. Hey, bud. Hey, my dudes. How's the party jamming? It's, not. Oh, I'm sorry, fellas. Just taking a moment to find my groove. Gotta play the sad tunes to properly appreciate the bangers, right? Shut up and play the hits. Play the booty bumpers. It's what Jesus would have wanted. Listen, buddy. This is a church function. The songs you're playing seem... They're a bit much, don't you think? It's kind of bringing everyone down. You should put on some top 40 stuff. Lift everyone's spirits. When everyone's dancing and happy, it makes the good Lord happy. Right, Joseph? The good Lord does love a song that slaps. And he's a minister, so you know he means it. Let Jesus take the wheel. You want me to play Jesus Takes the Wheel? That is the opposite of what I want you to do. Hey, buddy, if it's problems you're having with... Joseph leans in close to me. What was his wife's name again? If you're having problems with Sandra, I can help you too. I do counseling. It's my job here, and I'm very good at it. Oh, I don't know. I can tell that you're hurting. Nobody voluntarily listens to that much Radiohead on repeat unless they're really going through some tough times. Trust me, I know. Joseph placed her hands on Spin Master Quinn's shoulder, who immediately collapses into Joseph's embrace, crying quietly. There, bud. It's gonna be okay. Thank you. I'll put on some dancehall anthems. You're the best, Spin Master Quinn. With yet another crisis averted, Joseph and I return to the dance floor, where Amanda's waiting with an ice cream cone. They have ice cream here! Good work, Amanda. How's it looking out there? Well, for a dance, there's not a whole lot of dancing. Looks like people are starting to bail, though. This is a disaster. Don't be so hard on yourself. This ice cream, top notch. I'm sorry for dragging you into this, Jake. You and Amanda should just go home. I'm not gonna make you stay here for the train wreck. It's not a disaster. We can fix this. We can. I suddenly realized what we have to do. Amanda, get out. Get out of here. I don't think you're going to want to be here for this or be seen with me after this. Oh God, you're not going to. I throw my car keys to Amanda. I'll get a ride back with Joseph. Just remember me as I am right now, not as what I'm about to become. Amanda nods. Nice knowing you, Pops. She runs out of the door. Joseph, I'm going to turn it up on the dance floor. With luck, we can get these youths into it as well. Are you in or out? Joseph stares at me. He knows what has to be done as much as I do. See you on the other side? See you on the other side. Joseph and I walk out onto the dance floor in the middle of the room. The youths all stare at us, unsure of what we're doing. Time to get our groove on. Let's start them off easy and work our way up to the more technical stuff. Yubi! Let's start with the lawnmower. Alright, let's rip start this baby. I start lawn mowing the dance floor. Joe seems to respond to that and decides to mow another patch of grass on the dance floor. That's the stuff. I look around. Well, it looks like we've got everybody's attention. Alright, Jake, let's turn up the heat. Running Man! Since time immemorial, the move has never let me down. I start jogging in place, matching the movements with my arms pushing out. This seems to awaken something in Joseph, who feels the fire, or the running man, deep within him. I look around to the youths. They're getting into it. Keep it up. I think they're coming around. The cabbage patch? The cabbage patch? I don't know what the windmill or the hammer slide is. Let's go for the hammer slide. I tried to do the hammer slide. Honestly, is it? Wait, is the hammer slide the I can't remember actually. No. Fuck. Brain's gone. Honestly, it's not a bad bit, but the kids don't get into it. Good effort, buddy. But I think that pan flashed a little too long ago. They're not looking too lively yet, but we can still turn it around. Attempt twerking. Attempt twerking. Do we do moonwalk? Let's moonwalk. I start sliding my feet backwards. I can't tell if this looks good or not, but I think these kids have seen enough people doing moonwalks that they understand the general concept. Joseph makes a moonwalk attempt as well. Surprisingly, dude pulls it off flawlessly. I look around to the youths. They're cheering. Alright, time for the big finish. Death drop. Attempted unrehearsed backflip. Lift Joseph up, Dirty Dancing style. I approach Joseph and motion that I'm about to lift him up. Are you strong enough to do that? I don't know. Without regard for human safety, I summon all of my might and lift Joseph above my head. It isn't quite Dirty Dancing, but Joseph is a good sport and spreads his arm while I spin him in a circle. I look at the crowd. They seem to love it. The kids swarm the dance floor. They're all laughing and dancing to the music. Looks like our job here is done. Somewhat obligingly, the kids take the dance floor and start to move around. Before long, they're starting to laugh and enjoy themselves. Wait. Did we just get like two different things? But we've done our jobs. What? Did I just get like two different endings at the same time or something for this section? Come on, the rest of the chaperones will take it from here. What? I have something to show you. Joseph leads me out of the main room down various darkened corridors of the church. I can barely see anything and find myself tripping over my own feet. Joseph, I think I lost you. His hand finds mine in the darkness. I'm right here. I'm glad he can't see me blush. We keep walking. Where are we? This church is huge. We're almost there. I actually have to admit that I was a little dishonest with you. I didn't just invite you out here to help me chaperone. What happened to lying being one of the 10 things you're not supposed to do? I think there's an exception when you're trying to surprise a friend. Joseph closes the door behind us. I guess we're in a random room in the depths of its church now. What could he possibly have planned? So, last time we talked about escaping to an island where we could live out an easy tropical lifestyle where our only worry is trying to find that lost shaker of salt. Since we can't actually do that, I figured I could bring a little bit of the tropics to Maple Bay. It's not quite Margaritaville, but something like it. Joseph froze on the lights. It's Margarita Zone. Welcome to the Margarita Zone. I look around as my eyes adjust to the light. It's his office, but there are twinkle lights strung across the walls, little garlands of fake flowers, and 2 beach chairs set up in front of the desk. There's a blender and 2 glasses sitting on the table. Ukulele music plays softly in the background. Joseph, this is amazing. There's no pop-tops to step on here, buddy. You did this for me. Joseph takes a seat and gestures for me to do the same. I did this for us. I think we've both earned it. I settle in while Joseph pours us both margaritas. You really went all out. I have a flair for the dramatic, and you can't lead the community if you don't know how to make a good margarita. I take a sip of mine. This is a killer margarita. I would follow this man. Do you think the dance is gonna go okay without our sick dance moves? No, not here. You're missing the point of Margarita Zone. Margarita Zone is a place of rest and relaxation. It's a place where you can kick your feet up and forget your worries for a while. Oh. Watch out for blown out flip-flops. Let's get tattoos of Mexican cuties. It's heaven on earth with an onion slice. It's a real fear. Thankfully no hills will get cut in my version of Margarita Zone. Joseph gestures to the makeshift island bar he's made. You know, it's funny. This reminds me so much of when I was younger. I've been meaning to ask, what did you do before you started preaching? It's uninteresting. I left home young and got into a lot of trouble. What kind of trouble? Trouble meant I got to go wherever I wanted, whenever I wanted. I hitchhiked around the country, went on adventures, met all kinds of people, and did some stuff I'm not too proud of. But I was young and in love, and I didn't have the answer to anybody. And now I host fundraiser car washes and take the kids to soccer practice on the weekends. Sorry, I don't mean to get heavy here. It's okay. It seems like you spend a lot of time taking care of others, but not enough time taking care of yourself. If you need to talk about it, I'm here for you. Joseph stares deeply into the blender filled with ice and margarita mix. It's just, I think about Margaritaville a lot, or I guess the concept of it. A place where I could strum on my 6-string while I wait for the shrimp to boil, drink margaritas all the time, forget my worries. It's an easy life. I had Margaritaville once, but I think the closest I'm ever going to get back to it is Margarita Zone. A short and occasional reprieve from daily life. Fuck, I was about to type in catch. Damn it. Is that such a bad thing? This is pretty nice. Here we go, another Pokemon. Wheezing? Wheezing. Catch. Wheezing. Yeah, it doesn't last forever. That's the rub. When you're in Margarita Zone, it's not like your problems have really gone away. You're just choosing to ignore them. Maybe you're looking at it the wrong way. Maybe Margarita Zone is actually better than Margaritaville because Margaritaville itself is an impossible ideal. Remember what Spearmaster Quinn said? Sometimes you have to play the sad tunes to appreciate the bangers. If stepping on a pop top is your biggest concern, how could you possibly appreciate the boiling shrimp? Altariel, I appreciate the like. You enjoy whatever you're doing. And Margarita Zone isn't landlocked to this office. I think it's about finding the little places of Margarita Zone throughout your day and taking joy in those moments. That's awfully optimistic of you. It doesn't have to be anything big for me. For me, I think it's being able to quietly do word jumbles and drink some strong coffee in the morning, see my daughter smile, or I smile at Joseph, to spend some quality time with a good friend. Oh. Yeah? Yeah. I can feel myself leaning closer to Joseph. Is it just me, or is he leaning closer too? Joseph tenses up. He downs the rest of his margarita and hops up out of his chair. It's getting late. We should head back. Sure. Joseph and I make sure the dance wraps up without incident before he takes me back to the cul-de-sac. I hop out of Joseph's car before he pulls into his own driveway. Thanks again for the help. Thanks again for Margarita Zone. Maybe we'll go back there one day. If we do, it'll be my own damn fault. Joseph chuckles and drives away. I walk into the living room and find Amanda curled up under a blanket and groaning on the couch. Hey Panda, you feeling okay? Dad, I have a tummy ache. Eat too much youth group food? I drank too deeply from the well of life and now I pay the price. And by well of life I mean the big lukewarm punch bowl of seltzer, juice and sherbet. Amanda slides to the floor with an elongated groan. Need anything, kiddo? A time machine that goes back approximately... Fuck. My finger! Why does left and right click trigger the next bit? I'll pour you a glass of water. Love you, Pops. How'd the dance go? Oh, I crushed it. Got the kids on the dance floor at the expense of my dignity. A fair trade. Also, everything hurts. I'll see you in the morning, kiddo. Night, Dad. Drink plenty of water. Dad tip number 25.
Thank you so much.
Another dreary night, another listless stroll through Maple Bay. I've really been bonding with the community at Jim and Kim's lately, so my strolls have been leading me there more and more often. Peter, the man from the bank, Keith from down the street, Evelyn, who I saw at the deli that one time, and Guy, whose name I think is Carl, are basically members of the family at this point. In fact, I heard Neil, the surly bartender, mention that tonight is Keith from down the street's birthday and that he'd have to get that little baby a little cake for his little special little day. I think he was probably just being a dick. I head into the bar anyway. The mere possibility cake is strong enough to lure me in. Step aside just in time to see Neil washing a cake tray with a crime scene outline of pink icing on it. Huh. I guess it really was Keith from down the street's birthday and I missed it. I sit down and order a beer. As I sit down at the bar, I notice Mary from next door sitting in the corner of the room drinking alone again. She must be having a rough day. She seems so weary and so sad. She's been doing this more and more often lately. A pang of guilt shoots through me. Does she know? Is this because of me? Am I a homewrecker? I decide to go say hello. I walk over to her booth. She doesn't look up. This seat taken? She still doesn't look up. I take a seat anyways and she finally notices me. Hugh. Okay, this was maybe not the best idea. Hey?
Hey.
Having fun with your new best friend Joseph? He's a great... I'm so glad. I'm happy for you two. Mary, I'm not... I'd never accuse you of anything uncouth, Jake. You're just having an innocent, very platonic time with my husband. A supportive friendship. You're a good friend, aren't you? It sounds very, passive-aggressive. I feel like it's passive-aggressive. That's funny. Joseph usually likes his friends to at least have a spine. We can't all be as blunt as you, Mary. So you're an expert on my marriage now? It doesn't take an expert to see that you two are miserable. I'm not trying to be an expert on your marriage. I'm sorry. I mean, it doesn't take an expert. It really doesn't. I'm just trying to be there for my friend, okay? Oh, you're there for him. I see how you look at him. I bet you're there for him a lot. She takes a long sip of her drink. This was a mistake. You know, you're really not his type. I'm surprised. Mary pays a tab and strides right out of Jim and Kim's without looking back. Stand up for yourself. Don't let anyone disrespect you. That's easier said than done, Dad Tip. You've got dads. Save. So now we have date 3 for all of them. I'm probably not going to do all of them. I can probably do 2 or 3. Maybe 4. Who do we want to go for? Oh, who shall we finish first? Ooh. That stretch hurt my ribs. Oof. Oof. I'm good. I'm alright. Yep. I'm fine. I'm fine. Whew. Yeah, okay. Shall we just go across the top? Or shall we do Craig, Matt, and Damien first? Let's do Craig, Matt, and Damien first. What are your turns on? A sub 6 minute mile. Ooh. Craig! Oh. You know what they say about third dates? They get pretty serious. You might not have time to browse dad book for a while. Are you ready? We save and continue anyway. I take it all of them are like that, right? Dadmanda. Okay, come on, Craig. Save and continue. It took some time for our schedule to line up, but I was finally able to find a weekend where Craig and I could go camping. He always stays so busy with work and the kids, but it's good to know that we'll just be able to spend some time relaxing together in nature. Since our first run, I've managed to go on regular runs with Craig. I mostly do them because it seems like the only time we get to hang out, but the added benefit is that I've seen a lot of improvement in my health. I was able to sift through the attic and find my old camping gear from college. Craig put me in charge of bringing the sleeping bags and the tent, while he takes care of the food, so I double check to make sure everything's ready to go. Craig should be here any minute now. Amanda's going to be spending the weekend on a school trip to our nation's capital. She hasn't been away from home without me for longer than a day, since she was 14. I hope she isn't feeling as nervous about it as I am. Hey, Amanda Panda. Amanda's in the middle of sitting on top of her luggage in order to get it to finally zip. Hey, Pops! Ready for your trip? Once I get this bad boy all zipped up, I'm good to go. How much did you pack? That seemed like a lot for 2 days. Oh, it's all of my camera equipment. Lenses, tripod, flash, all that. Are you going to have time to take pictures? I'll find a way. I need to get some good shots for my series on national monuments. Oh, what's the series about? It's one of those internet series where I reimagine Disney princesses as founding fathers. That's an interesting internet series. I'd pay attention to that. What? Aww. Amanda, you got my hopes up and you dashed them in one fell swoop. I'm disappointed. I'm kidding. Nobody likes those. I'm taking portraits of my friends. Oh, well, I'm going to be in the woods, out there, in nature, roughing it. Just me and Mother Nature, the old Madre de trees. Are you going to be alright in your own? Mm-hmm. I'm not going to have any signal out there. I won't be able to text or call you at all. Oh, it's alright. I'll be able to survive a couple of days without constant updates on who just got photo of international haunted house hunters. Well, I'll miss you. And for the record, Bradley was pushed down a flight of ornate stairs by a ghost. They were really beautiful stairs. Amanda finishes zipping up the big suitcase and lugs it next to the door of her bedroom. She turns around and gives me a big hug. Relax, Dadtron. I'm a big kid now. I can take care of myself. Besides, I gotta share a room with Monica Sanders and 2 mum chaperones. The most trouble I could possibly get into is falling asleep with a tub of ice cream on me. Oh, well, alright. Don't steal anything. Since you asked nicely, fine, promise. I step outside, holding my bags behind me. Craig's already strapped some camping gear on top of my modest but stylish car. He notices me carrying my equipment and hurries over to take it from me. Don't you dare, such a gentleman. I almost had a case of the vapors there. Never fear. These muscles were made for picking up heavy things and putting them in other places. Remember, it's your weekend to relax. Take it easy. I guess I can't argue with that. Everything good with Amanda? Yep, on our way to a school trip to Washington, D.C. What about your offspring? Already had smash leads for the weekend. I'm ready to get my camp on. I load the rest of my stuff into Craig's car and we get in. Oh no. What's wrong? I think I left my juicer plugged in. We gotta go back. Are you worried that someone's gonna break into your house and cold press some carrots? No, it's just... Just try to relax, man. Let the juice float away. Take all of your worries and blend them into pulpy good vibes. What a wave of words. Craig takes a deep breath. Do we have anything to listen to? All I had at my place is a series of CDs that guide you through a thorough and intense calisthenics workout. Do you want to listen to those? I'm just kidding. Craig hands me a thick case filled with CDs. Take your pick. I thumb through page after page of kids sing-along CDs. Oh yeah, Twinkle Twinkle Little Star takes me back. Keep going. I get to the end of the case to find, in the very last slot, a blank CD with Craig's handwriting on it. DJ Kegstan's Mega Mix Volume 1. Made it just for the trip. I think you'll like it. I pop the CD into the car stereo and it's like I'm immediately transported to our old dorm room. Hit after hit plays, and soon enough we both happily scream singing the lyrics to each song as we fly down the highway. To battle! It's a hypno. It's a good old hypno. Anyone want a hypno? It doesn't cost anything. Just exclamation mark catch hypno. And you too can have a hypno. Well, you can't, Warded. You've already got one. But I can have a hypno. Oh, Evie can have a hypno too. Oh. Ash, enjoy your rewards. On to the next one. Come on, Evie. You haven't had a Pokemon in for so long because you can't catch anything else. Hallelujah! That's one more you can't catch now. You have joined so many. 442 of 640. Like, damn. 108 of 151. You have another 53 Pokemon to go. You have almost caught 66% of Pokemon. Almost. No, you have. What am I on about? Sorry, 43, not 53. Yeah, that was... Yeah, sorry, I can't math. I can't do math. That's a lie, I can do math. Yeah, 43, not 53. I'm just a fucking dumbass. It's all good. It's fine. It's fine, okay? It's fine. This song was Carl's favourite. Carl, the third roommate! You brought that dog home one night and I couldn't pry you two apart. So we spent an entire semester fabricating a story about our foreign exchange student roommate who had a really bad cough that sounded exactly like a dog's bark. Then we had a room inspection. That RA was so suspicious of us but could never prove anything. And Carl was just under a blanket. Bless that pup's courage under fire. Man, we did some dumb things back in college. The hours fly by as we battle tunes in whatever non-existent key our voice is registering. Soon enough, we're surrounded by lush trees and spectacular vistas of everything amazing that nature has to offer. Feels good to be back out here. Real good. I have a different voice with Craig. I know I have a different voice, but I can't remember the voice before. We park our car at the entrance to a familiar trail and load up our gear on our backs. I'm thankful that I've been working on my health over the past couple of weeks. Otherwise, I'd be dreading all the hiking that's about to happen. Craig looks intently at his phone. Everything alright? Yep, just had to fire off one last work email. Craig pockets his phone and we start off on the trail. It's relatively easy, but I know I would have been huffing and puffing at this point if it weren't for all the murder sprints. I look around me and take in tall trees, not all the trees, take in the tall trees and animal chirps. Everything okay back there? There's no reception out here. Oh yeah, being out in the middle of nowhere will do that. I recognize the look of anxiety on Craig's face. But what if there's a problem? You've trained for this. Look, Craig, We know that if you really wanted, you could flex your calf muscles and fly out of here like a rocket ship, all the way back to Maple Bay. You're gonna be fine. We're gonna be fine. This is our weekend. We keep marching down the trail, but it seems like Craig is still worried. After a bit, he stops in his tracks. Maybe we should go back. We can find another campground that gets good cell phone reception. Craig, seriously, what's wrong? I mean, I'm just really nervous. My dad instinct is kicking in and my mind keeps conjuring up all sorts of worst case scenarios. What if something happens to the girls? I don't have signal. I'd have no way of knowing. Let me tell you, that feeling never goes away, no matter how old your kids are. You just gotta remind yourself that they're in good hands. Craig doesn't say anything. I give him a reassuring punch on the shoulder. Try to remember why we came out here. The plan was to get away from it all and just focus on ourselves for this little trip. No distractions, no cell phone service, just two dads relaxing out in the woods. Craig looks at me directly. Craig looks me directly in the eyes. Directly. No distractions, no cell phone service, just two dads relaxing in the woods. We're gonna have some fun this weekend. Craig and I get back to marching. It's not too long of a hike before we get to the campsite, and we're both glad to see we're the only people there. I can't believe you still have this tent. Found it in my attic. I already checked it for holes, seen better days, sure, but I think we'll be able to survive. I dump the bag of fabric and poles onto the ground. We unfold the tent in the desired spot. I hand Craig the stakes. We still know how to do this, right? Of course we do. We do not. After 20 minutes of struggling like people in a bad infomercial, we somehow managed to build an upright structure that closely resembles what a tent would look like if you asked somebody to draw a picture of one with their eyes shut. I won't put this up against the storm, but I think we'll be able to survive for the night. We set out a couple of chairs and our cooking equipment, admiring our handiwork. Bro, look at us go. Look upon the kingdom we have built. Upon this rock we shall grill our meats and drink our brews, for we hold dominion over this land. Verily, and look at our camping chairs, which we are going to sit on. So, what's next on the camp extravaganza docket? Well, now that we have shelter settled, I think it's time for us to do some exploring. There's a waterfall a little bit up the way that I'm sure we could hike to. Let's get hiking. Craig and I venture into the woods. We amble along, taking our time to chat and admire the wildlife. Craig reaches out an arm and stops me. Dude! Does that look like what I think it looks like? I look over at where he's pointing. Oh my god, it does. That tree looks like a butt. I can't get over how detailed it is. I examine the butt tree further. The contour is perfect. It even has back dimples. I thought we were going to have a great time camping, but this makes it even better. Craig holds back a snicker. I aspire to have every hike be as good as this one. I'm snickering now too. Let us analyze this tree further. Craig and I share a huge belly laugh at our awful jokes. The best thing about this is that there's no daughters here to tell us our jokes are bad. We high-five. Craig and I hit the trail again. It's been a long time since we've been out here, but everything seems more or less familiar. We point out old landmarks that we remember back from our college days. I think we're getting close now. Check it out! Check it out! There's a clearing up ahead. As we get closer, I can hear water running. Cresting over a hill, Craig and I agree to buy a wide clearing surrounded by trees. In front of us is a beautiful waterfall spilling into a large body of water that runs into a river. Mouths agape with the genuine beauty of the place, we go to investigate. Dick jokes and buck jokes, always sure to get a laugh. I know, right? The old waterfall, it's gorgeous! Nature is so rad. Peering further, we get an idea of how deep the pool is. Think we could jump off of it like the old days? This old dad is happy here on dry land. Looks like you could climb right up over there. We didn't even bring swimming trunks. What are you talking about? Craig immediately begins taking his clothes off. Look at Craig's butt. I can't help but sneak a peek. That is a good butt. Craig turns around suddenly. He catches me looking. I do a lot of glute workouts. I immediately turn away, blushing. You coming or what? Oh, I don't know about this, dude. He's already making his way over to the waterfall. By the time I finish my sentence, when he realizes I'm not right behind him, he turns around and rolls his eyes. We lived together for years, and I've seen your ass more times than I can count. It's no big deal. Who needs pants anyway? Let's put on a show. You got it, Chief. Which option is best here? I think let's put on a show. The clothes are coming off, then it's someone's birthday. Craig gives me the wolf whistle. I turn and give my booty a good spank. That one's for you, big boy. I take my shirt and drop it in the pile with Craig's clothes. I put the rest of my clothes on the ground, feeling exposed. Craig and I climb to the top of the waterfall, making sure not to slip on any wet rocks. He reaches the peak before I do and offers me a hand getting up. At the top, we look over the cliff and into the tiny lake. It seems so much higher up from this perspective. Just the blank stare. Just. Craig has always been a daredevil. He pulled some stunts in college and I'm honestly still shocked he survived. I was always the one standing on the sidelines, watching and hoping I wouldn't be bringing him home in a gurney. Man, this could be dangerous. Craig looks me in the eyes. Don't think, just jump. Craig cannonballs off the waterfall and into the lake, creating a huge splash. I'm worried for a moment before he finally resurfaces from under the water. Woo! He treads water and looks up at me. You coming or what? Don't think, just jump. How are you supposed to just not think? I'm pretty sure that's not physically possible. My toes grip the edge of the rock. The water looks so far away. Don't think, just... I run up the edge. Trying to do my best cannonball. Somewhere in the middle, it turns into a really graceful belly flop. I hit the water with a loud slap. I resurface to find Craig giggling. I rate that belly flop a solid 8 out of 10. Your form was lacking, but your heart was in the right place. I playfully splash water at Craig. Are you sure about that? I splash him again. You've given me no choice. Craig splashes me in the face with a huge wave of water. You've awakened the beast! That doesn't sound wrong at all, does it? He launches another wave of water at me. Don't you put me in a corner here. Don't put a wild animal in the corner. Hammer fist, dunk him. Squirt water at him with your hands. Why not 6 out of 9? Why not? That'd be much nicer, wouldn't it? Squirt water at him. I clasp my hands together in the water and squirt a stream of water directly into Craig's face. A weak defense. Your water squirting is no match for the massive wave of water my finely toned biceps are about to send in your direction. Craig, please, I have a child. My pleas fall on deaf ears. He launches a volley of water in my direction, and in moments I am defeated. Craig, truce, please. Craig thinks about it. Yeah, sure. We shake hands. There is peace. Man, that jump was such an adrenaline rush. Not so scary now, huh? I'll race you to the top. We run all the way up the slip rocks and cannonball off the water again. What a rush. Good form on that one. Want to go again? You know it. With the same energy we had in our youth, we climb back up to the top of the waterfall. I'm brave enough to try a flip, which I'm sure looks incredibly graceful as I belly flop into the water. Whew, man, this is fun. Got one more in you? I live for danger. It takes us a little more time, but we get to the waterfall and both do our best running jumps into the water below. Alright, I think that's my limit. We should get going back before it gets too dark. You're right. We should probably head back. We go to put our clothes back on and notice that they're soaking wet. Maybe a splash fight wasn't the best idea. It's okay. We'll get a fire going in no time. We can dry off and get some dinner going. Easy peasy. Sopping wet, we hike back to the camp and unpack everything we need for dinner. Craig pulls out a couple of steaks and some chopped potatoes in tin foil. You ready for a feast? Hey man, take a seat. The Craig train is pulling into a relaxation station and I'm your conductor. Let me cook for you. Absolutely not. Cooking is the thing that relaxes me the most. I'll take it from here. Craig cooks now? I remember how his entire sophomore year diet consisted of microwavable mac and cheese, but not microwaved, and have trouble believing the thing he just said. At least let me start the fire. Sure, let me just grab my matches. Craig reaches into his backpack. He rummages around his bag, pulling things out and checking every pocket. Oh, I know I packed it. Craig checks another bag and still can't find it. My stomach grumbles, and now I'm more acutely aware of how cold and wet I am. We really need to get a fire started. Okay, well, not the end of the world. Gosh, I'm so stupid. I could have sworn I packed it. I'm sorry, dude. Don't be. We can figure this out. We can start a fire. We're smart guys. I mean, how hard could it be? I watch plenty of survival programs on TV. If a naked reality TV star can do it, so can we. We'll need some wood. I gestured to the trees around us.
Oh, man.
There's no shortage of that. And some tinder.
Oh.
We can make that work. And then I think some ancient aliens are then supposed to come by and give us advanced technology or renovate our house. Depends on the show. Craig and I gather a variety of wood, bark and moss until we have all of the materials that could conceptually make a passable looking campfire. Charred melon. Gotta love a good charred melon, right? Just add fire, right? That's the fun part. The sun is just now setting and a cool breeze rustles the leaves of the trees around us. We have to work quick. I've done this in the past and I know I can figure it out. Just give me a second. Anyway, any way I can help? Give me some moral support, lift my spirits, and we'll make this fire happen. Go overboard with compliments. You're really giving that fire the business. You're an amazing, hard-working father with a steady work ethic and everyone loves you. Your daughters think you're a superhero and the neighbor dads respect you immensely. Also, your butt looks great.
Nice.
Bro, stop. You'll make me cry. Okay. Don't want your tears putting out the fire. Ash! You caught a charred melon. GG's. Eventually, Craig is miraculously able to get something going. He blows on the embers and gently places the glowing moss into the base of the pit. Soon enough, we have a nice little fire going. Way to go, man. We're regular old outdoorsy fellas. Hooray for not dying! I take a seat in one of the lawn chairs Craig brought and cozy up to the fire, warming up my hands. Relax, man. Take it easy. Let me handle the dinner. I watch as Craig stokes the fire and sets up a makeshift grill for the six. After all that hiking and swimming and fire starting, I'm able to relax a bit, with the sound of crickets and the scent of steak filling the air. I actually feel pretty calm. Craig expertly sears 2 steaks in a pan. He's been heating up on the fire, cracking thyme and crushed ginger over it while basting them both in butter. Oh, that sounds delicious. Wow, I didn't know he was actually good at cooking. The fanciest I ever saw him get in college was when he started sprinkling the seasoning packet onto dry ramen and eating it straight up. Water's too expensive. Water's too expensive. When did this happen? You used to eat cereal every morning with beer instead of milk. I grew up, I guess. I think these are just about ready. Craig puts the steaks into a paper plate and sets them aside. I start to reach for one, but Craig smacks my hand away. Dude, let them rest. It'll be more flavorful that way. I patiently return to my seat, eyeing the steaks longingly from a distance. They smell incredible. Craig prepares a side salad for us in the meantime, sprinkling feta cheese onto freshly chopped greens. He plates it next to a generous pile of roasted potatoes covered in olive oil and rosemary. Once it's all ready, we sit down by the fire and dig in. Everything taste okay? I'm in heaven.
Oh.
That's what I like to hear. Remember how for an entire semester we would eat burritos for breakfast, lunch and dinner? Oh, that sounds delicious. It's so hard to not go back to that. Look at you now, man. You have kids, a great job, and now you cook like a vengeful wizard whose arch nemesis is microwavable food. I'm really impressed with how much you've gotten your life together. Craig laughs, but there's no humor in it. I'm glad you think that. I glance at Craig while he picks at his salad. He really grew out of his baby face, but there's something about his expression that makes him seem so much older than he is. A sense of maturity he didn't have in college. He looks exhausted. You okay?
Oh.
Yeah. Come on, dude. I've known you for long enough to see when you're down.
Hi.
I'm tired, bro. I think being out here is making me realize just how drained I feel. You work really hard, Craig. It can't be easy.
Hi.
I have to, for my girls. I volunteer at their school. I cook healthy meals for them. I do everything I can to make sure they're safe and happy. And when they're with their mum, I'm always working overtime so I can support them. And then you work out a lot so you can crush anyone who stands in their way.
Oh.
That, and I don't want to fall into my old habits. I need to set a good example for my girls. Everything I do for them, everything I do is for them, and I wouldn't have it any other way. But it seems like it's bleeding you dry. If that's what it takes to raise them well, then it's worth it. Craig, buddy, I know where you're coming from here, but you gotta take care of yourself too. I do though. I eat right and exercise, and that's not what I mean. You're too little butter on too much toast. You know?
Hey!
You're spread too thin. What? You're spreading yourself too thin. Life needs balance. It's great that you care this much about your kids, but you can't neglect your own needs because you're too busy taking care of everyone else's. You matter too.
Oh.
I know I can provide for my family, and if I take a step back and look at everything objectively, I know I'm doing right by them. But I can't explain it, man. There's always that voice in the back of my head telling me that I need to do more. It's like it's never enough for me. Every time I try to relax, that voice keeps telling me I don't deserve it. To be honest, I even feel guilty about being out here. Craig, you're trying your best, and you're doing an amazing job. That's a fact. But even if you weren't, you would still deserve happiness.
Oh, man.
This got too real. This got too real. I'm gonna fill up my cup. I'm gonna fill up my cup with my tears at the realness of this. Oof! Happiness is a lie, just like the cake. Hello, American work ethic. I mean, I don't really think it's even the American work ethic in this situation. It feels more like imposter syndrome sort of thing. Maybe not imposter syndrome. Maybe I'm using the wrong words, but you know. Damn ninjas and their onion chopping skills. I know, right? But it's like Craig does so much. He does so much for like looking after himself, like physically. He does so much for his girls, and then still thinks this. That's imposter syndrome, right? Where they train us to feel like if we're not working or being productive, we don't deserve anything. Oh, that just sounds like work ethic in general. That doesn't even sound like American work ethic. I know I think it's worse in America than in most other places, but that just sounds like work ethic in general. Do I though? Hell yeah, bro. I look at Craig and think about what a good friend and even better father he is. He's compassionate, he's hardworking, he's relentlessly positive. He encourages everyone to be the best version of themselves. He makes me want to be a better person. If you can only see yourself the way I see you. Craig beams. He gets up and walks over to his supplies. Come on, I brought dessert. Oh, are you going to use the campfire to torch the tops of some creme brulee? What? I know little to nothing about cooking. Craig pulls out marshmallows.
Hey!
Well, you still know how to make s'mores, right? I think the more important question is, do you know how to make s'mores? As I recall, you used to just completely blacken the marshmallows. Oh, I stand by that. It's charred on the outside, but the gooey center is preserved. Brutish. Craig throws a marshmallow at me and I catch it in my mouth. Pro move. We used to be able to do that at a great distance against a wind disadvantage. Give me a week of practice and I'll be competitive again. Craig and I sit in the warm glow of the campfire watching embers float up towards the sky. I've never had s'mores, alright? I've never roasted marshmallows over an open fire either. If you haven't got the marshmallow in the fire, is it really done? The stars are so much brighter out here. Yeah. I miss this, Jake. Me too. We stay here until it gets late, half remembering stories from college. We watch as the fire dies and eventually clamber into the tent. We crawl into the tent and I unfurl my sleeping bag. Wait, where's the other sleeping bag? I look around for a second. Oh no, I must have left it at home. It's all yours, dude. I'm sorry. I'll just curl up over here. No way. Here. Craig unzips his sleeping bag and spreads it out so there's enough room for both of us to lay on top of it. Night, bro. Good night, bro. I roll over and we face away from each other without a blanket. It's really cold. I shiver and without realizing I find myself nestling closer to Craig. I'm sure he won't mind. He turns over and I can feel his breath on my neck. It's hard to focus on anything else. I turn over trying to get more comfortable. I open my eyes to find Craig's face only a few inches from my own. For once, he looks at peace. His eyes flutter open, his hand finds a place on my waist. I'm not sure who leans in first, but suddenly we're kissing. We look at each other, my heart racing. Craig.
Oh, man.
I got strong feelings for you, bro. Feelings I can't deny anymore. Bro, me too. I run my hands through his hair, then down his chest. Craig brings me closer, wrapping his arms around me. I feel so secure. You know, talking about old times is fun, but I like making new memories with you. Two bros being brows. I don't have brows set up. I should get brows set up. I don't know if that meant being bros, but you know, being brows still works. Two bros being brows with the, you know, the. Yeah, I don't have it. You know, just the brows. Just. I smile, tracing the lines of his hip with my finger. There we go. Two bros being brows. Thank you, Warden. We kiss again. I'm not worried about us getting too cold tonight. When lifting weights, use proper form and a full range of motion. Dig complete!
Wow, that was an amazing date.
Butt tree. Cake stand champion achievement. Drink plenty of water. Whew. Think I have everything finally set up. Man should be here any minute now. I think that's our car in the driveway. Okay, gotta act natural. Be cool. Be cool, Jake. Be cool. Amanda walks through the door with a suspicious look on her face. Mother required McDonald's. Is it nuggies? Is it the chicken nugs? Time to eat a nuggie and die. You can do the first bit, but not the second bit. Hey, Dad. Off to a good start. Something fishy? Rats. Sorry, sweetie, it's the feds. That life of crime is finally catching up to you. I tried to send them in a different direction, but even I am no match for the power and funding of the US government. Well, if they think they're gonna take me alive, they got another thing coming. I'm kidding. You're right. I have a little surprise for you.
Dad.
Yeah, I can tell. You're very bad at lying. Amanda, my dear, would you care to join me in the kitchen? Father, it would be fill my heart with, it would fill my heart with glee. Sneaky work luck, Tuka. I appreciate the sneaky work luck. I hope your work luck is fantastic, and I hope work has been good so far too. I lead Amanda over to the kitchen, where a present lies covered under a tablecloth. It's nothing special, but I want to get you a little something. You graduated high school last week, and I know you told me not to make a big deal about it, but... Dad, you... I dramatically whip the cloth off the table. Amanda's jaw drops. No way! I figure you probably won't be able to get you won't be able to get cable in the dorm, so I thought it might be nice to take a piece of home with you. A DVD box set of Long Haul Paranormal Ice Road Ghost Truckers. This is all 19 seasons! And bonus material, including commentary with actual ghosts featured on the show. Dad, I love this. Thank you. She gives me a big hug. I'm glad you like it. Hey, you want to hang out with me in the backyard for a bit? Toss the old pigskin or something? Totally! I follow Amanda to the back door. Oh. Everyone's there! What? You told me not to make a big deal, but you seem to have forgotten that my entire mission in life is to make a big deal out of your accomplishments. So consider this your graduation party. Surprise! It's a Zapdos! I have a Zapdos, so I can't get another Zapdos. Zapdos. I think Eevee has a Zapdos as well. I think it's Articuno that Eevee's missing. I checked earlier, but Eevee's also eating, so. You know what? I'm curious now. I need to check. Yeah, no, it's Moltres. Eevee's missing Moltres. One day, Zapdos. One day. Nope. Nobody gets it this time. Dad, everyone's here. Well, yeah, everyone wanted to come and support you. Is that a mac and cheese bar? Sure is. Fully customizable down to the type of mac. And there's an ice cream cake, the good kind with the crunchies in the middle.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say. Don't say anything. Just go have fun with your pals, alright? I'm so proud of you, Amanda. Amanda smiles and runs to her friends. I should make the rounds and make sure everyone's having a good time. But first, mac and cheese. Mac and cheese. Jake, my dude. Pablo, how's the shirt business going? My bud, I got men's shirts. I got men's shirts. I got women's shirts. I got tank tops in a variety of shapes, sizes, and colors. Each one of them in fine quality, screen printed with the logo and visage of world-renowned witch house outfit, Vacant Veil. Purchasable at most respectable retailers, but more specifically, out of the trunk of my car. I'm also selling my mom's weird, world-famous homemade apple butter. Never stop hustling, Pablo. Never stop. Baby, you got it. To battle! Speedies. Wow, I'm still alive. Now I'm dead. Oh, Poseidon. Kraken, yeah. Haha, get fucked! The Kraken spawned on them. Get fucked! Commander, enjoy your rewards. We are on to the next battle. Wait. Oh, there is a line now. I was like, wait, what? Loyalty gold chest. Gold. I love gold. Yeah, this one. So then I can go back here, go into quests, redeem this. Rogue scrolls. Cool. Purchase 10 scrolls. I can purchase 10 scrolls. That's an easy one. There you go. Nice and easy. Purchase 10 scrolls. Done. What's next? Place 3 busters. Well, we're not doing that one. Not doing that one. That's for sure. Back we go. Jake! Brian, you made it. I don't pass up on good Mac. What do you think of the party? It's not bad. Just not bad? Yeah, it's not bad. Don't let him bait you. Don't let him bait you. Thank you for the lovely compliment. Sure thing, pal. Say, let me know if you ever want to head out on the lake. I'd be happy to pull you out of the drink again. Deep breaths. Daisy trots up. Hi, Amanda's dad. Hey, Brian's daughter. See how that feels? This is a really great party. Thanks so much for inviting us. You're very welcome, tiny child who knows how to pay a compliment. Brian and I look eyes. This isn't over. Looks like you've settled into this neighborhood quite nicely. Yep, couldn't ask for a better cul-de-sac. Oh. Well, I'm glad. Hopefully we'll see you at more church events. We've got a big schedule planned for the rest of the year, and I'm sure the kids would love to see your dance moves again. Sure thing, Joseph. And maybe if you aren't doing anything later, we could hang out sometime. Sure, Joseph, that'd be great. Well, See you later. Hugo comes with me with a plate of mac and cheese. The perfect cheddar to mac ratio. Beautiful work, Jake. Thanks, Hugo. I learned from the best. I've got a pocket full of gift cards that say you already know a thing or two. Let's get together for trivia night again sometime soon, huh? You know it. You know, I'm really pleased to see Amanda going to her dream school. I'm glad she turned it around for finals. Me too. The scholarship money will really help. Amanda walks by and pretends to not see Hugo. Amanda, come say hi to your old teacher. Hey. Congratulations on graduating. I know you're going to do great things at art school. Yeah, thanks. Amanda starts to back away. Wait, I just realized that you're not my teacher anymore, so I don't have to be afraid of talking to you. You no longer hold power over me. You're right. Go forth, adult. I can no longer give you detention. Yeah, I'm going to break everything I want, and there's nothing you can do about it. Are you still mad about that time I gave you detention for breaking my globe? Nope.
Yes.
And I'll have you know that the globe didn't even fit the basketball hoop in the first place, so she'll fit into college just fine. Hey, Robert, I'm glad you could make it. Yep. Robert takes a sip of his drink. Why is he being so cold to me? Everything okay? Sure. Why won't you talk to me? I thought we had something. Come on, Jake. You know what this was. You were an object to me, the same way I thought I was an object to you. I figured we were on the same page here, at least from how you were acting. But I don't want to be in this if there are feelings involved. I got too much to deal with as it is. I'll catch you around. Hey, man. Let me know when Amanda leaves for college. I'll have a fresh batch of grateful banana bread ready for her. Thank you. I know she'll love that. Ooh, feelings. Hi, Kate. How's it going? I give you all the hugs. I have one hug emote, I think. No, I have more. I have more hug emotes. Actually. Is it just the two? I think it's just the two. It looks like just the two. But I have two. Sleepy. Sleepy is you have to not sleep with him the first time you meet him. Yeah, I guessed that, Ash. I guessed that. So I'll need to go through again if I want to see that ending. Sleepy sounds fun. I feel sleepy actually, come to think of it. Thank you. I know she'll love that. Have you gotten that oregano smell out of your upholstery yet? Still working on it. What a splendid garden party. My deepest thanks for extending an invitation to my son and I. This icebox cake is divine. Yeah, thanks dude. Good cake. I stare at Lucian. He knows. I know, but I am a man of my word. The story of his oregano betrayal will go unsung. Thanks for coming by. Hey, looks like Amanda's hanging out with Briar and Hazel. Let's see what they're up to. Okay, Briar, think of a shape. Hazel, what's she thinking? Square. Briar. Star. We'll get it next time. Amanda leans in close to Briar and Hazel, lowering her voice. Listen, you guys can be real with me. If you're downplaying your psychic abilities, I want you to know that you can trust me. Heck, even think of me as the third twin. Amanda, that's a triplet. You know, Dad, by the time I'm done with these kids, we're going to be finishing each other's... What? You didn't finish your sentence. What are we going to be finishing? Each other's... sentences! See? Third twin. I have to go. As the party starts to wind down, I take a seat on our back porch step. The sun is setting and everyone seems to have eaten their fill. Amanda wanders over and sits down next to me. Killer party, Pops. What can I say? I was inspired. So, I also have something for you. For me? Why? Not to be completely genuine about my feelings for once or anything, but growing up wasn't easy. But it couldn't have been a lot harder if it wasn't for you. Dad, you've been there for me through everything. There's been times in my life where you were my only friend. I was really scared of going to college and being so far away from you, but I realized that everything you've done for me has been to prepare me for this, and I'm ready. I wouldn't be who I am today without you. Don't cry. Don't cry. I swear to God, Jake, if you cry again. You're the best dad. I love you. And I'm crying. Anyway, that was enough emotional vulnerability for one day. Present time!
Huh.
Amanda hands me a tiny wrapped package. I tear the wrapping off to find a framed picture of me and Amanda. It's us. Kind of shocking all of our photo albums are just pictures of me, huh? I figured we need at least one together before I leave. Amanda, thank you. Watching you grow up has been the happiest experience of my life. You're such a talented, intelligent young woman, and I'm so excited to see what the future holds for you. Knock 'em dead, kid. Oh, always do. Amanda and I share a hug. This is only the beginning, Pops. Plenty more memories for us down the road. Memories to make and stuff to break, right? Oh, I'm gonna break so much stuff. Intentionally and unintentionally. You're probably gonna have to pay for most of it. It would be my honor. I got World's Best Dad achievement. Get good Amanda ending. Aw, yeah. Amanda hops up. Looks like someone's been waiting to talk to you. I glance over to the back of the yard where Craig is sitting on a bench beneath our cherry blossom tree. He smiles at me. I'll leave you to it. Me and the Emmas are gonna go get ice cream. Roz, competent dad. Love you, Pops. Amanda runs off to join her friends. I take a seat next to Craig as the last guests make their way out of the party. Bro. This reminds me of the parties we used to throw. Fewer cake stands, of course. Probably for the best. I don't want to get my hip replaced after a party trick goes wrong. We can leave cake stands in the past. I'm taking this weekend to relax. This party was my first stop out of the express train from relaxation station. Next stop is Napville. Pull into the Jake Concourse. I'd like to book a ticket to Napville as well. I might have to meet you halfway eating fruit directly off your own stomach town. We both giggle, but man, do I just want to pour some chips on my belly while I hang out in a hammock. Craig, I'm glad you're making time for yourself. Me too. Stress is a funny thing, dude. I didn't realize how overworked I was until we got away from the city. It's only just as destructive as binge drinking every night and eating burritos off of the floor. I guess we need to get out of the city more often then. Craig kicks his legs over the side of the bench and leans into me, lying down on my lap. I run my fingers through his hair. You're looking for balance. I admire that. I'm trying to not feel guilty about doing things for myself. It's a process. And it's going to take me some time to figure it out. I might need your help, bro. Craig, I'll be your bro till the day I die. And if being your bro means forcing you to take care of yourself, then I'll happily oblige. Craig looks up at me, smiling. Bro. That means so much to me. Craig sits up and pulls me into a kiss. Bro. We both laugh. You and me, we're gonna be alright. The extended cut is the only cut worth watching. Oh, we did it! I'm probably going to go back through and do a couple more endings to see how you dream dadded. I did dream dadded. I did. Yeah, I think I'm gonna... I mean, it's only like 20 to 3. I've still got like 2 hours to fill. So we can easily like do more endings. And I can get more achievements. Achievements. Oh, that reminds me. Is there another update for Vampire Survivors yet? No. There isn't. Not yet. Green Gaddy. Cream caddy. Cream caddy. Awesome. Oh, we can just special thanks, playtesters, all amazing people, and all of our dads. You're the best, Pops. Amanda. Go Flapjacks! Never give up. Never remember. Okay. So. Wait, what was this mini game? What is this mini game? Call someone if you're thinking about them. They probably want to hear. They probably want to talk to you. Knife that wood? Oh, it's a robot one. Good luck writing with that. You made a highly dangerous weapon. It's a tongue depressor. I should put that in my first aid kit. Never know when you might need one. Bubble popper. You realize that you could have just picked your teeth with the knife. True. Yeah, we didn't get to do this mini game. Now all you need to do is carve off a board and we're set. And also maybe carve a ghost. It's you! Louisiana. Good old Louisiana. Beautiful place. Got stuck there once, you know. Or was it Kentucky? What are we? Chopstick ambidextrous. It's a stick. You made a chopstick ambidextrous. This is such a weird mini game. Oh, that's a big block of wood. New friend. He's beautiful. I'm happy for you. It's a new friend. You made a new friend. It's a little pony. The spirit of the Mustang. How poetic. How poetic indeed. Hey, we did it. I was wondering what the minigame was. So it's this one here, I think, isn't it? This is the one.
Welcome. You've got dads.
You've got dads. Okay, so shall we do Matt or Damien? Because I want to get both of those out of the way because I quite like those two. Craig, Matt, and Damien were the three that I really liked. Let's do Damien, then we'll do Matt. Save and continue. Try to exercise regularly. You can't make me. Ever since we had that picnic in the graveyard, Damien and I have been spending a lot of time together. We go on nighttime strolls pretty regularly. He was so impressed with the first letter I wrote him that he insisted we only communicate by post instead of through Dadbook. I initially protested, but he gave me one of his old signet rings to use as a seal for my letters, and I just couldn't say no. Hanging out with that goth dad, with that goth dad again? Please, Amanda, you know his name. And yes, be honest with me here, Pops. Is he actually a vampire? I remember you inviting him into our household that one time, and I've seen The Lost Boys, and I honestly would have preferred trying to see if he could have walked through the threshold of our home under his own power. Yes, Amanda, I have become Damien's familiar. I am compelled under his curse. I'm sorry, sweetie. Turn into a bat. I don't think... What's the point of being a vampire if you can't turn into a bat? Well, okay, I'm off. Are you taking the car or are you flying off into the night on the leathery wings of a bat? One of those. While I'm out, can you throw away the garlic bread that's in the freezer so I don't die? That'd be great. I'm keeping it there as insurance. You understand, right? That's my girl. Damien and I walk along the water's edge chatting that Damien's cloak, he hates it when people call it a cape. Damien's cloak flutters behind him in the breeze. This is going to seem like a silly question, but why do goths wear black? Gothic subculture has always been associated with death, so it would make sense that the style surrounding it would be greatly influenced by mourning. Interestingly enough, though, was that in the Victorian era, Queen Victoria herself mourned the death of her late husband for 10 whole years, wearing black for the rest of her life. If that's not goth, I don't know what is. I have another question. Go ahead. How are you so comfortable with death? You mentioned in the graveyard that it helps you appreciate your life or something.
Oh no.
I've experienced several losses over the course of my life, and I truly believe the only manageable way to cope with it is to accept that death is simply a part of living. It's the single universal truth for every human who has ever lived. I am going to die, you are going to die, and life carries on without us. Doesn't that make you feel scared? Not at all. Without the advances of modern science, death was everywhere in the Victorian era, and yet funerals were major social functions. Victorians were obsessed with mementos of their loved ones, even going so far as to take elaborately staged photographs of their dead relatives. The minutiae? I don't know how to say that. Of mourning was so complex that there were set periods of grieving that were deemed acceptable based on who in your life had passed. Now, we don't have any of that. Minutiae. Minutia? Thank you both. I don't do words well. Now, we don't have any of that. If you lose someone, you end up feeling lost yourself because we have no modern equivalent of those formalities. We need to allow ourselves to grieve, to feel that loss fully, but not allow it to consume us. It means particulars? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't have a good word bank. So no, I'm not afraid of death. I believe it is a waste to spend your life dreading the end of it. The time we have here is brief and fleeting and occasionally cruel, but it is at all times precious. To stare death in the face and live despite that, I think, is a noble existence. Let's save the mourning for the dead. Wow, that's beautiful. I can see the moonlight in the bay glint off of Damien's eyes. He smiles. We turn to the harbour and watch ships pass, breathing in the salty sea air. I look to Damien again. Can't help but be entranced by his charm, his mystery. I find everything about him so fascinating. I lean closer to Damien, closing my eyes as I do so. I'm so sorry, I have to take this. Damien steps away from me to answer his phone. Oh no, I hope it isn't Lucian again. After speaking in hushed tones for a few moments, Damien returns to me. Everything okay?
What?
There's an emergency. Lucian? No, thankfully, but I must take my leave. Oh, okay. Is there anything I can do to help? Dads do have to stick together, right? You know it. Then come, there isn't time to waste. After a short drive in silence, we arrive at a rundown building on the outskirts of town. Where are we? It's better if I just show you. I push the surprisingly heavy door open to find myself in a dimly lit waiting area. A few rickety chairs line the walls, and there doesn't seem to be anyone behind the front desk. There are a few paintings and pictures on the wall, but they're so nondescript. I'm still unsure of what kind of place this even is. Wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. Pikachu! Damien walks off down a corridor, his boot heels echoing through the halls of the seemingly empty building. Distant howls echo from someplace I can't see, and there's a faint scratching sound like claws on tile. I cautiously peek down the hall and find stall after stall of scared-looking dogs. A few of them notice me and skitter up to the chain-link fence, sticking their noses through to sniff at the air. What have I gotten myself into? Suddenly, the lights shut off. I panic, unsure of where I am or how I can get out. I stumble through the darkness, my breathing getting heavier and heavier. Damien? The lights finally turn back on. Hey, sailor. Mary, what are you doing here?
Come on.
You aren't here for the fight club? I don't want to get punched in the face. Great, because this is an animal shelter. A what? We take care of stray animals, and then people adopt the stray animals. Didn't you see the pets when you walked in? Oh, sorry, I didn't really expect to see you volunteering at an animal shelter. Wow. Okay, kid, way to put me in a box. Dames, you hear this baloney? Just one moment. Thunder cracks and the door bursts open. Appearing from the shadows I see Damien? Hey. It's Damien. He looks completely different. No cloak, no Victorian era clothing, no makeup. I wouldn't plan to share this side of me until much later, but I'm not as goth as you think. I'm a systems administrator for the IT department of a realty company. I wear tennis shoes to work and I listen to Bruce Springsteen. I enjoy going to the hardware store and looking at storage solutions, and I volunteer at this animal shelter in my spare time. I'm boring. I'm fascinated with Victorian history and the goth lifestyle. That much is true. It's just not all that I am. And I need you to know that. Oh, hate to kill the moment there, but there's some pressing business that needs attending to.
What?
Oh, right. It's Duchess Cordelia. Again? Who's Duchess Cordelia? She's one of the pups, gets out all the time. She somehow learned how to open doors and now she's unstoppable. When did she get out? This morning, I went to go sing sea shanty to the cats, and when I came back, she had already bolted. I have to stay here with the pets, so I need you two to go out and find her. Of course. Where could she be? She always ends up running off to the same places. Here, let me draw you a map. Mary starts scribbling on the back of a pet adoption form.
Hey.
She's very smart, ruthless even. You need to stay on your toes and get her back by sundown, or else she turns into a werewolf and starts eating people. What? You're a perfect little peach, Jake.
Huh?
We just don't want her to be stuck outside when it's cold. Oh. I'll grab some treats and we can hit the road. Damien and I look over the map Mary created us. Oh man. I'm Nerd's house? Okay, so we have Smalls with we have Smalls with the liquor bottle. We have Dames, which is Damien. We have Mary's sick pad. We have Nerd's house, which is me. We have Coffee Dad, which is Matt. We have Kale, which is Craig. Who's Mario Batali? And other Nerd's house. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see that. I only know of I don't know what Mario Batali looks like at all. I only know Mario Batali from Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Everything I know comes from fucking TV, okay? I know nothing otherwise. Other Nerd's house. Yeah, I remember, Charles Boyle dressing up as Mario Batali for Halloween, one of the episodes. Whose other nerd's house? The teacher. The teacher. At least you're not other nerd's house. Looks like you're moving up in the pecking order. Yeah, here you go. Pretty much, Warden. Pretty much. I watched Brooklyn Nine-Nine recently. Well, part of it recently. So, it's in my head at the moment. Everything I know is just from TV. So, I don't know anything. If I didn't watch TV, I wouldn't know anything. Like, literally. Congrats, kiddo. Where should we head first? Shit. Put east and west the wrong way round. Shit. Let's go for Bayside. Damien and I exit the parking lot and start driving toward town. I look over to him. He seems concerned. Shouldn't be too hard to find the Duchess, right? She's a pretty big pup. Mary wasn't kidding when she said that dog was smart. One time she correctly guessed the winner of the Kentucky Derby. It was a really great year for Bark Bark Bark. I don't know. What do you think our odds are, Jake? Abandon all hope, ye who enter. Gotta stay positive. My dad once told me, Jake, you can't shove raisins up your nose. And that hurt my feelings. I felt discouraged, but I kept a positive attitude. And you know what? I made it happen. You know what? If I want to shove raisins up my nose, I can make that happen. I can make it happen. Oh, man. Ew. It might have landed me in the ER and forced me to have 10 golden rings removed from my nasal cavity, but on that day I learned that anything is possible if you have a good attitude and abnormally large nostrils. Young children really are resilient, I suppose.
I'm die. Thank you, whoever.
You're not allowed to die. GDI. Yes, young children. I was 16. Let's just hope for the best. We got this. We arrive back at the Bayside. You only just got Pike. Yeah, that's true. You only just got Pike. To battle! Try and stop me, bish. Who am I gonna... I mean, what about the enemies? That's fun. You are full of bit, baby. Oh no. Yes! Just rogues! Stay over the water! Flying rogues, stay over the water. It'll all be good. Good flying rogues. Good flying rogues. I know they're coming in like very slow drags, so we're all good. We are all good. Good job, everyone. Watered Ash, enjoy your rewards. To the next one. It wanted busters, didn't it? I guess we'll try. Put down a buster and hope. Back we go. Just like old times, eh? I remember it as if it was yesterday. I mean, earlier today. So what do you think? Any sight of the pooch? None yet, although who knows if she made it onto any of these ships. The Duchess would do that? I wouldn't put it past her to know how to navigate in rough seas and without a compass. Very smart. Pops! Damien and I turned to see my daughter. Amanda, what are you doing here? Do you think I just stayed inside all day vegging out on the couch and watching TV? Oh, sorry. What are you doing? I'm heading home to go veg out on the couch and watch TV. Had to get a burrito first. Young miss, have you seen a dog around here? Oh, you bet. I saw a Pomeranian with a bow around its neck. I saw a big old Doberman named Henry. There was a stroller full of Yorkies, a Greyhound, a Golden Retriever. Did you see a Mastiff anywhere? No dice. I would definitely have remembered that. I gotta run though. This reader has about 10 minutes before the cheese breaks down the molecular structure of the tortilla and makes it all soggy. You understand. I do. Of course. Have a lovely evening, Miss Roz. We checked out Bayside. Let's check out the softball field. We drive to the softball field. It looks like Craig's team is practicing. I wonder if any of the kids saw something. No. Last name was Roz on this. Craig spots us and jogs over. Softball bat slung over his shoulder. Hey bros, what's up? Craig, you wouldn't have happened to see a dog around here, have you? One escaped from the animal shelter and we're trying to locate her. I don't think so. Maybe one of the girls saw something. Girls! Hi, Amanda's dad. Hi, Lucian's dad. We have names. Girls, have you seen any dogs around? There was a big dog here just a few minutes ago. I don't think she had an owner, but I really wanted to play. We tried to play fetch with her, but she just took the softball and ran. I think she ate it, actually. She was a lot of dog. Here, take another softball. Might come in handy later. Many thanks, Craig. I've played Terraria before. How many hours do I have on Terraria? I'm curious. I have 5.6 hours. Craig is a good boy. I got bored. Sandbox games are really not my kind of style anymore. I haven't played much of Terraria. I probably did say I never played Terraria. I probably did, and I that was wrong. Because I'm dumb. I've played it a bit. I didn't play too much. I played it with a friend, and basically all we did was that is the exact reason. That was the reason it was brought up yesterday as well, if I remember correctly. Yeah, me and my friend basically did the hell boss. We did like all the bosses and the hell boss, and then that was about it. Didn't really play much after that. I swear I could have had more. I swear I had more hours than 5.6 hours though. But apparently not. Apparently not. I tried playing it again with Tomb and everyone, because Tomb was doing a anyone can join Terraria world, and I was going to. I played it for about 10 minutes and was just like, no, I can't do this. I'm just not having fun. I just don't know what to do. I'm not having fun. Just But it's a good game though. It's a good game. Okay, so let's check out the aquarium. It's not rigged. It's not rigged. Just exclamation mark rigged. And you'll see it's not rigged. Damien and I stopped by the aquarium. Everything looks in order here, but it might help to get out of the car and take a look. I don't trust you, Roz. You see any? You seen anything? No dog here. Not even any sign of her.
Hmm.
Did you know that penguins are considered the goths of the sea? Damien, I want to believe you so badly. You need that to art. Exactly, you need that to art. To the coffee spoon. Park in front of Matt's coffee shop and walk inside. It seems like a slow day. Matt sits behind the counter, reading a book. Hey, Matt. Didn't expect to see you two today. What's up? Have you seen any stray dogs around? Can't say I have. You looking for one? Can you describe them to me? Enormous. That pretty well covers it. You need that to symmetry, but nah, I quit out like a week ago. You did not quit out. What do you mean? Cool. I find strays digging food scraps in the alley out back sometimes. I'll be sure to keep an eye out. We head back to the car. I fear that the hours are growing short. We must make haste if we're to find the Duchess by sundown. Damien's looking more stressed out by the minute. I gotta think of something to lighten the mood. I like Evie's art too. That thing you saw earlier. I did. That thing you saw earlier was a lie. Smoke and mirrors. Oh, okay. Okay. What kind of dog does a vampire have? Knock knock. I want to listen to all of these jokes. I would imagine it would be unwise for a vampire to take up the company of a smaller mammal for the means of companionship. It would be too tempting to. A bloodhound! I was going to say bloodhound, Damien. Oh, yes. Haha. It's actually a dick pic, and you showed it on stream too. Toss! I don't believe you. I want to listen to all of these. Knock knock. Who's there? Death cult. Death cult. Who? Death cultivate a more chipper attitude, friend. We're gonna find that dog. A slight smile cracks on Damien's lips. Load. All I know is he looks fey. Yeah, I can see that. How many goths does it take to screw in a light bulb? I don't know. How many? 1. Goths are very capable, especially when looking for a dog. Damien smiles to himself. I keep reading Damien's directions from the map as we drive around town. Like, cul-de-sac, I guess? We drive through the cul-de-sac and everything seems to be pretty normal. Looks like Brian's doing some yard work. We pull into Brian's driveway and hop out. Hey, don't step on the grass, I just mowed! Hey, have you seen any unusual activity in the area today? Aside from your underwatered lawn? Oh, here we go. How dare you! I take my lawn care very seriously. Jake, please. You haven't seen a dog run through here, have you? Well, a few hours ago I heard Maxwell barking at something. When I came outside, my garden had been torn to shreds. It's going to take forever to re-till the soil. That could be a dog. Or a rather feisty raccoon. Whatever it was, it must have been hungry. It ate all of my tomatoes. I'm very sorry to hear about your garden. If you need assistance restoring it to its former glory, please don't hesitate to contact me. Well, dear buddy, good luck finding that dog.
Oh, no.
She's probably still hungry. I wonder if she's looking for more food elsewhere. Back to the coffee spoon? We head back inside the coffee spoon. Hey, Matt. Guys, I think I may have seen that dog you were looking for. You did? A brown mastiff? Sides of a house? Yeah, I saw it digging through the trash in the back. It ran away when I tried to get close, though. Do you see what direction it ran in? Matt thinks for a second. Might have been running east, I think. That pup tore through 3 pounds of old, grateful banana bread. Want to take some of the road, just in case? Sure thing. Matt packages up a slice. Thanks for the slice. The road slice. This grateful banana bread, it's going to be so good. I think he meant to give it to you for the dog. Right, I meant, it's going to be so good. For the dog to eat. I feel like we're on the right track. You think? If we keep this up, we'll find the Duchess in no time. Hey, if you like dogs so much, why don't you have any? Lucian is severely allergic. I read that normally. Damien is saying Lucian is severely allergic. I wouldn't put him through that. But there are still dogs in my life, so for that I'm grateful. There's about to be one more dog in your life, buddy. Splendid attitude. Let us not waste any more time. Verily. Okay, coffee spoon. Went east. So cul-de-sac. Bayside. Verily. I have no idea what verily means. Unless it's like very. Bayside, I guess? Game and I arrive back at Indeed. Oh, is it like Indeed? Doesn't seem like anything has changed here. But Matt said the Duchess went east from the coffee spoon. I suppose we need to go not so east. So what, back to the cul-de-sac? We're over the cul-de-sac to find everything looking normal. Except... Otto. I don't know what I would do without you lot. I don't know. Hugo's front door is wide open. She can open doors.
Oh, no.
This is a classic fuck. This is a classic fuck. Yes. Can I load? I want to load the latest one.
Oh no.
This is a classic Duchess Cordelia, a telltale sign we should approach with caution. A classic fuck. Whatever goes down in there, I got your back. We creep up onto the porch and step inside. There, sitting instead of Hugo's living room, like she owns the damn place, is one of the biggest doggers I've ever seen. Woof! Well, she hasn't broken anything in here. Yeah. Wonderful. Now all we have to do is get this leash on her before she tries to escape again, and get out of here before Hugo comes home. Easy peasy. It's okay, classic folk means you have 0 to give. Duchess, come here. The Duchess eyes Damien warily. As he approaches, she begins to growl. She's on her guard. We'll need another plan. I reach into my pocket and pull out the slice of grateful banana bread Matt gave me. Duchess sniffs the air and hones in on the bread. Come here, girl. Nice and easy. I got some yummy homemade vegan and possibly gluten-free banana bread, if that's what you're into. The Duchess cautiously approaches me and gives the bread a good sniff before gently taking it from my hand and dropping it on the ground, like dogs always do for some reason. She goes up and starts munching on the bread. I reach into my pocket. There are 0 fucks to give. Success! I should get that sound. I do like that sound. The success sound and the failure sound from Super Smash Bros. I don't know if it's in all of them, but I know it's in Melee. Like when you're doing the targets and you have to get all the targets in time. I like those sounds. Damon walks up behind the Duchess and attaches the leash to her collar. She immediately notices and starts whining. It's time to go home now, Duchess. Damon gives a tug on the leash. She won't move. Duchess, what happened to our rapport? You and I used to be bosom buddies. She still doesn't move. She's huge. There's no way we can even try to lift her. Well, this is a weird situation to be in. I think we're literally trespassing in our friend's house with this large dog. What are you nerds doing? Ernest stands in the doorway with a plate of pizza rolls. What flavor pizza rolls are those? Pepperoni blast? Nice. The Duchess notices Ernest and starts pulling against the leash. Why is this dog in my house? It's along. The Duchess suddenly breaks free from Damien's grip and hurls towards Ernest. Ah! Ernest and the Duchess fall to the ground. Pizza rolls fly everywhere. This is bad. Ernest, are you okay? Ernest feeds the Duchess a pizza roll. Hey, she likes pizza rolls. Ernest sits up, but the dog keeps licking his face. Oh, hey. Hugo stands at the door, looking like he's at a loss for words. All I want to know is, why was the door not locked?
What?
Why you guys? Whose dog is this? Ugh, Nest, the little shit. It's a long story, but involves a large dog who knows how to open doors. Boof! Hugo, may I present to you Duchess Cordelia. How do you do? Hey, Wing, how you doing? Barf! We're friends. The Duchess looks at Ernest's face. She's from the local animal shelter. She got out and we've been chasing her all around town. Your house was her final stop. How's your day been? Has it been alright? Has it been good? Has it been busy? I'm assuming it's been busy. Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. I have like a spot forming under my eye here. And it kind of makes this side of my face feel tired. Getting up from bed. Getting up from bed. Nice. Are you working late shifts then? Is that your current work schedule? The spot is spotty at best. Yeah. Like, it's right under my eye. Like, on the tip of the bone where the eye socket is. Like, right on that edge. Dad, can we keep her? Ernest, I don't know if we're set up to take care of her.
Sweet manchego.
Wait, did you just call me Dad? Come on, please, look how cute she is. Hugo sighs.
Oh.
We had been talking about adopting a dog for a while, but you had to promise me you'll take care of her. Yeah, I'll give her all the pizza rolls her little heart desires. I suddenly remember what's on the back of this map and pull a pen out of my pocket. Got the forms ready for you if you're interested. I'll even waive the adoption fee since, you know, we technically broke into your household. Well, alright, it's a deal. Hugo steps onto the porch with us and signs the form while Ernest plays with the Duchess inside. He sure seems to be happy with his new friend. I know, he called me Dad, can you believe it? Damien placed his hand on Hugo's shoulder. I certainly can. I think this will be really good for Ernest. It should teach him some responsibility. You should probably look into getting better locks on your doors, though. The Duchess is a wily one, but do right by her and she'll love you two forever. Thank you. And long story short, the Duchess now lives in a happy home and neither of us were charged for breaking and entering. So all in all, I think it was a fine day's work. Nice work, you two. Jake, you could be a valuable asset to our team of volunteers, you know. If you ever feel like petting some puppies, hit me up. Mary, I always feel like petting puppies. Good to know. Well, I'll catch you fellas later. Mary starts to leave. And one last thing. Damien's been telling me about you. Glad he finally brought you around. Oh, yeah?
Come on.
Damien's my special boy. I love him. We go way back and I've got a vested interest in his health, success and well-being. If you ever heard him... Mary. You can fill in the blanks. I gulp. Breaks in, then sells doggo, makes profit. Exactly. You just got the shovel talk. Yeah, I did. Yes, ma'am. Oh, Evie. What a little shit. Have another Pokemon, everyone. Okay, Evie, don't have another Pokemon, I guess. I can't have another Pokemon either. I've got a Mew. So yeah. Fuck me, I guess. Rigged. How is it rigged? You get a chance at a Mew. Yes, ma'am. Mary leaves me alone with Damien. So, about the whole goth thing. Evie's on 108 of 151. She has so many chances to actually have a chance at catching one. I completely understand if you aren't interested in me anymore. What? Am I missing something here?
No.
I'm not a cool goth prince, I'm boring. I own 5 pairs of tennis shoes, I wear dumb glasses, don't you care? He looks so nervous. Damien, do you really think I would only like you because of all the goth stuff? That's all cool, but the best thing about you is how passionate you are about the things you love. History, art, Victorian fashion, dogs, storage solutions. Doesn't matter what it is, you care, and that's awesome. And also, the glasses are very cute. You don't think I'm boring at all? If you're boring, then I don't know what that makes me. I spend too much time online shopping for flashlights. I get excited to mow my lawn on Saturdays. I get cranky about commercials being too loud. I've even been thinking about making my own peanut butter.
Huh.
Oh, delivery. He's going to be here. That's what that noise is. It's going to be a knock on the door in a second. Pretty sure. There it is. Delivery. Yeah, it's HelloFresh. Okay, have another super law. Have another one. It's a polyrath. Then maybe we can be boring together. I'd like that. It would never be boring if it was with you. Damien suddenly closes the gap between us and pulls me into a hug. He buries his face in my shoulder. His hair smells like lavender and rosemary. I was so scared you wouldn't like me. Quite the opposite. Damien pulls away for a second, looks me in the eyes. Without the coloured contacts, his eyes are so dark and soulful. May I kiss you? Does a bat have wings? I believe I have my answer then. He smiles slightly and leans in, giving me a gentle kiss. Damien pulls away and gives me an intense look. Do you want to help me take care of the puppies? Yes! It's not rigged. What do you mean? Damien and I arrive back at the cul-de-sac, our fingers intertwined like a proper gentleman. He walks me to my doorstep.
Oh,
This was lovely. Thank you for understanding. Thank you for everything. I'm happy I can be myself around you. I'm glad, but I have one request.
huh.
What's that? Can we keep sending each other letters? But of course. Damien kisses me one last time before turning around and heading home. Amanda runs back to the couch from the window and tries to look as nonchalant as possible. Hello, Father. I was sitting here on the couch this entire time. Hi, Amanda. So, are you guys, like, starting a vampire coven together? Oh, plot twist. Mothman. Damien's actually Mothman. I didn't see it coming either. Genius! Well, whatever's happening, I'm really glad you two are happy. You deserve it, Dad. Aw, shucks. I'm gonna head to bed. Catch you in the morning. Sure thing. I make my way to my room and fall into my bed with my heart full excited for the days to come. Buy quality, not quantity. But it's on sale! But it's on sale! What do you mean buy quality, not quantity?
Wow.
But it's
My
on
son,
sale!
this- Never in a million moons have I had a date such as exquisite as this one.
Lo Ojusama? What? Interview with the vampire. Achievement unlocked. Spend less money than you make. What a fantastic tip. I never would have thought about that. Whew, I think I have everything finally set up. Man should be here any minute now. I think that's a car in the driveway. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Ugh. Dad.
Okay. Oh, it's 47 seconds. I don't think I can get a... I'll watch that later. I don't want to just, I don't want to get... Oh, what, the very beginning part? Ah. This moronic laugh must be. Okay. I thought it was like a 47-second clip. I didn't. That's a good laugh. I like that. I like that. Laughing at Raw? Yeah, everyone laughs at me.
Yes. Ah. Yes. Yeah.
We've seen all of this already. Hi, Pablo. Bye, Pablo. Okay, this part I haven't seen. We have a real fluffy Samoyed right now. His name's Harold. Loves belly rubs. He always tries to lick your face if you get too close. Mrs. Christensen, thank you so much for telling me in great detail about every dog currently at the animal shelter. Please tell me about the Afghan with 3 legs again. Sure. Quadro, we call him. It's one of those ironic nicknames. You know, if you're really interested, I could probably steal one for you. Really? No, but I could get you in to meet all of them. We could always use extra hands around the shelter. And if there's extra hands that also happen to steal a dog, I'm glad you two are able to bond over cute dogs. Really warms my heart. Dad, we're having a moment. Hey, Sailor. Your kid's a good egg. And where's your goth prince? You two are usually attached at the hip these days. He's around. Stella, your cud. Mary turns her attention to Amanda. It's not too hard to sneak a dog into college. Trust me, I did plenty back in the day. At one point, I had 3 cats living in my dorm. I decided to leave them to it. All of a sudden, a huge dog leaps up into my arms. Duchess! Hugo and Ernest run up to me. The Duchess gives my face a few broad licks and hops down. We're working on that. Got her in a disciplinary class. She's a wild spirit who runs where she may. I don't mind at all. Looks like the 3 of you are getting along nicely. She's a valuable addition to the clan. If I hold up my homework in front of her, she'll eat it. Cool. We'll deal with that later. Duchess Cordelia spots a squirrel and darts across the yard. Ernest follows her laughing. I clicked too many times. Thanks for breaking into my house, I guess. Yeah, Ernest does, doesn't he? Anytime. Jake! Brian, you made it. Okay. We've seen this bit. I didn't see this bit, but my bad. Don't let me get too wild. Don't worry, dude. I'll keep an eye on your fruit punch intake. You know, I'm really glad we're bros again. Me too, dude. Brian and Hazel peek out behind Craig. Hi, little ones. Hello. Hiya. Thank you for all the ice cream cake. Wait, girls, how much of that did you eat? Brian ate 4 pieces. Ask any witness. No, I didn't. Hazel ate 4 pieces and wants to pin it on me because we look alike. I have your face. Nobody will ever believe you. Oh, boy. Oh, let you guys figure this out. Good seeing you, Craig. Let's hang soon, yeah? Totally. Tell Amanda congrats for us. Looks like you've settled on this neighborhood quite quickly. Yep. We've read this bit as well. We've seen this bit as well. I'm gonna break everything. Hey, man. I turned to spot Lucian walking up to me. Yes, Lucian? Thanks for inviting me to your party. Anytime, bud. I know we had a rocky start, but I'm glad to know you. Hope you know how much your dad cares about you. Yeah. My dad's had a rough couple years, and I know that it must not have been easy to raise me alone. He's kind of a weird guy, but I love him a lot, and it seems like you make him happy. So, you're cool in my book. Thank you, Lucian. That means a lot to me. Sure. Let me know if you want me to give you a stick and poke sometime. Also, I'm sorry about the oregano thing. Thanks for coming by, Lucian. See you around, Jake. As Twilight starts winding down, I take a seat on the back porch step. The sun is setting and everyone seems to have eaten their fill. Amanda wanders over and sits down next to me. Killer party pops. What can I say? I was inspired. So, I also have something for you. Oh, no, we don't want this. We're gonna cry again. We don't want crying. It's bad. Knock 'em dead, kid. Always do. This is only the beginning, plops. Plops, pops. Okay. To battle! Zoom, zoom, zoom! Fuck. Oh, yes, I got loads of them. Fuck yes. Fuck yes. Fucking. Oh, the the assassin, the rogue got stuck behind everything, so it was at walking pace instead of running pace. Good job. Good job. Joey, what it? Enjoy your rewards. Up we go. Sticks. Sticks. What the fuck? That's a big ass thing, isn't it? Like, holy shit, that's huge. Yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna put it down. It's a healer. Back we go.
Ugh.
Oh, I'm gonna break so much stuff, intentionally and unintentionally. You're probably gonna pay for most of it. Looks like someone's been waiting to talk to you. I glance over to the back of the yard, where Damien is sitting on a bench beneath our cherry blossom tree. He smiles at me. I'll leave you to it. Me and the Emmas are gonna go get ice cream. Love you, pups. Amanda runs off to join her friends. Take a seat next to Damien, as the last guest makes their way out of the party. Did you know that in the Victorian era, they would call benches seaty boys? What? Really?
Oh,
I'm kidding, Jake, but what if? It's good to see you in your civvies again. Thank you. I had a revelation the other day, Jake, and I think it was largely due to your continued influence upon me. There was a version of myself that might have been embarrassed to show you my true form. My information technology form. But what you said about me, about how my passion was what you truly admired, that emboldened me to feel like myself regardless of how I choose to dress and act. Instead of separate entities, they are simply different facets of myself, a three-dimensional human being with his own thoughts, wants, and needs. I love dressing the way that I do, but feeling constricted by what I thought was my own personal brand made me lose sight of why I did this in the first place, to make myself happy. I place my hand on Damien's and feel a light squeeze. Looking up, I'm greeted by Damien's warm smile. I'm trying to be more comfortable with who I am, rather than dwelling on who I could be to other people. I can't stop smiling. I'm so proud of him. Damien, I'm so happy you realize that you can be a dog-loving goth. Me too, Jake. Me too. I feel myself inching closer and closer to Damien. I go to brush a lock of hair out of his face, and I'm shocked at how soft it is. How is your hair so soft? Dog shampoo. I keep running my hands through his hair as he leans close to me, placing a hand on the side of his face. He strokes my cheek with his thumb.
oh.
You know, public displays of affection were considered scandalous in the Victorian era. Damien pulls me in for a kiss,
Oh.
but I think I can make an exception for you. Medicine is not always the best medicine. No, you need to go through all of this. Every time. Oh, but it goes quicker the longer you hold it. It's a good photo. Back to load.
Welcome.
You've got dads. Yeah, let's go for Matt now. Alright, time to grab the wallpaper size picture of Vamp Daddy for you to I might go and get all the endings, but I just figured let's see some more endings whilst I still have time, because I'm probably not going to play this on Thursday now. I'm probably going to play something else now that I've finished the majority of this. Well, I've got an ending. But yeah, I've still got like an hour and 20 minutes. And how are you doing, Pun? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Do Brian then? I'm going to do Matt and then I'll do Brian. We'll have time for both. Yeah, I need to replay the entire game for Robert. Well, I just need to start a new file and then I can just speed run through Robert's 3 dates, can't I? Doing fine? Is that an okay fine or a bad fine? I hope it's I hope it's a good fine. An alright fine. Bad fine is bad. Okay, Matt. Save and continue. They really stepped up the production value. Oh, I missed that. Man, I spent a lot of time together. Together later. After we went record shopping the first time, it sort of became a weekly tradition for us to scope out Vinyl Fantasy 7. Good old Vinyl Fantasy 7. For new releases on quieter days, I'll go to the coffee spoon just hang out with him. He's been trying to get me to branch out from my usual black coffee to try new drinks, and they're always delicious. Since I've been spending so much time with Matt, Carmen Sita and Amanda have become really close friends. Amanda's taking Carmen Sita under her wing, teaching her about photography, helping her with homework, and introducing her to music that's not just boy bands. Well, she did end up taking her to one of those scream cry dancing boy concerts so Matt wouldn't have to go. A truly heroic move. I can tell that Carmen Sita really looks up to her a lot, so it's great that Amanda's trying to be a good mentor. The open mic night is tonight. Amanda and I busy ourselves getting ready. I try to pick out a nicer outfit than usual and piece around the room. A bunch of really cool bands are going to be playing, and I'm excited to see them. I haven't been to a show since the first time Matt and I hung out. It's weird. Ever since Matt played piano for me that one time, I've never been able to convince him to do it again. He's told me that he also plays guitar, drums, and even the trumpet. He still won't play any of them. For someone so passionate about music, it's strange that he doesn't want to actually play it. If you had any common sense, it wouldn't be strange. You ready to go, pups? I can hear Amanda in the hallway as she approaches my room. Yep. Yep. Amanda pops her head in and looks me over. She pinches the bridge of her nose. Dad, we talked about this. What? The sandals. They're older than I am. Vintage, some would argue. I thought you threw them out. Amanda, since when do you enroll in Fashion Police Academy? I got kicked out because I was a loose cannon who didn't play by the rules. For example, you're not allowed to mix florals, but you totally can if you have a good eye for colour. You're out of your jurisdiction, rookie. Amanda guards the door until I pick a better outfit. Stop! Those sandals are going directly into the evidence locker. What's the... It's the trash. You can pry these from my cold dead hands. Fine, keep them, but you're committing a heinous crime. Justice will find you one day. Come on, Dad, we gotta go. I've never seen the coffee spoon so packed. I spot familiar faces from the pop concert, all sipping on their caffeinated beverages of choices. A couple of people are setting up on stage. Whoa, some ending arts are a lot spicier than Damon's. Oh. Is that the streamer safe ones or the non-streamer safe ones? Because I can imagine they're slightly different. A couple of people are setting up on stage. I don't see Matt, but I'm sure he's busy in the back. Amanda and Carmen Sita find each other immediately and do their secret handshake, some complicated clapping with their hands and then a big hug. Jake! I tend to see Hugo sitting at a table with none other than Damien. Streamer safe, gladly. It's not that spicy. Excuse me. What do you mean, excuse me? I tend to see Hugo. There are not safe for work endings? Well, I don't know if there are or not. It's just that I know that there's like streamer safe mode, which I'm assuming is just for music. But I have no idea if it changes any of the pictures, any of the graphics as well. I tend to see Hugo sitting at the table with none other than Damien. Fancy seeing you two here. I am, as you know, a dedicated patron of the arts. It's a bit of tradition between Damien and I now. Matt's open mic nights always seem to bring out the best talent in town. Okay. Sometimes it gets a bit odd, even for my admittedly eclectic tastes. You guys seen Matt around? Yeah, he was just helping the Pablo kid get some equipment out of his van. Whoa, Vacant Veil is playing a set. What is this? It's a music licensing copyright flagging thing. Get your minds out of the gutter. Hey, if you plan on doing Matt while live streaming, make sure to turn on streamer safe mode in the options. It's a music licensing stroke content copyright flagging thing. Get your minds out of the gutter. If it's part of the game and you don't focus on it. Yeah, you can do that if you don't focus on it. Oh my god. That's the best ever. I just wanted to read some of the comments. No, it's fine. It's fine. Dad nips. The delicious dad nips. What? It's, Witch House. Damien's ears perk. What is that? I don't know. Well, it sounds delightful. Amanda says it isn't. Weirdly, the spiciest is the priest dad, but my favorite is Brian's. Well, we're gonna see Brian's. I think we'll be able to see 2 more. Then that's about it. Shame. Alright, I'm gonna go find Matt and see if he needs any help. Any help? I head to the back room with the coffee spoon, where I find Matt going over some last-minute show details with Pablo. My dude! Pablo and I share a full and sincere bro hug. Glad you can make it, Jake. Wouldn't miss it for the world, man. Bless you. You guys need any help? I think we're all set, actually. Pablo, can you remind me what order people are going up in? Well, you got the handsome and unforgettable Vacant Veil opening up the set with selections from his new album, Witch Diaries. And then the third waves, who are all extremely attractive and could beat me up and I'd still be into it, are playing a 3-person acoustic set. We got a little bit of spoken word in there, a magic act, and then it looks like we're closing with Jonathan Jones and the Speakeasy Choir. What? No, absolutely not. I remember the ridiculous set that this band put on when they opened for Pub. Sometimes, when it's quiet, I can still hear the sound of an accordion being violently thrown against the wall, over and over. They weren't that bad. No, you don't understand. Last time they played open mic night, they lit their bassist on fire and the fire marshal had to shut us down. They also refused to pay for their drinks. Yikes. They are not playing tonight. Well, they're outside, all 17 of them. Tell them we're full. Then who's filling their spot? Matt, you should play. Come on, Matt. You should play. No, I can't. I really can't. I'll play. What are you doing? What? What would you even do? Stop talking. Close your mouth. The Scammunist Manifesto is making a comeback solo show. I thought you didn't know how to play anymore. 69%. Nice. Nice. Hey, you done did catch a freaking abra. Good job. Yay! You just need some more pokies now. You don't know how to play anything anymore. Scar comes to you in the hour when you need it most. Without fail. Stop being so desperate to please your hot friend, Jake. Is there a keyboard around? Your unending thirst will be your ultimate downfall. Yeah, I have one right here. Then it's settled. Dude, are you sure? No, I'm not. As sure as Scar is generally played with staccato notes on the upbeat. Well, as long as nothing gets set on fire, it can't possibly be worse than Jonathan Jones and the Speakeasy Choir. Matt grabs me by the shoulders and stares into my eyes. Thank you, Jake. I owe you big time. I settle back into my seat with Amanda and watch the show start. The house is packed now, with a few people even standing outside to watch. What have I gotten myself into? Amanda, I may have made a mistake. I told you those sandals were a bad choice. It's not that. I agreed to pull out my scar. No! Absolutely not! I had to help Matt. Matt, I love you, and I support you, but we left Scar behind for a reason. Look, it's either this, or we're in the splash zone for a group of 20 musicians all crying at the same time. I've hit the button too many times, and I don't know what it said. I'm sorry. Somehow, this is the preferable option. I just have to play the thing. Play what thing? You don't know how to play any instruments. Just promise me you'll still love me after this. I promise. But I may have to change my last name and hope you'll understand. Of course. My new last name is going to be Fireblast. Amanda. Maybe you're cold still. Matt takes the stage to a roar of applause from the crowd. He grabs the mic and addresses us all. Thank you everyone for coming out tonight. Matt's so nervous. And I'm so nervous. I can't stop staring at his mouth, and that makes me even more nervous. We have a jam-packed roster of amazing local talent who you might already know, or maybe have seen before, but would like to see again, and I'm rambling now, sorry. Oh man. So, let me just bring on a dear friend of mine who's making his live show debut. Please welcome to the stage, Vacant Veil! The crowd cheers again and Pablo bounds up to the stage, beaming. He sets up his 2 laptops and keyboard and launches into his set. Thank you everyone! This one is called Witch House Never Dies, and you're next. Pablo hits the crowd with a heavy, inaccessible synth bass layered under drum samples and clips from science fiction shows played in reverse. It's maybe not the right show for this, but everyone seems to be enjoying whatever this is. At the end of the song, Pablo jumps on the mic. Inaccessible. It did say inaccessible, didn't it? I know I didn't misread things, right? It's inaccessible now. Who cares? It did. Okay, cool. I can imagine reading something wrong and then just like, he said the wrong word. Thank you to all the veil wearers who came out tonight. A portion of the crowd cheers. He has a fan base already. He has a name for the fan base. This is his first live show. You can buy t-shirts out of the trunk in my car after the show. Also, I'd like to thank my mum for coming out to watch me play. You're my rock, ma. Love you, honey. I did, didn't I? I did. Pablo plays a few more songs that are actually super fun to listen to. Wow. Definitely did not see that coming, especially after Amanda strongly worded thoughts about the genre. I have no idea. I honestly don't know what I said like 2 seconds ago. Once he's done, he vacates the stage and Matt jumps back up again. Ooh. Oh, just a bit of a stretch. Not quite a dab. Not quite a dab. You don't get one for free. Big round of applause for our very own Pablo, who coincidentally works here. Yay, Pablo! And hey, next up are a group of young ladies who have been tearing up the East Coast with Riot Punk for three years now. Years, I meant years. 3 years, sorry. The writing on my hand smudged because I'm sweating. I ain't paying 8K for that shit. That's what I like to hear. I shouldn't have told you all I'm sweating. I'm sorry. Wow, he seems just as visibly nervous as I feel right now. Put your hands together for the third waves! Buttercup Molly from Vinyl Fantasy 7 takes the stage, followed by two girls with colourful hair and fishnet stockings. All of them are wearing combat boots, and all of them look mad about something. Their set is so energetic that it almost seems like a pit is going to open up in the coffee shop. I look over to Amanda, who's clearly enjoying the hell out of the anarchic, female-fronted punk rock. Dad, can I get a lip ring? Sure, if you pay for it yourself. Come on, it's no fun if it's not an act of youthful rebellion. After the third waves close out the set, a variety of acts play to the delight, and sometimes horror of the crowd. The magician tries to turn a cup of coffee into a cup of coins and ends up just spilling hot coffee all over himself and dropping the coins. Rigged? What do you mean rigged? It's not rigged. What did you caught yourself a Pokemans? As each act leaves the stage, I get more and more nervous. There are so many people here. Oh, where am I? Did you have a nap, Evie? Get off me lawn! Evie, go babe. No. Okay. I don't know anything about how to play the piano other than it has keys and you have to touch the keys to make the sounds. Also, I almost spill the flat white stripes in my hand because it's trembling so much. No joke, Dad. I'm rooting for you. You're gonna knock him dead. Thanks, Panda. An improv comedy group takes the stage. They take suggestions from the crowd and end up doing a scene that was supposed to be about coffee, but instead turns into 5 minutes of dick jokes. Classic. Dick jokes. I have a hard time laughing. My stomach is tying itself into knots. Not just regular knots either, like the kind of knots you get when you throw your phone charger, headphones, and laptop charger into the same bag. Out of nowhere, Matt sits down next to me. Hey, are you doing okay? Everything is great. I want to reassure him that I'm okay, but I just can't get the words out. I'm here. Alright, just making sure. I know you're going to do great, Jake. Matt squeezes my shoulder and jogs back up to the stage. Hey everybody, we're down to the last act of the night. Now this person who's my friend is making their return to the stage after a long hiatus. Please welcome, formerly of the Scummunist Manifesto, Jake Ross. Everyone cheers as I take the stage. Jamie and Hugo staring at me in shock. Hey everybody, good to be here. Thanks for having me on. Great crowd. My name is Jake, but you can call me by my stage name. Five Iron Freddy, Thomas Kalnocki, Frankie Two-Tone. These are all very bad. I don't like any of these. Five Iron Freddy. The crowd claps politely. I sit down at the piano. There's a lot of keys. There's so many keys. Oh, okay, I wouldn't have got that. Fucking fingers, please, stop being heavy. God, these lights are really bright. Someone coughs. I guess that's some good stage banter, and now I have to play a song. I mean, if you're into Christian ska, I know ska is a thing, that's about it. This song is called Beam Me Up Ska T. Deep breath. How hard can it be? No matter how disastrous this is, I just have to make it through this whole song, and I'll have saved the day. Here goes nothing.
Tickle that ivory.
I'm not singing along. What do you mean? No, I refuse. I refuse. I refuse. I don't sing. What do you mean? Smooth. Awesome. Artistic. I know, right? Bravo. Doing your best deserves an S. Sorry. Maybe the song would have been better if we didn't have the streamer safe stuff on. I look up at the crowd. I see a bunch of people shifting in their seats. Oh no, I'm losing them. Scar really is dead, and I killed it. Everybody Scar? Everybody Scar! Like a checkerboard tie wearing angel descending from two-tone heaven, man walks on stage playing the guitar. We lock eyes and he gives me a reassuring smile as he effortlessly plays the chords to the song. I look out and see the crowd go wild to Matt's appearance on stage. Everyone's bouncing around now. Fills me with renewed energy as we jump into the chorus. Beam me up, Scotty. Beam me up, Scotty. Beam me up, Scotty, to the Star Trek Enterprise. Matt jumps into an improvised solo that was way better than the one Darren Springsteen wrote in high school. We make it to the end of the song in one piece, and the crowd goes wild. I'm moist with sweat head to toe. Ladies and gentlemen, Matt Stella. The crowd practically screams. They all start chanting Matt's name. They want to hear you play, man. Matt smiles. I think I'm ready. I excuse myself from the stage and take my seat next to Amanda as Matt cozies up to the microphone. I take back what I said about Scar. That was pretty cool. I high-five Amanda and we look toward the stage. Hey everybody. More cheers. I haven't played in front of people in a long time, but it's cool to be back. This one goes out to a good friend. Matt locks eyes with me. We both smile. Who helped me to be able to do this again. Thank you. This is an old one from Stillness the Dancing. The entire crowd excitedly jumps to their feet. Matt closes his eyes and starts playing an upbeat, intricate melody. The crowd sways to the music. Matt looks entirely at peace with a small smile on his face as he sings. After he finishes his song, the crowd insists on an encore. He ends up playing a few more tunes to an adoring audience before thanking everyone for coming out. The moment he steps off stage, he gets mobbed by people. Everyone seems to be amazed that he's playing again. Damien and Hugo thread their way through the crowd to talk to me. That was amazing. It was certainly a sight. Did they make industrial darkwave ska? I'm not too sure if that genre exists, but if it's never too late to start a band, apparently. I glance back over at Matt, who's hugging a bunch of people. They really seem excited to see him play. Well, yeah, he hasn't played since he lost Rosa. What? I didn't realize. It suddenly all makes sense why Matt was so reluctant to play. Must have taken so much for him to jump on stage with me just now. The crowd slowly filters out into the street as the show ends. I decide to stick around a little longer to see if I can talk to Matt. Hey, I'm taking Carmen to get ice cream. Is it okay if she sleeps over? We're going to paint our nails and start a punk band. Yeah, go have fun. Just, please don't wake up the neighbors with any biting truths about the government or whatever. Don't worry, we'll wake them up figuratively instead. Amanda and Carmen seem to bump fists and head out. I spot Matt finishing up a conversation with a couple stragglers on the way out of the coffee shop. Hey, Matt. Hey, dude. Need help closing up? I'd love that. Matt and I stack up chairs and sweep the floor in silence. We carry the stage equipment back to Matt's van, where we see Pablo selling merch to a crowd of people out of his trunk. Shirts of the finest quality, every step of production from thread to stitch overseen by yours truly. Graphic designs fit for a king. That kid's gonna go far. We walk back into the coffee screen and Matt puts the finishing touches on closing. When we're all done, Matt and I lean up against the counter. Thanks for saving me from myself up there. All in all, it ended up being pretty cute. Plus, you protected us from Jonathan Jones and the Speakeasy Choir. Someone told me that they tried to do a street performance down the road and they all got arrested for trying to form a human pyramid in traffic. Did it feel good to be on stage again? Yeah, it really did. I heard that you stopped playing after your wife died. I didn't realize it had been that long. Yeah. Matt looks like he wants to say something, but he's having a hard time getting it out. He takes a deep breath. I'm not really a people person, obviously. Crowds make me nervous as all hell, which is not exactly the best. It's just not exactly the best for performing live music. But when I was with Rosa, she lit up the room. I could follow her lead. After she passed, I was lost. Even touching a guitar hurt too much. I tried playing for people over and over, but the music would never come out, so I just gave up. I guess what I'm trying to say is, life wasn't this scary when I had someone in my corner, someone I felt safe with. I hadn't felt like that for a long time. Until tonight. What changed?
Hey.
You. Blood rushes to my face. When I saw you looking so scared on stage, it reminded me of myself, and I don't want anyone else to have to feel that bad. When I got up there and started playing for the first time in forever, I felt comfortable. I was having fun. I had spent all this time being so afraid of performing that I forgot how much I loved it. Your strength gave me strength, whether you were trying to or not. You got me out of my comfort zone, so thank you. Thank you for helping me realize that I can do this. I'm glad I could help. You coming on stage? I didn't think you would stick your neck out for me like that, especially considering all of this. That really means a lot to me. Well, you mean a lot to me. Matt and I lock eyes. He leans in and kisses me quick and soft. He pulls away and covers his mouth.
What?
Oh God, I'm sorry. Sorry. I can't believe I just did that. Neither can I, but I'm glad you did. Our lips touch again. I brush his hair out of the way and rest my hand on the small of his back. Matt pulls me closer. Everything about him is sweet and soft. His lips taste like vanilla. He smells like coffee cake. I can feel him smile through the kiss, which makes me smile. He laughs into my mouth and I can't help but laugh too, our teeth knocking against each other. Ow! The moment I open my eyes, I realize we're still leaning against the espresso machine. Maybe the coffee shop isn't the right place for this. Maybe you're right. Let's go back to my place. We have a battle to do first, so... To battle! Oh, date complete anyway. Date complete.
Yeah, even Pitchfork would like that.
Gross. Love. I got 4 assists. Holy shit. Ash, Commander, enjoy your rewards. Over to this loyalty token chest. Oh, Artemis. Dislike Artemis. Dislike Artemis. No dice. We got a B. Oof. Oof. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine Sate's help. I don't need assists or anything, I don't think. So I'm alright. Sorry, I'm just on. I just wanted to see if there's any quests again. No quests for me. Sorry, sweetie. It's the feds. It's always the feds. Oh, we can read this one properly now. Hey, bro. Bro. This is a real rager. Taking our older age into consideration. I'm trying to be in bed at a reasonable hour tonight. Don't let me get too wild. Don't worry, dude. I'll keep an eye on your fruit punch intake. You know, I'm really glad we're bros again. Me too, dude. And then we read the rest.
Nice.
Ah. Hey.
Nothing new here.
Yeah.
Fuck. I missed a bit. That's fine. It's fine, isn't it? No, just find a group of people that you like and then hang out with them. Be yourself. Don't worry about being cool. You'll find friends. And try not to kiss anyone who also has braces. You get stuck, kiddo. Hey, guys. Hey, Amanda's dad. Come and see us here getting ready for high school. Got any advice? When you join a band, pick the easiest instrument to carry. I'm still walking a little sideways from my sousaphone days. Flute it is. Alright, I'll leave you guys to it. Kamasita, me and Amanda. Kamasita, me and Amanda still on for dinner with you and your pops tomorrow? Okay, that was worded really weirdly for me. I understand it, but yeah. Yes, we're already planning a carrot cake for you guys. I better keep making rounds. I leave the two to keep conspiring. Spotty starts to wind down and take a seat on the back porch. And then we cry again. I take a seat next to Matt as the last guests make their way out of the party. Seems like Amanda really enjoyed this. Thanks for putting together such a nice surprise. Come and see it as middle school graduation is coming up in a year or two. I'm sure for the right fee I could put something together. Only if I get to DJ. Matt looks down at his hands. It seems like he does that whenever he's trying to figure out the right words to say. Hey, I just wanted to say that... Ah, gosh, this is going to come out dumb no matter how I say it, so here goes. I haven't felt this happy in a long time. Whoa. You brought out the best in me, and it wasn't just because of the scar. Although that was really cute. Every moment that we've gotten to spend together since we've met has been an adventure, and I just hope that we get to keep doing that. We make a pretty good team, you know? I mean, I'll let you handle the music playing, and the music singing, and actually pretty much everything related to music, but I can organize a party pretty well. I'm also good at kissing, so that's a big plus. That's true, you are very nice to kiss. I slide my arm around Matt and run my fingers through his hair, giving him a small kiss on the cheek. He giggles. See? That was a good one. And hey, I've actually been working on some new stuff. Feels really great to be writing again. Oh man, Matt, that's amazing. I'd love to listen to it sometime. If you were comfortable sharing it with me. Maybe I could show you some new tunes I'm working on in the studio later. You know I'm going to insist that we add a horn section. Matt rests his head on my shoulder and sighs happily. You know what? I'd actually like that. Grow your own vegetables. It's cheaper, I think. Yeah, we definitely got time for one more. At least one more. I don't want to, like, push it over too much. So maybe we'll do one more, and then we'll finish after this battle. But who has the horn? Yeah, we're doing Brian. That's a bit spicier than Damon's one, isn't it? That's a little bit spicier. Tulu for Twitch reported. It's gone. It's gone. It's fine. Continue. This one? This one.
Welcome. You've got dads.
That's true, there weren't. Brian! Save and continue. Drink a full glass of water in the morning until I wake up. I should try that. Spend the day lounging around the house in my bathrobe and slippers, committed to enjoying my day off as a testament to dad laziness around the world. Third coffee of the day, and doing my second world jumble in pen. Man, is this the life. Hey, this one spells door. You're still taking me to the fair later, right? There's a fair?
Ugh.
Dad, it's literally around the corner from us. It's not ringing a bell. I came home yesterday with cotton candy. Nope, nothing. I gave you a teddy bear that I won, specifically stating where and when I got it. This sounds so like me. Seriously? Amanda walks to the windowsill and slides the drapes open. There's a big Ferris wheel in the distance. Oh, right, that one. I thought you meant another carnival. You're coming with me tonight, right? Gosh, honey, I don't know. I've got all this. I look down at the mug of coffee and word jumble in my hands. Pressing business I need to attend to. Amanda points to my word jumble. Park, dog, clock, cereal. I knew that. I totally knew that. The secret word that they all spell out is pool. Hey, you're pretty good at this. Now you don't have an excuse. You're coming with me. Rude Amanda. I know, right? I helped my dad with his Sudoku one time, and he said, if you do that again, I'm going to stab you with my pen. So I did it, and he stabbed me with his pen. Where's something nice? I want some arm candy tonight. Got it. And no flip-flops. Not after last time. We don't talk about last time. Amanda and I step outside and follow the faint sound of carnival music. So, what's the first thing you're going to do at the fair? Eat greasy food, like deep fry everything and put it in my mouth. I don't care if it isn't tasty to start. I believe that the deep fry process can transmute any non-tasty thing into a tasty thing. Please don't throw up this time. I know my limits. You said that last time. I was still calibrating. I'm dialed in now. You'll ride the rides with me, right? If you're looking for someone to ride scary rides with, that's a straight veto from the dad constituency. However, I am happy to stand at the fence and take blurry pictures of you riding rides, as per dad custom. Define scary rides. Anything that moves. Well, you're no fun. Maybe I'll find someone at the carnival who'll go with me. Wouldn't that be a surprise? Yeah, maybe one of your friends from school will be there. Like, who's that one with the eyebrows? Teresa? She got mono. What about the one who vapes? Alex got suspended for vaping in the school bathroom. Well, I hear carnival rides are fun as a solo rider, but then I'll have no one to puke on. Or will I? What? Hey look, we're here!
Oh.
The carnival is packed with people from all over town tonight, screaming kids running around with cotton candy and buckets of soda clutched in their grubby fists. Buckets of soda. I've never had a bucket of soda. Deep fried butter. Oh, that sounds delicious. I'd love deep fried butter. Sounds very, sickly though. Very, very sickly. Colourful lights flash all around us. I feel like just smelling the air will clog my arteries. Deep fried Kool-Aid? I've never had Kool-Aid. Hey, let's go over to these greasy food carts first. Amanda leads me. Dry heaves. Why are we dry heaving? Because of deep fried butter. Are you okay, Evie? Amanda leads me by the hand in what seems like a very specific direction. Okay. Was that to the butter or being okay? I don't know. I should ask one question and wait, damn it. Back when KFC tried to do free refills in my country, some people began using their buckets to fill it with soda. Shortly after we began doing that, free refills stopped. Why would they do that? Oh, pun. Oh, man. Take peanut butter, chocolate and bacon, combine them with banana batter, and you have a deep fried concoction known as the Fat Elvis on a stick. It's treated savory, sweet, and extra crispy. It sounds pretty delicious, actually. It sounds pretty delicious. Peanut butter, chocolate, bacon, and banana batter. Oh, man. That sounds right up my alley. What do you mean, you monster? What? You have to be okay. You're not allowed to be not okay. The worst part is thinking about how someone decides to use a greasy bucket that had chicken in to drink soda. Maybe they went to the bathroom and washed it out first. I know my favorite one is around here somewhere. Wait a second. Is that Brian? Wow, look who it is. Sure enough, it's Brian and his daughter Daisy. Brian has the same confused look on his face that I'm sure I have. What a coincidence that we all happen to be here at the same time in the same exact place. Wow, this is so weird. Can you believe we just happened to come to the carnival on the same night at the same time? Yes, Daisy, that's so strange. How bizarre. Brian? Jake! I can feel my competitive fire burning inside me again. Last we met, Brian had made a fool of me by besting me at fishing and then out-humbling me in front of my very own daughter. I still want that pole saw. There's plenty of midway games here. Okay, how about we hang out as a team and explore the carnival together? Yes, Amanda, that sounds like an amazing idea. Let's all go and do stuff together. Together! Amanda and I follow Brian and Daisy as they lead us towards some rides. I can't believe Brian's here. Dad, you need to relax. Daisy and I have been spending a lot of time together. She helped me with my algebra homework and I've been corrupting her young soul with rock and roll music. I feel like he dresses his daughter. May very well. She's really cool, but you and Brian won't stop complaining about each other. Oh, he's complaining about me? No, Dad, that's not what I meant. If you and Brian would just talk to each other, maybe you would see that you have a lot in common. See, now I gotta turn it up to 11. Brian's getting obliterated. Dad, you have to chill. Please chill. For my sake. I'm chill. I'm like stupidly chill. And once I prove once and for all that I'm clearly the better dad, I'll be so chill, you could call me liquid nitrogen. I will destroy him. Dad! I spot the entrance to the midway, a perfect opportunity. It's a Massigno! Well, not intentionally like it, just intentionally on that style. It's not a bad style, to be honest. But like, all the children kind of just very similar to the parent, I've noticed, you know? Just all of them. They all dressed very similar, especially in colours. Like, colours and styles all kind of match, if you ask me. Kate! You caught him a sing, no? And your Pokedex has been glitched. Glitched! Now you just keep that Pokemon and you should destroy everyone who challenges you. Hey Brian, check it out. Want to get a couple games in? That sounds fun. Maybe a little friendly competition. No, we wanted to check out some clowns. Over there. Amanda, you're scared of clowns. Overruled. Ah, fine. Sure. Let's play some games. But if we spend the whole night in there, I'm filing for emancipation. I'll line up. I'll win you something nice. I'll win you something nice too, Daisy. I'll win more nice things than Brian. I'd like to see you try. Brian and I glare at each other. We've been at it for longer than I'd like to admit. Amanda and Daisy sigh heavily at each other. Heavily at each new game. Brian and I challenge each other to. Their arms overburdened with stuffed animals and t-shirts with rainbows airbrushed onto them. For every game I win, Brian seems to answer back. Dad, please, enough. Just one last game, honey. So Jake, we're tied. What's the ultimate prize? I spot it from across the midway. We lock eyes. It swims absent-mindedly in a bowl of water. That goldfish will be mine. I honestly can't remember. I need to have a look, actually. I know it, like, literally was just there, but we just type in. Yeah. Carmencita. Yeah, definitely. Definitely in terms of colors. I see that, yeah. In terms of style, though, I think it's a very sort of like similar style that they have. Don't quote me on that. I know nothing about fashion or style, so yeah. That goldfish will be mine. Amanda, sweetie, how about I win you a goldfish? If it'll get us out of here, great. I look over at Brian. We don't say a word, but our locked eyes confirm it. The person who wins the goldfish wins the night. Looks like it's skee ball. You any good? I am the best skee ball player to ever ever grace this earth. Think you can handle me? Still willing to put up your weed whacker? Only if you're willing to part with that pole saw. Lawn grooming equipment goes to the skee ball champ. We share an earnest shake. They missed a huge potential on making Damien's rebellious kid be a jock to rebel from a goth punkish scene. They did, didn't they? Fuck. Yes! Fuck. Yes! Fuck. Fuck. Fucking get in the 100 hole. I'm going to lose. Fuck. I got out skied at all. I want to win. I want to win, damn it.
Ski that ball.
Yeah, I thought that as well. Like, it wasn't giving me the hundreds. We just straight down the middle this time. That's all we do. Skills! We have skills. Yeah, like I got like a 100 and it basically gave me like 10 points or something. Like I saw it go in the 100 and I'm just like, okay, 450, 460. Okay. The bell sounds on light slash. It feels like things are moving in slow motion. The guy around the booth points at me. I turn to look at Brian and his face is priceless. The attendant reaches up and dumps the goldfish into a plastic baggie. My hands shake as he passes it over to me. I've done it. I've finally done it. The fish is mine. The pole saw is mine. Victory is mine. I've bested Brian. You won, fair and square. I held the goldfish above my head, brandishing it aloft for the world to see. Be cool. I think better of my hubris and slowly lower the goldfish bag into Amanda's hands. Here was nothing. Amanda, what would you like to name your new friend? How about Brian? I couldn't figure out the proportion from points to tickets in that machine. I couldn't figure it out either. I ended up with like 800 odd points and like 70 odd tickets. Et tu, Amanda? Wanna go on the Ferris wheel next? Yeah, I wanna ride the Ferris wheel. Of course! I'll hang out and watch you guys. Still not a fan of carnival rides. I'd be happy to ride some rides with you kids. I'm just kidding. I love carnival rides. I'm the best at them. How they sort out the tickets on those machines? No, yeah. We traverse the fair and end up at the relatively short line for the relatively short line for the Ferris wheel. It doesn't seem like a very popular ride. Daisy and Amanda chat excitedly. I can feel Brian glaring at me. So, how'd you do on the trick final? Way better than I thought I would. Those cosine problems still trip me up, so I drew a cat instead of answering the questions, and my teacher gave me a point for effort. Wow, is high school really that easy? Absolutely, yes. The School of Hard Knocks, though. Fuck. Fucking fingers, please! You've done this too many times today! Amanda playfully punches Daisy on the arm. Welcome to the streets. You check out that art book I gave you? Yeah, I love that section on female photographers. You have good taste. You know, I bet your photos will be in a book someday. Daisy, stop or I'll cry. They're too cute. Next! Amanda pushes me forward. You first. I sit down in the carriage. And now you. Daisy pushes Brian into the carriage next to me. Before I can say anything, the ride operator closes the gate. Now wait just a second. We're gonna go get some deep fried pickles. You two take this time to work out your differences.
Whoa.
Hold on. Get along. Good old voice acting, right? I'm fantastic at it. Amanda and Daisy run off into the crowd. The ride starts moving. I sit in the Ferris wheel with my arms crossed and I'm talking to Brian. I don't even know what Amanda's talking about. Neither do I. Our carriage creeps slowly upward. Ferris wheels are boring. Could this ride go any slower? Oh, is it too fast for you? That's not what I meant. How could this get any worse? Suddenly the ride jerks to a halt with us at the very top of the wheel. I can hear the faint yell of the ride operator down below. Sorry folks, ride's stuck. Guess a raccoon must have stolen the key component to the motor. They're very crafty animals and are frequently attracted to shiny objects, so it makes sense that they would pilfer something like that. Anyway, it'll be some time before we can get y'all down. Settle in and get cozy. Well, and hey, no hand stuff while you're up there. Well, and no mouth stuff either. Well, this is just great. I mean, the operator's covering bases. I look down over the expanse of the carnival. I hate to admit it, but it's a pretty good view. I spot someone down at the food cart, melting cheese onto a pile of steaming steak and peppers. Oh man, I'm so hungry. Why didn't we get funnel cake first? My stomach rumbles. Oh, I know that sound. Brian reaches into the cargo shorts, pulls out some fruit leather, offering it to me. Cherry or mango? I don't want your stupid fruit leather. Brian opens one and starts eating it. Fine. My stomach growls again. God damn it, why didn't I take the fruit leather? But he didn't say no butt stuff. True pun. True. He did not say no butt stuff. We sit in silence as a crowd begins to form under us. A group of carnival workers attempt to restart the engine. I suddenly remember that I have a tiny book of word jumbles and a golf pencil in my pocket. I pull them out and start working on a fresh page, determined not to look at Brian. Hey, I always bring a puzzle book with me too. Brian pulls out a small book of crossword puzzles and a pen. Are you kidding me? I throw my book of word jumbles off the side of the Ferris wheel in a fit of rage. Oh, I bet we could find it when we get off this thing. Here, you can do my crosswords. Brian holds his book and pen out to me with a smile. Absolutely not. Why do you hate me so much? Hate you? Why do you think you're better than me? What? I don't think I'm better than you. Oh, okay, so you were just offering me fruit snacks and crosswords out of the kindness of your heart? Well, yes. A likely story. All you do is brag about your smart kid and your landscaping and your stupid weed whacker. I'm sick of it. And all you do is one-up me every chance you get. You know, I find this one to be the most toxic relationship in the game. Yeah, it definitely is. Fruit leather. I'm guessing it's like dried fruit pieces or something. I don't know. The only thing I wouldn't win is a one-upping other people competition, because you would win that, because that's what you do. I don't do it on purpose. Wait, what? You're messing with me, right? No, but
I don't know.
I don't think I'm better than you at all. You and your daughter are amazing. I thought we were competing just for fun at first, but the more we started doing it, the more it felt like you must hate me. And the more we did it, the more I wanted to impress you. There were times when I did want to beat you, Jake, but really all I wanted was for you to like me. Oh my god, I feel like such an ass. So you should, me. Be an asshole. Why is it? Be an asshole. Be honest with Brian. Be honest with yourself. Be an asshole. Be honest with Brian. I let my competitive spirit get in the way. Actually, no. I let my insecurities get in the way. Be an asshole. I know, right? And I've been a huge dick to you for no reason. I'm sorry. To tell you the truth, I think we could be really good friends. If I could ever make it up to you, I respect you a lot. We sit in silence for a second. Can we? Start over? What do you mean? From the beginning. Brian holds out his hand. Hi, I'm Brian. I take his hand and shake it vigorously. Hey Brian, I'm Jake. It's really nice to meet you. Great shirt. Thanks, Jake. Brian and I look at each other. We both share a smirk over this silly little game, but it feels good to be on the same side for once. Alright, folks, thanks for being patient. Turns out the raccoon didn't steal a part, but it was instead still rummaging around in the inner workings of the engine. We formed a wary yet mutually beneficial truce. The carriage starts moving and we find ourselves down on dry land in no time. I just want, as we're walking away, just someone saying, "Hey! I said no hand stuff!" On a sheet of plastic and let it dry. I cut it in about inch-wide pieces. Okay. Hi, I'm Brian, and my life is pretty crazy. You know, getting stuck on that Ferris wheel could have been a lot worse. I'm glad we worked things out. Me too, buddy. Now that that's over with, we can get home to quietly enjoy our evenings. Agreed. Dad!
Hey.
Amanda and Daisy run up to us. I think you kids will be pleased to find out that Brian and I have worked out our Dad, that's great and all, but Brian's in trouble. But Brian's right. The fish, Brian. What? Daisy and I go on the log flume, and when we were going down the hill, Brian just flew right out of the log, and now he's hanging from some pipe on the ride. We have to save him. But Brian's right. The fish! Brian the fish! Oh, right. Come on, to battle! This is going to go painful. This ending has taken longer than I thought. I thought we would have been over in 30 minutes. Damn, those fucking archers, man. I hate the archers. The archers can get in the bin. Fucking archers. Yeah, I'm not going to do another one because as soon as we finish up this ending, which I'm going to assume is very close, I'm going to be finishing up. So, we can go to featured and we can buy some more of these. No. Sadly, nothing. Sadly, we don't get the last skin. We sprint over to the log flume, spotting Brian, the fish, stuck up in the rafters. Boo. Where is that damn skin? Ah. I got 3. It's all good. I've been trying to get the skin for over a week. We sprint over the log flume, spotting Brian, the fish stuck up in the rafters of the ride. We'll get you down, little buddy. We have to get Brian before the fair closes, or who knows what will happen to him. But the fair closes in 10 minutes. I guess we need to hustle then. What's the plan? Well, one ride around the track lasts 90 seconds. Brian's hanging from a pipe right above the drop, so you'll have a window of about 10 seconds to grab him. Wow, did you just do all that math in your head? You put the lotion on the skin, or else you get the hose again. That's really impressive. I just counted. It's not that impressive. I'm so proud of you, honey. Okay. That raft was pretty high up. How are we going to reach him? You'll think for a second. I've got it! Brian runs over to the midway, the last game that we played, and snags the pole from the game attendant that they used to grab stuffed animals. I think this'll do the trick. Man presses 2 ticket stubs into my hand. Here, these are our last 2 tickets. Brian's fate is in your hands now. There's no time. Come on. Brian leads me by the hand to the entrance of the log flume. Getting there just in the nick of time. Looks like you guys are the last ones. We take our seats on the slippery vinyl. The ride operator pulls the bar down over our laps. You ready for this? The log starts drifting down the fake river. Unnaturally blue water slushes over the sides, soaking my shoes. This is gross. You know how earlier I said that I was the best at carnival rides? The ride jerks forward and I let out a small yelp. Feels like a timing minigame. It could very well be. That might have been an embellishment. Our rickety log makes the slow climb up the track for the most grueling minute of my life. I see him! Hanging from the rafters just before the drop is our beloved Brian, the fish, not the guy. Are you ready? I don't think I can reach it from where I'm sitting. It's all on you, buddy. Brian presses the fishing pole into my hand. Oh god, I don't know if I can do this. Hey, I believe in you. I gulp. I can do this.
Match of the day.
With the precision only attainable from playing midway games at a competitive level, I hook the bag that contains Brian the fish and place it onto my lap. I did it. I grasp the bag firmly. He'll be nice and safe during the... Oh god, the drop. I momentarily forgot what there was a drop. It's a big drop. Oh, it's coming up real fast. Oh man, it's a big drop. It was a match 3 game. It was just move the fish to match 3 and then you catch the fish. So when I told you that I had sort of over-exaggerated my proficiency with carnival rides, it turns out that I had under-exaggerated just how bad I am with them. I am utterly and completely terrified of carnival rides. Brian looks over to me and takes my hand in his. And the bit again was, yeah. Sorry, pun. I'm right here. We can do this. He gives my hand a squeeze as the log tips over the edge and flies down the drop. Ah! A wall of water rains down on us. I realize I had my eyes squeezed shut and opened them to find Brian still holding my hand. He smiles at me. That wasn't so bad. Told you we would make it. Brian and I walk off the ride and approach Daisy and Amanda. I hand the bag to Amanda. Brian! Hey! No, the fish. Aww. I mean, hey, thanks for saving the fish. Don't thank me, that was all your dad. Aw, shucks, it was a team effort. Yeah, you used all your special skills to get him back. Brian got the pole, Daisy did the math, and you got the fish.
Oh.
I didn't get to do anything cool. Well, honey, I'm sure you... Hey, what were you guys doing up there? That was totally dangerous. Amanda steps in front of all us and plants her feet. Listen, dude, it might have been totally dangerous, but I'll have you know that we triumphed over more than just your silly rules today. We overcame adversity through teamwork and friendship and love. We banded together to achieve a common goal, and here we stand, stronger than the sum of our parts. And for you two, I actually don't care. The fair's closing. Just get out of here. The ride operator wanders off. You really are a sparkling conversationalist. We join the crowd of fairgoers slowly ambling back to the parking lot. You kids want to stick around for the fireworks? Do we have to? I have never seen a child less enthusiastic about the fireworks. Yeah, can we just go home? We've been holding all these prizes around for hours and my back is killing me. You kids run on ahead. We'll catch up with you later tonight. Amanda and Daisy skip along. We'll probably find them later curled up on the couch and watching long-haul paranormal ice road ghost truckers. Brian and I sit down on a bench a little further away from the rest of the crowd, who've all gathered to catch the fireworks. Hell of a day, huh? You can say that again. Hell of a day, huh? This is the one time I will let you out-dad me. I'll take it. I breathe in the cool night air as the first firework launches and explodes in the sky over the fair. I'm glad we talked about all of that stuff. Me too. It's good to have a friend like you, Brian. The fireworks launch into full swing, bursting around us in a rainbow of reds, greens, blues, and whites. There's one more thing I have to admit, though. What's that? I don't know anything about fishing. Brian bursts out laughing. Oh, buddy! I know. What? You knew the whole time? I mean, you weren't exactly subtle about it. I feel myself blushing. He laughs again. It's okay, it was cute. If you're interested, maybe I can teach you sometime. That's what friends do, right? Ha! The laughter dies down and we watch the fireworks a little longer. I can tell he wants to say something, but he's having trouble getting it out. You know, it's kind of funny. What is? We're not fighting anymore, but I still feel like we've left some stuff. Unresolved. Oh, lawn mowing is still happening. We're cool now, but don't think I forgot about that. Brian laughs. No, it's not that. Don't you feel like there's maybe something else here? Or is it just me? Looking at Brian, his smile illuminated by the crackling embers falling through the night sky, I suddenly understand what he's talking about. Oh. This whole time, with emotions running so high, I realized what I've really been feeling, what I thought was jealousy, was actually... It's not just you. Brian inches towards me. You know, it's hard paying attention to the fireworks when you're right here. He and I lean in and our lips touch. He places one hand on my shoulder, then another at the base of my neck, gently pulling me closer to him in a warm embrace. I feel safe. Brian pulls away from me for a moment and smiles. I guess now we get to compete over who's better at kissing. Brian stifles a laugh and pulls me in for another. I'll accept that challenge. Sure enough, when I get home, Amanda and Daisy are passed out on the sofa, surrounded by giant stuffed animals. Amanda's snoring drowns out the paranormal ice road truckers still playing on TV. I turn everything off and throw a couple of blankets over the kids before heading to bed myself. Date complete! See? We got a B. We got a B. Whew. I think I finally have everything set up and then we fast forward. B for Brian. Yeah, B for Brian. Hey, bro.
Hey!
Hey!
Brian the fish or Brian the guy? That was a good one, Kate. That was a good one. I like that. B for both. I love it. I love it.
Hey! Oh!
I'm doing this so I don't miss anything by holding this down.
Hey!
I see Daisy and Amanda in the corner of the party and walk up to them. I swear, if you two are playing another parent trap. Relax, Dad. We already won the game. We're just having a friendly chat. Tell me more about college. Slow down, kiddo. You're not even middle school yet. But I want to go to class in my PJs now. I mean, nothing's stopping you. But Daisy, I hear you. I know you're stoked on college and skipping grades and taking over the world with science, but you gotta enjoy being a kid first. Growing up is weird and scary, and eventually you'll be able to rent a car, but you gotta get through middle school in one piece first. You know how you wish you were going to college? I wish I was in 5th grade. I want recess and snack time back. Cherish it while it lasts, girl. You got a big future ahead of you, but I don't want you growing up too fast on us, alright? Alright. Thanks, Amanda. I ease away slowly. Amanda seems like she has a handle on the situation. I take a seat next to Brian as the last guests make their way out of the party. Nice job. I couldn't have thrown a better party myself. I smile. We actually got a compliment. Holy shit. So, are we doing like opposite competition now? Yeah, we're just gonna compliment each other relentlessly. I bet you could do more push-ups than me. I bet you're better with computers than I am. I bet you could trim a tree faster than I could. I bet you could de-ice a sidewalk more thoroughly than me. I like this a lot better. Brian blushes. I nestle myself into the soft space between Brian's shoulder and chest. No matter how many times he washes that shirt, I bet he'll never get the smell of campfire out of it. Not that I mind. I got a long summer coming. Interested in some more fishing trips with me, Daisy, and Amanda? As long as you'll save me again if I fall into the water. I'd be happy to. Gotta sneak in as much father and daughter time as possible before Amanda heads out. Also, be careful. She's probably gonna try to steal your dog and take him with her to college. I also get the feeling Daisy might try to stow away in her suitcase, so watch out for that. The sunset casts a pink glow over everything, and quiet calm seems to descend upon my backyard. It reminds me of the lake. I'm glad we're not rivals anymore. Me too. Although I don't think I've ever been more productive than I was when I was trying to one-up you. Maybe a little friendly competition is what we both needed. I sigh and nuzzle against Brian a little harder. I am the cuddle champion. We'll see about that. Practice makes permanent. We did 4 endings. We did 4 endings today. Daddy. Catching some fish. We did mats. Oh, before Damien. Sorry. Craig. Yeah, sorry. I for some reason I thought before was after, like a dum-dum. Look at that mountain man. This was Craig's. With Craig's, we went camping. And like, yeah, we went camping and he was very much do I deserve to be happy sort of thing after working so hard. From what I remember looking, there is a secret ending for one of the characters. I don't think there's a secret dad, but there's a secret ending. Perhaps it should be a clone of you. Oh. Like, if I go on to Dream Daddy endings again. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 8 endings. Now neither of us will be virgins. Yeah, there's 8 endings, 7 characters. Well, 7 dads. And there's 2 endings for one of them. The secret dad is the multiplayer mode, but I need you to download the real dad book, Tinder. No, this was good fun. This was real good fun. So, let me just go back to here for a second. Dream Daddy. Oh, I just noticed. The endings that we have, the pictures are actually filled in color. Yeah, the pictures are filled in color because we haven't got these 3, and they're not filled in color yet. But the other 4 are. Yeah, that is pretty cool. I just kind of noticed it and I just wanted to show it. It's a nice little thing to add, I think. Anyway, let me just play this music and quit out of Dream Daddy. Ugh. But yeah, that's everything for today. I know I've got Dream Daddy for Thursday. That's going to be RuneScape instead. I put it in for 3 days just to make sure I had enough time to do everything to get an ending. You can't end. Why can't I end, Hanker? I just got here. You were here earlier, damn it. You were here earlier. What do you mean? So yeah, Thursday is probably going to be RuneScape now. We'll do some quests, I think. I was here all the time, but that's besides the point. Yeah, I'm not sure what else to do instead of Dream Daddy, so it's just going to be RuneScape questing, I think, which will be fun. I do like a bit of questing. Yeah, Friday we have Earthworm Jim. I mean, it's the perfect time to end. We have Earthworm Jim, which was a game chosen by Stitch from the Streamiversary. We have Dark Souls 3, which is from the Streamiversary as well. We're going to be starting that up on Friday evening. And then the Catch-em-all on Saturday, which is also from the Streamiversary. Everything this week is Streamiversary related. Because I need to get stuff out the way so I can clear my list. Ooh. So, yeah. So, Thursday and Friday is going to be 9:45-ish start until 5 as normal. The evening one is going to be from about 8 GMT. Yes, GMT still. For about 3 hours. About that. And I'm sure I will be okay with playing it. I plan on trying to complete Dark Souls 3, so it's going to be... Oh, it's going to be something. It's going to be something. So yeah. Yeah. That would require multiple streams. Yeah. Dark Souls 3 isn't just a single... Like, where I put it on my Streamiversary goals, it was quite far down. So it was never going to be just a single stream for Dark Souls 3. It was like one of the higher tier ones under Switch stream, I think it was. And obviously that was met. And so I plan on trying to complete it. I'm going to do as much as I physically can if I don't enjoy the game. But I'm going to try my hardest to enjoy the game. Stop face tanking everything, or I can't, alright? I can't stop. Evie, you go have a nap. You deserve it. You go have a nap. But yeah, the Catch-em-all will be good as well. I have got crowd control, Pokemon Red. Face tank these nuts! I've got crowd control working for Pokemon Red. That will be happening, I believe, next week. And I'm going to do them as evening streams because they're crowd control. Because I think that's where more fun is going to be had. And I'm hoping we can do multiple streams with the same save file. If we can't, then I don't know what we're going to do, I guess. I'm assuming we can. But yeah, I feel like there'll be more entertainment if I do those in the evening rather than doing them during the day. I need to have a look at how much everything costs as well, because I want mayhem, basically. I want mayhem, but I also don't want people to be spending a fortune on certain crowd control, like redeems. Because as I said yesterday, if I get the cost, the price list, the item pricing for Pokemon Red, for crowd control, Pokemon Red or Blue. Yeah, but there's only so many of those that you can actually redeem. I believe. You can't just like redeem loads and loads of them. But yeah, so like if you wanted to walk me to a landmark, it costs 250. Get my network connection back up in time to wish you all a good evening, stroke rest of your day. What it? Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. So yeah, like to teleport me to the majority of places, it costs about 200 or 250 crowd control coins. But that's about the equivalent to about 250 bits. So I'm kind of like no, I think it stops people from, you know, people who have built up like 1 million points in a channel from just redeeming loads of points, like loads of free coins. I think there is a limit. I'm pretty sure. I'm not exactly sure, but it's an Articuno. We'll end with an Articuno. Here, have this freezer bird. But yeah, I need to find someone to raid anyway. I should be looking at that. I swear to God, Kate, if you get this Articuno after getting Missingno, I am gonna go mental. Burb needs to chill, exactly. I got one for you, for real. Okay. Who are you thinking? Depends if I agree. Raid Rosa, he's great. I can't raid myself, sadly. I won't because this is rigged. You never know. You never know. Michi's last day before vacation. Yeah, we can raid Michi. They're playing Ghostwire Tokyo. I have no idea what Ghostwire Tokyo is actually about. But have you got a specific raid message for us, Hanka? Because I know you interact with Michi a lot. So if you have something, you would have a decent raid message. Hence why you interact with her a lot. I don't know. I assumed you were friends, but I didn't want to say. Just say Scorpion yoga pose. Okay. I didn't want to assume that, you know, that you were friends. I just know that you interact with each other a lot. Okay, yeah, that can be our raid message. That's cool. So yeah, everyone, if you haven't already fancy it, feel free to drop by the Discord or follow me on Twitter. That's where Discord is where you normally get updates, because I'm really bad at Twitter. If like streams get pushed back or anything, but Twitter I normally post my going live. If I cancel today, I do normally post on there. It's just a little bit later, because yeah, I don't know why. I'm just bad at Twitter. So yeah. But yeah, we're gonna go raid Michi. Scorpion yoga pose. That sounds... Is there a story behind that, Hanka? It sounds like there is. Did we just go from... We just went from one Megalovania to another. But yeah. Don't worry about it. Okay. But yeah, thank you all so much for stopping by today. I really appreciate it. We completed Dream Daddy. We will be back tomorrow with no, we won't be back tomorrow. I take tomorrow off. I take Wednesdays off. We'll be back with Thursday with probably RuneScape. Some RuneScape quests. Be good fun. Scorpion yoga pose. And then Friday we will be playing Earthworm Jim and Dark Souls 3. Saturday is going to be a nice long Pokemon Catch-em-all stream, so that'll be lasting like pretty much all day, I think, sort of thing, because it takes about 9 hours to do, and I like doing it in one sitting. To binging anime, the rest of you get fecked. I don't know. But yeah, we're gonna raid Michi. Michi is just Michi. Before I actually just hit enter. Yes, it is. Wow, Evie. Wow. But yeah, I haven't watched much of Michi. I've watched a chunk of Michi, and Michi seems lovely. Seems absolutely lovely. So go spread the love with Scorpion Yoga Pose. Go spread the love with Scorpion Yoga Pose. But yeah, have a lovely rest of your day, everyone. Thank you all so much for being here again. I really appreciate it. Hopefully I see you all on Thursday. If I don't, have a lovely rest of your week. And I will see you all next time. See you, everybody!